What's up, guys? I am here, and we are going to review. Apparently, this debate was off the rails. Like it was, from what I was told, it was crazy. I've disassociated. Make sure I don't hear anything else here. Hopefully, my volume is okay because before the debate yesterday with Manure, it was bad. But I happened to get this fixed. Hello, everybody. I'd like to see everybody else in chat. Jared Speaks, who's first, says LFG, let's go. For sure, let's go. In second place, we have Daniel Ramirez. Doing this like it's a competition. Independent Thinker says LFG, yes. Let's go, hit that like button. Yes, Red Door Woman, who's based as hell, says, good evening, folks. And welcome to OTE in the evening. How's it going, people? Anyways, back to another edition of Debate Reviews. I don't normally do like debate reviews, but this one is very significant. And the reason why it's significant is because, well, let's see. I have disassociated from the Raging Potato. Paige is actually one of my mods. And then Kinetic Kel, I don't really know her too well, but it seems like there was some therapy she went to afterwards because there was a breakdown. She cried during this debate, I heard. And then Sarah was being really biased and protective over a Kinetic, like during a debate where I was like, okay, there's maybe Sarah's not biased. But here's the problem, though. This is what I heard, though. I heard there was bias during this debate, and I heard that this got crazy. The part of the debate that I'm going to cover is like some crying part during the debate. Apparently, when I was talking to Paige, she was saying that after she presented the stats, Kinetic Kel started crying. We're going to dive into that, but first, let me go ahead and do some housekeeping because I now have a video that I produced. It's called Menar's Cousin Crush, but the video conversion is taking forever. I don't know why. I was like stalling. Believe it or not, that's what I was doing. So whenever you guys were hearing me talk for a long time about this debate, I was trying to be a professional staller. That's what I was doing. So let's see if this goes through real quick because I do want to play my new jam called Menar's Cousin Crush. The person who did make this jam was Mo Rebuttal had made the jam, and I put it on my video. Put a thumbnail on it, so should be a good video. It's still extracting. Anyways, how are you guys doing this week? Hopefully you guys are having a good week. Hopefully all is well. Christ is God. We're going to move forward, but I didn't want to move forward without my new jams, right? Because I'm trying to have like new jams for my channel instead of having these massive copyright strikes that happen. I just got through like a demonetization period. Well, actually, I'm still going through it till March. I think it's like March 19th or something like that. I can reappeal for all of this so I can have like my ability to like make money from YouTube back, which is BS and bunk. I don't understand that. Still says converting video. Okay, we're going to proceed anyways. We can listen to that song a little bit later anyways. All right, let's get into this. Let's go ahead and hit that. Yeah, this debate was, from what I heard, was crazy. Here we go. Let's bring that up on the screen. This right here. Okay.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Sarah, the Raging Tomato, here bringing to you our Friday night 1v1 debate with the lovely Kinetic Kel and, of course, the gorgeous Paige. The question, or pardon me, the statement, I always mix them up, of the evening is homeschooling does not result in better outcomes for children. Kel.
She's like the lovely Kinetic Kel. Kinetic Kel's like whatever. And then she's like the gorgeous Paige. Paige's like, yeah, no. But then we're continuing.
Would you like to give your opening statement, please?
It would be my pleasure. Thank you for having me.
I really want to hear. I don't know anything about Kinetic Kel. I know Jack about her. I don't know how good of a debater she is. I've actually had no interaction with her. But apparently, what did Daniel say? She's in therapy. I don't know it about. Hopefully she's doing well. But look at what I see on the screen. It says streamer resident DGen, right? Nose piercing, And then it says Degen, colored hair. Wow. And then over on the right, we have a kitchen and then a very base looking woman supporting homeschool. Very base, by the way, too. All right, let's continue.
Having me this evening, Sarah. By the way, Paige, you look lovely, I must say. So tonight we're talking about the future of our youth. This is a demographic that the right claims to care a lot about. You know, I could get into how they disguise a lot of, policies around claiming to care about the youth. However, so cultivating their environment for learning, our future, right? The youth is our future. We hear constant concern about academic standards, moral development, the right environment for learning, and how, all these corrupt leftist teachers are allegedly potentially corrupting the youth. And that's why homeschooling might be like a better alternative in some people's minds. When it comes to put actual systems in place that serve children equitably, many of these same voices, right, champion an approach that's very underregulated, right? I think anyone can argue that, poorly documented and wildly inconsistent, because we're asking parents to have the exact same approach that people who pursue education because it's their passion. We're expecting parents across the board to not be just like power tripping, wanting to micromanage their kids. So
yeah, but here's the thing, though. You can say I pursue telemarketing because that's my passion. But do you think people like there's a possibility? I know I'm using like a really exaggerated example here, but like even though it's like one of the worst despicable jobs anybody could do with telemarketing, like it would be a crazy statement to say that people pursue telemarketing because it's their passion. It sounds pretty crazy, right? I used to work for group homes for a long period of time. And I knew that when people did work with kids, you can tell when people were there for just a paycheck, right? So she's just making this overall generalization saying these people pursue this job because it's their passion. You know how many teachers I've probably seen growing up that just was like, damn, this dude's here for a paycheck. Like the substitute teacher that shows up and barely pays attention to the class is like, all right, folks, we're here. What are you guys reviewing right now? Where are you guys at? All right, we'll continue. And then the professor gets on the phone the whole time or does whatever and says, all right, be quiet. That's it. I don't care what you do. I'm only here for a day. That's it. Like things like that. And I'm just like, well, you're omitting all of that. Let me just not eat up the clock and let Kinetic Kells tell it.
Let's be as blatant as we can be in that homeschooling in its current widespread form and the expectations that we have for homeschooling is a system with no uniform standards, no guaranteed training for instructors, and almost no accountability.
Whoa, hold on. No guaranteed training? Like, I don't think, like, it's rare for people who are parents, I think, that are really invested, and they are, who are not going to be really invested in their kid's future, because if you're going to parent them, the ins and outs of this kid, when they're cheating, that look that they have, like you're so familiar with your kids sometimes that them like the back of your hand. Teachers don't have this accessibility to their students or have that familiarity with their students to where you have you're like, well, I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what they're thinking. Sometimes moms can seem like they're clairvoyant because they know their kids so well that when their kid's cheating, doing something or up to no good, they can just tell by looking at their kid. Teachers don't even have this. Matter of fact, if Kinetic Kells wants to go the route of saying, well, there's familiarity, we have over familiarity so much that teachers are getting arrested probably like 4 times a week. You hear this in the news. Another teacher had an inappropriate relationship with a student. So it's almost like there's rarely in between in public schools. Either they don't care or they're too over familiar. At home, you don't see this much. You don't see a lot of incest that's happening because all of a sudden there's the revulsion with wanting to bang your own child. That also prevents a lot of this too, unless you have stepdad situations, but that's neither here nor there. Kids are really invested in helping their kids, though. I really want to let her talk, but there's so much I got to say too about her approach in her intro.
And yet somehow we're expected to believe that it delivers better outcomes than professionally run institutions. And again, people that pursue education because it's their passion and licensed educators.
There we go. It's their passion again. Once again, like I said, how many people get into jobs just because they need a paycheck? I know plenty of people who are PE teachers who are fat as shit and not good at what they do. It's not even good. And then you think that there are fat chefs that exist? Yes, there are. They probably love their jobs, but do you think they're skinny chefs? Maybe they don't love their jobs. There are fat personal trainers. probably not good at their jobs because they don't walk that walk. What do you think about teachers? Do you think, and we could presuppose that there are teachers that show up and they're sick of kids and they're like, oh, I didn't know the inner city school is going to be this bad. And then they show up. There's plenty of movies documented like this. Wasn't Michelle Pfeiffer in Coolio in a movie where she was like, I don't know if I could change these kids' minds. Like, that's a pipe dream. Like, that really wouldn't happen in real life. Michelle Pfeiffer would have left the inner city and be like, no, let me go back to the suburbans. F these kids. Like, no, they're for a paycheck. Even if you think you want to change minds, they have to have Hollywood scripts to make it sound inspirational in these extreme inner city situations. Like, think about Minnesota with the Smallies and all that. Do you think that these kids, well, actually, they're not existent. Let me go to a different city. Let me go to a different city because those daycares are not existent. So, all right, go to another city that's suburban area like Chicago or something like that. And it's like, yeah, you're going to have a rough time because there's vice lords in the city, gang culture and all that. How do you think you're going to happen to educate kids in those schools? It's going to be rough. And although people could say it's hard to homeschool kids in gang-infested territories like homes and things like this, well, you're sheltered within your home and you feel sheltered by your parents. Your parents pay the bills and you have to, where are you going to go? You have to be in school because your home is your school. It's like there's nowhere else you can go. But at school, it's like my mind can wander. I can leave. I'm only here for 5 hours a day. Well, guess what? You're still at home and you have to live here, eat here and everything else. So you better do your homework. So I think I would take a more of a authoritarian regime of an educational background than like school, because kids will treat that like work. I'm only there for 5 hours. I don't have to absorb everything. Well, guess what? Over dinner time, like, this is the beauty about homeschooling. If I just homeschooled a child that I had, I can then say, hey, since we're having dinner, how did you do on that math quiz that we had? I know you were having problems with those. And then that could be like a discussion at dinner, things like this. And to me, it's like, well, yeah, you can't exactly leave. You can't say, well, I'm only at home for 5 hours a day because I got to go to school. No, it's the opposite. You have to live at home, which is your school. And you have to have these tough conversations about really absorbing the information. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, you can't run from it if you're at home. There's no way that you can obfuscate, run, create a diversion, because you have to live with your parents. So it's like the education's going to be in front of you no matter what. What are you going to do? Say I'm only home for 5 hours and then, oh, my bad, I live here. I live at school. So yeah, I think that's way much more optimal.
Like, it's crazy that no other field you can just be like, oh yeah, I'm going to get my at-home doctor, right? But because you love your kids, like, let's not, at the end of the day, mistake good intentions for credibility. And again, like, a good enough environment for your kid to learn. Like, realistically, how could that be good enough? How could that be good enough? So across the board, research consistently shows that homeschooled students are more likely to fall behind grade level. And that reason is...
No, actually, Red Door Woman actually said it herself. I mean, I was going to say it anyways. But based Red Door Woman, she basically said they score higher in standardized tests, which is true. I don't know where Kinetic Kel's getting information, but I can pull it up right now in front of you in real time, where homeschooled children score higher in standardized tests. This is completely false.
It's like not a mystery why that would happen, right? It's not about ideology. It's about structure, training, and support. And you might set out with, they say, like, the path to hell is paved with good intentions, right? So structure, training, and support, but we're relying, often blindly, with no oversight, on parents to do the job of trained educators. Again, parents who in many cases have no formal background in education at all.
Well, hold on. Here's the thing that I would actually kind of ask Kel. I just ask her, I'd say, well, hold on. Well, before public schools, how are kids learning how to do construction, build castles, defend the land, till the earth, do farming, or do anything else? You notice how I said everything that bodes well to survival and jobs and occupations that they had to leave? Before modernity, we had to learn how to farm and do everything else. Guess what happened? Homeschooling. Hey, let me teach you about the birds and the bees at home. Let me teach you how to go ahead and feed these goats at home. Let me teach you how to milk these cows. And then pretty soon, when civilization started getting more modernized, hey, let me teach you how to go ahead and build this house. Let me go ahead and teach you how to, make bricks from scratch and do all this, construct blue collar jobs, all this other stuff that actually makes more infrastructure. And then not to mention that these are jobs that don't get taken away. These are jobs that will provide more infrastructure jobs and blue collar families with support than these IT tech jobs. Matter of fact, secretary work is going to go the way of the dodo. And then supply chain jobs are going to go too because of AI and computerization. And then guess what? here's the problem with Kel's argument too. Manual labor is still going to be a need no matter what, because even if you have all the robots running society, these robots need upkeep and maintenance. Well, guess what? That's hands-on support. Just like everything originated from farming, tilling the land and all that, that's all manual labor. So even when we default to everything, like if there was an EMP signal that shut everything down in America, you would be back to homeschooling, because all this would go out of the window because you're relying on computers, cell phones, and everything else to get you through modern school. Yeah, that's bad. And also that's a handicap, because once that shuts down, what do you have? Teachers are no longer powered like they used to be now because we're so reliant on tech. So to me, I think that the modernization has handicapped us so much that without it, we're lost and we're blind as well, too. I mean, farming was one of the first, because they talk about prostitution being one of the oldest industries in the world. No, this is like trading, bartering, and hunting and mercenary work was the oldest profession in the book, not prostitution, not any of this other stuff. So it's like, there's no way in you know, when they talk about prostitution, you don't need an education to do that, but you need an education to do the other things, because it takes work, skill, and everything. You can't be a tradesman unless you learn how to do this job efficiently and be competent. And guess what? People are hiring farmers. People are hiring construction workers. People are hiring industry tech people. People are hiring robotic techs that are repairing robots that help our infrastructure, because we're weeding out these secretaries. We're weeding out telemarketers and all that those jobs are being taken over. Kinetic Cal is appealing to modernity right now and leaning on modernity to do the heavy lifting for everybody that the homeschooling jobs would actually fill. Those jobs that would be filled by homeschooling people, like the people that they would say are recessive cavemen. But let's continue.
And nobody checking in to make sure that everything is going in a way that the kid gets the same opportunities that other kids do. And let's not talk about how there's no fucking cheerleading team at homeschooling, okay? Like, I can't even tell you the invaluable experience that I gained from being in cheer on debate teams in high school.
Correct, Jared. You're absolutely right about that. And that's the point that I brought up. Before public schools, what do we have before that? So what do you have to account for? Like, what are we relying on? There's no referent for public schools before any of this. So even absent public schools, you need a home education before you go to school. Who's going to keep the teachers in check? If you're falling behind, your parents are the enforcers no matter what. You see what I'm saying? You see how suboptimal it is to now let the teachers parent your kids instead of the parents teach your kids? Very backwards, because the teacher can't be the enforcer. What are they going to do? Because the teacher's like, oh, I go home in like 2 hours anyways. I don't got to deal with you. Your parents can deal with you, and they wash their hands of you. Your parents can't wash your hands of you. They actually have to be the enforcers and say, okay, you're slacking in school. I'll talk to the teachers, and they have to be the enforcers of your teacher. They have to be the enforcers of your kid. Why not do a one size fits all and let your parents do all this? That way you don't have to outsource anything to the you know what? Damn, maybe I should do a homeschooling debate pretty soon. Like, this is crazy.
All these opportunities to branch out and meet new people that, I'm sorry, you can just meet some homeschool weirdos. And obviously we shouldn't rely on personal.
Homeschool weirdos. As if there aren't weirdos that go to school to leave, because I used to go to school all the time. And the only reason why these kids went to school is because they were probably coming up from a broken, poor home like I did. And that was probably one of the only meals they ate, because there was no food in the fridge like mine when I grew up. I went to school because of the free lunch, to be honest, before I started saying, hey, I'm going to start playing in sports and actually give a damn about education. There was a lot of kids in the inner city who just went to school for lunch. You don't think some of those kids are going to end up weird? It's like, you know, because they're like, even if they're going to develop social skills, it's like, yeah, you're only here for the free lunch. And you got a lunch ticket because you got to, you know, from the free lunch meal program. And then you're barely paying attention. Think about this. If you have kids from the inner city, and I'm only pointing to this group because there's many other groups besides this, those kids that don't have a great nutritional program, or think about their attention span. It's not going to be there because these kids are thinking about survival like I did growing up. And then, not to mention that, the kids who are affluent, who are fed and go to school and have all this, they have a very robust social life. And guess what's going to happen? Those two groups aren't going to mix well sometimes. and often well. So it's like there's no way that you can relate to these kids unless you bridge this gap, have courage to overcome approach anxiety, to say, hey, I know Trevor plays for the school football team and he's really respected. Well, I come from a home that's poor or group home or whatever, like I came from. And it's like, not only did I not have parents, but I didn't even have really good teachers that were paying attention to this divide between the two classes at school. So it's like, and then you're dealing with that. It's like, you don't have to deal with any of this at home. I don't have to deal with any of this at home. Matter of fact, if I was homeschooled, just like these kids could be homeschooled, they can go do these extracurricular activities and play team sports with the high school kids and then come home and get educated. That's where their social life can exist. Playing sports with high school teams. You can do that as a homeschool kid. You can say, all right, I'm on the football team, but my mom teaches me at home. I got a good relationship with the coach and all this. You see how there's checks and balances, at least with that? But there's like this big divide when you have this classes system and the teacher's like, I got to go home in 4 hours so I don't have to deal with babysitting these brats. That happens a lot, especially when there's all these paradigms, social paradigms that kids have to deal with that teachers don't understand, the nuance and all that. It's just crazy. Parents are more direct and more hands-on.
Anecdote, so I'm going to leave that out of my opening statement. However, so most parents, even with the best of intentions, simply don't have the time, resources, or subject matter expertise to effectively teach everything from early literacy to algebra to biology to U.S. history. Even if they review it, think that they understand it fundamentally, there is like a designated algebra teacher, like someone who's studied algebra all throughout college, and it is now their job to teach that to our youth.
Well, how did we learn algebra before public school? How do we do this? We didn't get abacuses and then, these rudimentary calculators that we had and then sliding the balls over and stuff. Like, surely we think about this. Galileo, how did he learn to do what he did? Like, there wasn't public schools then. How did Einstein learn to do what he did? We didn't have the majority of public schools back then in those days. Like, think about this. Like, even before then, in King Arthur's time, we didn't have public schooling. And next thing you know, people learn how to build castles, modernize catapults, do all this. It created infrastructure back then to create a modern, not modern, but a great society that functioned, right? We had an exchange system, a monetary system, everything else. You didn't need all that, but society thrived pretty well. I think we're doing pretty good. But it's like you take that away, the tech and everything else we have, like computers and phones, and we're handicapped. We're cooked.
Asking parents to do this job still.
Uh-oh, I think she froze. We'll give it a second.
Yeah, this is the thing, though, is like, yes, and you're exactly right about that. Education is as old as the cities are, but even before then, education predated all this. People were learning all of this. Not to mention this, but people were learning so much before then. There was the Antikythera mechanism, whatever it is. I'm probably bastardizing this word right now. But this was like a cog in a machine that they found at the bottom of the ocean that was from a sailing ship. This was like ahead of its time. The machinery that we made, this was way before public schools were even a thing. And this mechanism was found. Like, the pyramids were built. We didn't have public schools, but somehow we still can't figure out how those were designed. That predates public schools. The fact that we had like the ability to like till farms and do all this. Farming was like a massive major labor industry, and we had that to feed populations and make society run. There was a trade and barter system selling corn and goods and all this other stuff that helped society run well way before modernity, before cell phones, computers, public schools, and all this. Education predates all this stuff. It's just crazy, just insane. And then not to mention this, Angry Casper, yes, predates all this stuff. And then we have cobblestones in Rome, mind you, that we still don't know how to make as stable as that was then, because they're still upheld in some of the Colosseums that they have are still standing. And we don't know how they mix the concrete. Whatever they did was genius, but now it's like our roads break down. We get potholes all the time, but their construction was better than we have right now. But supposedly people are saying that our education was better, but we can't make the concrete as good as they did back then. I think it was called Roman concrete or something like that. We still can't figure out how they made it so powerful and strong to where the roads don't break down by weather, inclement weather, or any of this stuff. It's like, I almost feel like this is just redundant sometimes when we talk about this. Just crazy. Yeah, self-healing concrete. That's one of the things that we don't know how to do that. Nobody know. It's almost like regressive to some point, because education proliferated society so much, and it was like some of the things we did back then were so astounding that scientists, people that tried to document and look through pre-recorded history, still can't replicate some of the things we did. But somehow education's more optimal now for society, even though industry such as infrastructure, nuclear, sewer, water, all this other stuff is way more important than your social studies degree and getting out there in the world war. It's just crazy. I don't know. Just insane. Yeah, we have rebar 10 times stronger. Yeah, crazy. It's just insane. let's continue.
Okay, you're back with us. You ended on algebra teachers. That's where you left off when you froze.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So expecting parents to do these jobs, without guidance and, more importantly, regulation, is setting them, and most imperatively, their children, our youth, the future of society, up for struggle and probably failure, more than likely. Passion for your child is not the same as proficiency in education. We can't keep confusing love with qualifications, because when we look at the data, we see the consequences of this confusion. Inconsistent learning trajectories, spotty performances in standardized assessments, and a worrying lack of readiness for higher education in the workforce. My roommate's girlfriend, I know this is personal anecdote again, she's an educator, and she said that every single student that she has that's at a homeschool student is behind grade level.
So she's going to appeal to an anecdote. Once again, for my people out there, if you're doing a debate, anecdotes aren't the most powerful thing. That would just probably be to appeal to an emotion. Feel felt found. If you guys ever heard that mantra before, that's really what that is. But one, like her roommate being an educator, yeah, that's one person. But do you have a generalized study? Or, if we look at averages, as far as like the average population, the inner city, how's that going right now? If we're throwing free money at public schools, how are those test scores doing right now? Like I said, I can Google it right now and show you that standardized testing's higher. There are higher test scores for standardized testing in homeschool students than there are for public schools. They test higher, grade better, et cetera, et cetera.
And I have the data to back this up, because that is a crazy anomaly for her to witness firsthand. So they're exposed to different backgrounds in public school. Of course, beliefs, learning styles, tolerance. Homeschooling, on the other hand, often limits that exposure to a child's immediate family or chosen community, which,
that's good, because then you can block the LGBTQ agenda. You could block all this other stuff. You can actually teach sex ed the way that you want to, not the fact that men can have babies now and all that. Like, you can actually curate the education for your child's future. Just think about this. The child that you're raising as a kid, you want to have a protective mechanism. And let me tell you how this works. I know I'm probably going to sound like I'm obfuscating a little bit, but if you have kids, if you have children, and the thing about all these people that just want to shove their kids out of the home and get rid of them and have a teacher babysit them, the less that you take care of your kids and the less care that you have with these kids, I think that there's going to be an indicator of how little they're going to want to take care of you as you get older. I guarantee you all these kids that drop their parents off at adult homes, these little retirement stay homes, where now people are incentivized with a check to only take care of you then, because they're only there for a paycheck and to give you sponge baths. I would rather, and think about this. I know it sounds kind of like kind of intrusive a little bit, but think about it. You'd rather your kids and your loved ones give you sponge baths and take care of you with home care than you being put in a home. You see how they give back to you after you do this, because you're literally giving to your kids. You're taking care of them. You're on their ass about their grades. You're saying, all right, make sure that you don't fall behind it. I guarantee you the kids are going to pay this forward and remember that when you took care of them and readied them for the world, they're going to pay it forward and say, you know what? I don't want to put them in a home because they took care of me and prepared me for the world, whatever. You're going to have less proclivity for them just to dump you in a home, because you're dumping it at a public school to somebody who wants a paycheck. Guess what happens? The circle of life. Now you're older and you're in a pamper or diaper or whatever that is, and they dump you off to somebody who just wants to get a paycheck because they want to live their life. You see how that works? We mirror each other, I think. And I think mirroring each other even before you leave the home is imperative, man. You want to map on to how you want to be treated to your kids. So that way, when you're in their position, they can pay it forward. And then you can say, see, I helped you out here. Now I get dementia, Alzheimer's and stuff like that. They're like, oh, shit. You know what? They were close. We developed these bonds. They helped educate me at home. I'm not dumping them off at a home. And I'm just saying, that's just my hypothesis. Maybe it's not even true. Who knows? But that's just the way I think.
Comfortable doesn't prepare them for the broader world and vocational success. Studies show that homeschooled children often study with social adaptability. I apologize. I'm a little nervous. In college and beyond. Not because they're inherently lacking, but because they weren't given the same opportunities to succeed at navigating differences in the world. But perhaps more urgently, homeschooling creates enormous opportunities for abuse and, well, maybe not most importantly, but another thing to note is that it creates enormous opportunities for abuse and neglect. And I literally did a video on the bad childhood to bad job pipeline and how obviously we're like more conditioned to tolerate poor circumstances if we're not exposed to anything else, if this is all that we know. So there's other studies that we're going to much certainly discuss later that obviously they're not given the same opportunities to navigate the difference. They're not given those counselors to reach out to if things are going poorly at home. So homeschooling creates enormous. So worst case scenario, right? Homeschooling has been used as a tool to isolate and control. Like, let's assume we're expecting every single parent to be like the good God. Like, I want to protect my child from like the corruption of the outside world.
Yeah, most parents do. They want to protect their child from the corruption of the outside world. You have to think about people that are religious. I mean, think about these religious communities. Do you want some inversion to get into your kid's head, especially if you're, and people call it indoctrination, whatever you want to call it. Let's say that I have a family and we're Orthodox Christians. Do you think I want a lesbian to be teaching my child, hey, you know what? This is how we're going to call these people. This is their belief system. No, he can be a woman, all this other stuff in these belief systems. It's like, we're going to shelter our kids and protect them from this and say, no, biologically, that's not a woman. But First Amender, she's making an argument for First Amender saying, you know what, public school, because, you have people like First Amender who's going to teach you that rat uteruses are going to be more optimal than human uteruses when we have like education. And I'm just like, what? This is crazy. But anyways, that's a far stretch that I'm bringing up.
And really not just like shielding children from mandatory reporters and insulating harmful environments from any scrutiny. In fact, that girl was arguing on the Whatever podcast that, so many girls will just have kids to get child support. And if so many people on your ortho-Christian side really believe that there might be like, then why would you fucking not want them to have oversight? Because if they're really just like collecting the paycheck and like don't give a fuck about the kids, how do we know these kids are even learning? And we actually know that most of the time they aren't learning based on the statistics. Because if there's no standards, no measurements, no oversight, and no recourse for failure, what exactly are we comparing to? This is not a...
We do have standards. There's standardized testing. Like kids that are homeschooled take SAT scores, and we do have a compilation of like how that turns out as well too. So that's also wrong.
It's about attacking parents. It's about protecting our youth, because every child, regardless of zip code.
Well, hold on. How are you not attacking parents when you're saying, because those things are part and parcel. Like, you can't often separate the two, because here's the thing though, it is attacking parents. Especially if you're going to educate them on LGBTQ, all these other modern belief systems. I mean, it's almost like a different religion when you have a rainbow flag in the classroom and they're going to teach like sex ed, their version of it and all this. It's like, yeah, that you're actually attacking the parents and their hard work. You're undoing everything that they taught at home, only to be unraveled at school and for the kid to be even more confused. That happens. I'm not saying it's overwhelming, like that's an absolute, but I'm saying that does happen in America, and that's a primary concern of parents, sending them to school because they don't actually know what they're learning and teaching, though they have to depend on what the kid's saying. That's their best filtration. Their best vetting system is like parent-teacher conferences. Hey, let me find out what you're learning in school, because they have to hear firsthand. And that's like after the kid may learn some bad things that you don't want to learn. It's whatever, but you're relying on the child to educate you on what's being taught at school. Like, the child is now the middleman for you to find out and vet the education system to learn if the education system is good or not.
Income or family belief system deserves an education that is consistent, evidence-based, and future-focused. We don't allow people to practice medicine again just because they're careful about their health. We don't let someone fly a plane just because they're passionate about air travel. Why are we okay with people teaching all?
Wait, hold on. Wouldn't that apply to teachers? We don't let everybody teach just because, we say that everybody's passionate about teachers. Well, that's not always the case either. This is like a universal where it's like, yeah, this can go both ways. That knife cuts both ways, by the way, Kinetic Hell.
Subjects, everything that a child may need to know, all grade levels, just because they love their kid and they think they know better. Seems a little Captain Save-a-ho to me.
So if you love your kid, you're like, think about this. Anything you love, you're more inclined to be better at. Think about it. So even if a parent that thinks they love themselves, their child more than anybody else is going to be more inclined to be better at it. Think about this. So I mean, I'm just going to really dumb this down. Think about anything you're really good at. It's probably because you also like it. Anything that you really like, you're going to be better at. So if a parent thinks that they're, that they really love being a parent, they're probably going to be really good at educating their child on certain things. If you think you're really like mind you, the word think is doing a lot of heavy lifting here too. But think about this. If a parent really loves being a parent, they're going to love educating their kid and want to educate themselves to be better for their and more present for their kid. How many teachers love their students? I mean, honestly, really, I grew up with crappy teachers growing up. And it's like, and of course that's an anecdote that I just demonstrated, but just think about your own life and your own lived existence as well too, what you see out there. Do you think that teacher really loves it? And I'm not talking about the over correction of teachers sleeping with their students, because there's also that love. I mean, that's harm. That's not even love, but yeah, I don't know.
What's the word for that? Savior complex. Sorry. So let's remember.
And mind you, she just called parents hoes. This is crazy. And now the parents, the reason why they love their kids is because they have a savior complex. That's insane. Just to say that, well, I love my kids. It's I'm being a Captain Save-a-ho. And then that gives me that just means I have a savior complex. That's crazy. Let me make sure that I heard that correctly. That's crazy. The fact that she's said that, I just want to clarify this.
Of zip code, income, or family belief system deserves an education that is consistent, evidence-based, and future-focused. We don't allow people to practice medicine again just because they're careful about their health. We don't let someone fly a plane just because they're passionate about air travel. Why are we okay with people teaching all subjects, everything that a child may need to know, all grade levels, just because they love their kid and they think they know better? Seems a little Captain Save-a-ho to me. What's the word for that? Savior complex. Sorry.
So she just called parents Captain Save-a-hos and said, because you love your kids, you have a savior complex. So since the beginning of time, parents have had a savior complex. I think that's a really bad mischaracterization of parents who love their kids and want to see a better future for them.
So let's remember, good intentions are not the same as good outcomes. When we rely solely on intention without structure or verification, what we get is a system where kids thrive, or where some kids thrive, but a lot are going to fall.
So real quick, everybody, I also messaged Minar. So let me put it back up. Mr. Workademics, if you're still on live in about 30 minutes, I can get on and debate you. I want to be there. So there's probably going to be a 2v1. Me and Minar versus Mr. Workademics over the ICE issue. So it's going to be a 2v1 on my channel. I wish both of you the best of luck, and may Christ be with you. So we'll do this. 2 people versus 1 ex-ICE agent. That's probably going to happen after this, but we'll try to. I'm not going to speed run this because I want to be really mindful of this debate with Paige and Kinetic Hell here to make sure that I do justice covering this. So back to this.
All through the cracks, as we can see from both firsthand experience and the data. Homeschooling as it's practiced today doesn't reliably produce better results. What it produces is a risk that we should not be asking children to bear. Like the youth, like
she said, a risk that we're not asking children to bear. The parents are bearing this risk. The parents are bearing all this. They're paying for their everything. They're literally paying for their education, the roof over their head, the utilities, the study, books, everything else. Parents are bearing a lot of this risk. the kids are taking risks too at the same time by, I mean, saying, you know what, but it's up to them. It's up to the students to absorb all of this, right? But the parents are burdening all this financial, emotional, familial bonding, everything. Like there's a lot of that's there. The parents are already super invested in this. The teacher is invested and I would say like a reduction, leastly by a paycheck. The parents, oh, what do the parents have to gain from this? A whole lot more. And they're putting in a whole lot more. Feeding, clothing, sheltering, everything else. Parents' investment way more than what the teachers are investing.
We should not just like roll the dice, right? At the end of the day, we need something with reliability, structure, and decades of proven success. They deserve teachers who are trained to teach. They deserve learning environments that are built around child development, not adult preference. They deserve to be part of an educational system that recognizes their right to learn, not just their parents' right to their control. So tonight, let's start telling the truth. Homeschooling in its current form is not a harmless alternative. It is a deeply uneven, under-regulated experiment.
It is unregulated. I mean, you can say that, but I don't think it's bad because there is no oversight. But think about parenting. Parenting is a form of teaching. If you're going to teach your kids to walk, right, they got their 2 first steps, or you're going to teach them how to ride a bicycle and you got the training wheels on and you take them off. You're teaching them how to, you're a teacher already from jump as a parent. You're a teacher. So it's like, are we incapable of doing that since we've done this since the dawn of freaking time? Parents have been teachers since day one with their child. So it's like she's saying, well, no, they're incompetent as parents, basically in a nutshell. She just, from what I get from her intro, she's saying parents are just incompetent teachers. To be a good parent, you have to be a teacher. You're forced to do this. No, don't touch the cookie jar. You just taught your kid something. You see what I'm saying?
And children should not be test subjects for ideology. Thank you.
Thank you, Kel. Paige, to you.
Thank you. Wow, that was a lot of prattle, littered with some anecdotals. But I'm glad that you set me up to provide the more statistically grounded viewpoint. Thanks.
Based. Based. That's crazy. Like that's what she did. She gave a lot of prattle. Jared Speaks says she hasn't said anything substantive for 3 minutes of her opening. I agree. I didn't really hear much, but just I think and I feel. Remember what I said about the feel felt found thing? That's crazy. Paige is, yeah, that was based and Paige called it like it is. So let's continue.
To that. So I'm just going to cut to the point. Life contains many necessary expenses. And when we evaluate such expenses, we look at many factors. We look at price, we look at value for money, we look at the degree of convenience, and we look at the benefit overall, right? Now, what if I told you that there was something which costs $3,000 a year and provided you with 30 hours a week in services with mixed and potentially detrimental results for something you could do better yourself? I think we all know the answer. This is the public school system, and private schools are even more. Anywhere between $5,000 to $70,000 a year, if boarding is necessary. And by enrolling your child in public or private school, you leave one of the most precious things to you, which is your child, and I'm glad that you touched on that in your opening, in the hands of complete strangers to mold, shape, educate, and protect. At least you hope they will. Probably not. And the educators which do this for large amounts of children at a time, meaning that the individualized experience which we would find with a homeschool environment is an impossibility. Status quo is the norm. Meaning things that like critical race theory, queer topics, and sex ed are all on the table, regardless as to whether or not you would prefer to have your child educated on these topics or not. And the questionable conduct doesn't stop there. 9.2% of children are assaulted in schools. According to a 2022 study, 19.2% of students enrolled in grades 6 to 12 experienced bullying nationwide. And this is during the 2021 to 2022 school year. And this is all United States, just for the record. So with statistics like that, even a secularist couple would understandably be hesitant to enroll their child in the public school system, absent any benefit financially they think that the system might offer. Because let's be honest, when it comes to children, as you touched on, Kel, their well-being is far more important than anything else, including balancing the household budget. Now, what are the positive aspects of homeschooling? Well, during 2021 to 2022 school year, there were around 6% of the total population, or about 3.1 million homeschool students in grades K through 12 in the United States.
What is Kel doing? Is she like, it looks like she's having a conversation with somebody or looking up something online. So during a debate, what I'll do is I'll try my best to listen to my opponent so I can either refute some of the things that they've said or respond to some of the things, because after they have their opening, okay, let's reconcile this that you said. Let me untangle this and tell you how you're wrong about what you said in your opening. I don't think this expression from Kinetic Kel on her end indicates that she may be paying attention, but I could be wrong. I'm just making an assumption right now.
And according to a 2024 study, this is by Crown Counseling, it's a peer-reviewed study, homeschool students typically score 15 to 25 percentile points above public school students on standardized academic tests. And yes, it's not just completely up in the air. They do have to pass the requisite tests, regardless of who homeschools them. And that's just the academic element. I believe you made some references to the Mean Girls opening with the homeschool kids are freaks, Kel. Even like socially, emotionally, and physiologically, they do perform better than their public school counterparts. And that's at a rate of 87%. These are
Damn, 87% called it. Like performing better on standardized tests. I've said that before. But she's calling them freaks, and then she literally just called the parents Captain Save-A-Hose with a savior complex. Like she's bastardizing parents for educating children. That's crazy.
They're just small potatoes. So it's almost like homeschooling with a properly motivated or educated teacher can provide customized and individualized learning, absent the cost and negative effects of the public or private school system. In short, it's a no-brainer. And with that, I yield my time.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so Paige had a grounding of some stats. She also refuted the fact that these kids aren't freaks because you're basically shaming the parents. I mean, she put the label of like Captain Save-A-Ho. What did she say? The parents have a savior complex. This is crazy. You see how shame is being used in the inverse? To me, that doesn't really make any sense. And then Kinetic Kel, I'm trying to find out, like, because there was not much for Paige to like latch onto as far as like any refutation, because Kinetic Kel didn't really have any meat in her opening. Just they do bad because they do bad. The bad is the bad. That was basically about it. Am I wrong? Because that's what Kinetic Kel's opening was, in my opinion.
To the audience, just as a kind reminder, we're going to get through our debate. Then we will read and respond to your kind super chats. And of course, your favorite part, we will go into open panel dumpster fire where you yourself, the audience, can come on and have your time talking about the topic at hand. Ladies, I leave the floor open to you.
Yeah, so maybe let's just talk about some of the stuff that you brought up in your, because you said you have statistics on some of these things, and I'd like to be clear. You said that that homeschooling is poorly documented, that there's no standard for this. Can you advise where you got that statistic from? You're on mute.
Oh, you're muted, honey.
Yeah.
I apologize. So obviously there's curriculum, and I'm sorry, did not mean to. Your crowd thinks I'm inappropriate right now. So obviously there is curriculum that you must abide by.
I mean, it does say resident degen on her. Okay, anyways, back to this.
However, what I'm saying is there's not much regulation on if a parent is succeeding, whether it's just like standardized testing. And there's really like so many ways to just like cram some shit into like a kid's brain at the end of the.
Okay, I'm waiting for the point where she says where she got this information from.
Semester rather than it's okay. I'm sorry, guys. I do have a shirt on.
You're good. You do whatever you want to do. Don't listen to that chat. Don't listen to that. Only the gay ones are going to be complaining about what you're wearing, honey.
Bro, I know I lost my page. No, but it's so funny that you say 9.2% of something is abuse in school.
Yeah, she's not answering the question. By the way, if you guys can catch that, she asked Kinetic Kel because there isn't standardized testing and there's no way to gauge progress. That's what she's implying, or where they got this information from. She's like, where did you get this information from? Kinetic Kel isn't answering to that right now.
How many people do you think are abused at home? How, like, what?
So Kinetic Kel's asking a question to answer her question. I don't know. This is what Menard did all night last night, which was infuriating. So,
ratio of abuse do you think happens at home? And like, how many check-ins are there besides like standardized testing for? And okay,
this is the absence of statistics.
Oh, sorry.
Point.
Right. Sorry. So let's talk about this. Let's see. Okay, so according to a 2022 study by CRHE, or the Coalition for Responsible Home Education,
is it peer reviewed?
I don't know.
Okay.
Paige?
Okay.
Feel free to drop the link in the back chat if you want to.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Here. GG. So kids are 2 to 3. It looks like they're an advocate for responsible home education, which I think is an important voice and something we should give credence to, not instantly dismiss based on your stipulations. But they're 2 to 3 more.
They're not stipulation. She cited data when Connecticut can easily ask her where she got hers from. Meanwhile, we still have yet to get an answer from Connecticut where she got her information from. But hopefully that this is what's being presented in the back chat right now.
Times to more likely to report being behind grade level. Additionally, the Carter's Education Survey finds that homeschool graduates are less likely than conventional grads to attend college or graduate school, despite higher self-reports of well-being, which who gives a fuck if you are a true righty, right? Also, so the CRHE I mentioned previously as well, right? The Coalition for Responsible Home Education, which I'm sure Paige is going to try and dismiss, even though these are the people who are participating, and she's trying to give credence and professionalism to, right? So had an article that overviewed the outcomes of homeschoolers pursuing college that illustrated among 16 studies on college and adult successes, only 69% showed positive outcomes for homeschool students.
69% would be a majority.
Well, with some studies,
only 69%. If we round up, that's like saying only 70% are successful. It's only the majority.
Studies showing neutral or even worse outcomes. So that's kind of showing you that nuances are going to prevail rather than just universal success, where we have way more measurable data and quarterly check-ins and stuff with public schooling.
Yeah, more check-ins doesn't mean more success. 70% is not an absolute really bad failure for homeschool. Like if we had 70% of that's actually a higher percentage than I would think. Well, homeschool's scoring higher on standardized testing or doing better. 70% is a high number. That's the overwhelming majority. That's the stark majority. And she's saying that 70% is bad as if public school has a higher percentage. She would have to compare that with a comparative study and say, well, okay, well, we have homeschooling. What's the we have public schooling. What's the percentage of the success rate and higher standardized test scoring of the success rate of that? 70% is a high margin. So, which is homeschooling. She's actually making, well, if it was me versus her, I'd be saying, you're making my argument for me. 70% is actually pretty good. If 70% of the workforce was being successful, that means that we're diminishing the failure rate that we have. Which direction are we moving? Are we moving up or down? Because 70%, that's a majority. So you're bastardizing majority or what? If you would say a 30%, which is the opposite, right, which is the remainder, that's the part. If it was in the inverse and we had 30% of a success rate, that's not a success. So I don't know what she's doing with her point right now, but let's continue.
So you honestly are going to sit here and tell me that that's going to be more personalized, that the kids are going to get the right attention that they need in a class of, what is it? The average class is like 20 to 30 kids at least.
I know. I'm going to find my page. What did you say? Oh, here we go.
And that's another thing that Paige just brought up right now. How many of these kids are getting individualized attention? Think about attention deficit disorder and all these other things that we label on kids these days and all that other stuff. You know, kids want to go outside and play. They want to stay focused and everything. And it's like, you understand that the people in the back of the class may have a propensity to be neglected more than the people at the front of the class. So you're going to have kids that get overlooked in class. Think about that. But with homeschooling, you're going to have one-on-one attention. Like if you're not paying attention in class, a parent could check you really quick on that. But if you're sitting in the back of the class in a public school, okay, does that even, like, how do you mitigate that? Like, how do you mitigate the lack of attention?
Yeah, it's so funny that you said with a properly educated and motivated teacher, when it's like at the end of the day, yes, that is my main problem. I'm sure there are some kids that would be better off because their parents are going to shield them from whatever they think ideological hell is. But it's like at the end of the day, we don't know that every single parent that enrolls their kids in homeschooling is going to be that educated and motivated teacher. Like,
we don't know is not even a good answer. Like, at the end of the day, we don't know. That's not a stat. That's not a reference. We don't know where you got these studies from or anything like that. Matter of fact, I don't know if Paige's initial answer was given for the question that she originally asked. Kinetic Hell didn't verbally answer the question. Maybe it's still in the back chat somewhere. But Paige just asked the question that Kinetic Hell has still yet refused to answer.
No, we don't.
Well, okay.
We have no idea what people's motivations might be. And again, when we...
Whoa, hold on. Did she just say we have no idea what people's motivations will be, but they have a savior complex and they're Captain Save-A-Hose? Well, doesn't that imply some kind of motivation? Because somebody has a complex, doesn't that kind of affect that? Like, this isn't an exact contradiction, but it's borderline adjacent to that. It's like, well, we don't know what the motivating factors are, but they have a savior complex and they're Captain Save-A-Ho and doing all this. You're shaming people while also telling them that they don't have a motivation, but that's kind of a motivation. Like, it's even if it's like a pseudo motivation that you're implying, labeling on people. I don't understand what her point is. Hopefully she has something solid for us.
And our kids to school, at the end of the day, people pursue algebra, history, all this stuff vocationally because it's their passion to teach it to the youth. So don't you think that someone who has to look at like the crazy, like say what you want about teachers, look at all the crazy schooling that they have to go through and all the shadowing that they have to do to...
There's not a lot of crazy schooling that teachers have to go through. Like, but also that varies. It depends if you want to, what level you want to teach at. But I think the ordinary public school person, like, I think you're still going to end up with a populace of teachers that just show up for the paycheck because they're tired of students and they just want to get the day over with so they can get home and have their drink. Tell me that doesn't exist, Kinetic Hell. And what do you do about this percentage of people that just show up to a job for a paycheck? Because absolutely, I don't think 100% of teachers, which is an absolute, show up because they're passionate about the job. I think that's possible. That's going to happen. You're going to find that. But is that the majority? That's in question.
Be qualified as to be an educator of our youth, as they should. I don't think that just any old person who thinks that they know better for their kids, and I'm sure that a ton of people do. I'm sure there's plenty of personal anecdote we could look at, but we just don't know, and there's just not enough regulation at this point in time.
Well, right now, as of 2022, 54.3.
Remember how she said, do you have any proof where this came from? Do you have a source? Kinetic Hell is still saying, trust me, bro. She's saying there's still not enough regulation. Remember when Paige just said, well, if you're saying there's no regulation, can you tell me where you got that information from? Kinetic Hell still saying there's no regulation absent a source, absent telling her where she got this information from or where she's getting her data from. She's just still making this empty assertion, asking Paige to bite this bullet, which is crazy. Can I still get an answer for where you got this from? Because you want me just to believe you. Trust me, bro, is not an answer.
Of U.S. working age adults had a post-secondary credential. Do you not think that, for instance, like homeschooling is, most people do not homeschool all the way through college, these advanced degrees that you're thinking of. Most people homeschool up until grade 12. And the fact is that most people have a grade 12 education. And like I said, even more have there's a 54% that have an actual post-secondary education. So how would that not set me up? If I'm just looking at this as a layperson, absent my current degree, which actually sets me up to be great at doing this, right? Why would I not?
Well, it's great that many people have. Oh, I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, like, if this many people have, high school plus, they also have post-secondary education. Why can they not teach grades 1 through 12? Why can't, in the instance, like, let's say you're not knowledgeable on math's not your strong suit, right? Why can't you just take like a refresher course? Like, this is not something that you have never learned. It's not like it's impossible. And look, if you honestly cannot homeschool, like if you homeschooling your kid would be more detrimental, I think that that's a decision that you need to make as a couple. But I would hope that parents would take every step possible in order to make them best suited for homeschooling prior to doing so.
And think about this. Paige brings up a good point. Oh my good. This is like a bomb drop. I don't know if you guys heard this. She said, as a couple, think about a traditional family, which we want to evoke in America, a father and a mother. Not only like that's more accountability for the kid, that's less evasion that they have to deduct their studies and stuff. You know, if the mom is like, hey, you better study before dad gets home, now we have an enforcer for the education. And it's not solely on the mom too, especially with nuclear families. Think about this. With a teacher and you're in the back of a class, how much attention are you going to get? Bro, you're at home with mom and dad. Yeah, try ducking missing out on this test that you were supposed to do. Try not doing it and let dad find out. All this other like there's checks and more checks and balances at home than you would find at public schools. Because what's the enforcer? Oh, that's right. He didn't do his homework last night. Let me call your parents. So they still have to divert to the parents who are the homeschoolers anyways, or should be, if the kid isn't doing what he's supposed to do. So they divert to home anyways. That's because if you never outsourced it to public schools anyways, you wouldn't even need to go back to the origin, you know, not the outcome, which is teachers, the origin, which is the two parents at home, the nuclear family that we want in American society. You have an enforcer, which would be the dad. Normally that's traditionally what happens. Like you didn't do your chores. Oh, no dessert for you. You didn't do your homework, which is also kind of a chore to a kid. Oh, no dessert for you. Like there's punishments we can have. There's living arrangements that'll change. Oh, you're to your room, no video games. I'm taking away your system. All this other the parents are incentivized so much to be directly involved in their kid's life and have more control over that kid's education than the teacher would be. You know what? I'm just going to tell your dad. All the teacher can do is threaten the student with using the parents initially. But if the parents are there anyways, you don't need to do all that because they're already there. It's so crazy.
And I think most people would choose homeschool if they could. How many people do you online saying like, oh, I wish my husband made more money so I could homeschool my kids?
Well, and that's exactly my point, Paige, as you said, well, I would hope that most people, and that's the problem, is that it's like with teachers, there's like specific like stipulations in education that they must pursue in order to educate our children. With parents, it's just like we're just hoping, praying, crossing our fingers that they're going to go about things in an ethical and responsible fashion. And I will answer your question, how you said, and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm going to be better about that. But how you said, oh, most adults or whatever, this percentage of adults have a secondary education.
So Nate brings up a very good point, which is the point that I made. Like homeschool parents can participate in after school sports and activities, which is what I said. That's a part of fundamental education too, because you're going to learn teamwork, how to play well with others and all this. That's going to rectify like the checks and balances part and parcel with like learning that if you don't participate in society, society is going to ostracize you. Sports teach you a lot about this. Like if I don't play well with others, they're not going to give me the ball because they're going to say, well, screw him. He doesn't give us enough time with the ball, like in the sports or whatever that is. The team is going to ostracize you and maybe out you on all this and expose you for the person that's too selfish on the school team. And all this like helps you out with fundamental education because you have to be in the workforce with people that you have to play fair with. You know, that you're not going to want to cheat at work and cheat somebody else out of an opportunity because you knew what it was like through sports. So
why wouldn't they be qualified? At this point in time, sure. But if all of these adults who had secondary education decided to pursue homeschooling, a representative study of U.S. adults aged 24 to 39 found that long-term homeschoolers had lower rates of bachelor degree completion, as in...
Yeah, that's bachelor rate completion. You know, that's like furtherance of education, but we're talking about the fundamentals here. Like, because think about the bachelor education. That's once they leave the home. Then it's like they're no longer being homeschooled after that. You're talking about post-homeschooling, the outcomes. I'm sure we could talk about that. But during homeschooling, what's the success rate about this? Because at like the bachelor's degree, you're talking about somebody that's no longer being homeschooled. You see how that's kind of a borderline false equivalent? Because that's like me saying, well, people with master's degrees aren't doing that well. Well, they're far from being homeschooled at that point. What are you talking about?
27% versus 45 to 46% among their public school peers. So they're also going to have lower household incomes and higher rates of not working. So it's...
And I'd ask, how did she get that data? Like people with bachelor's degrees or master's, whatever it is you're talking about, Kinetic Health, how are they getting this information since they're no longer being homeschooled during this period of time? Which means that if they leave the home, They could be influenced by the world. They can be influenced by something else other than being, because here's the thing though, we're talking about homeschooled people. We're not talking about fully functional grown adults who left the home, how their success rates are, because I don't even think that's analogous actually. And then how did they even come up with these numbers? That's what I'd ask. Well, how are you getting this data? She'd probably still never give me the data.
Great that at this point in time that they might have secondary education, but if they start homeschooling their kids, the statistics show that more than likely their homeschooled outcomes are not going to have the same opportunity or the same secondary education that their teachers received.
And all that would be.
Somebody said put a shirt on your bra, looks like a fishing net. How are you getting this information, Kinetic Hell? Like, how are you in summation with everything that you're saying? Where is this data coming from?
Fine and dandy if I didn't have a comprehensive study showing that, like I said, they actually outperform their public school counterparts in terms of their grade percentile, in terms of their social and psychological and emotional abilities. I would absolutely, maybe I'd be more inclined to agree. Do you have stats that refute that? I've dropped.
Oh, wow. Paige went right where I was going anyways. Where are you getting this information from?
It in the chat in case you'd like to review it. And it's more recent than yours. Yours is a 2018 one-pager. What I just sent is a comprehensive analysis of all of the benefits of homeschooling versus public school.
Damn. That is like that's a definite mic drop. That's crazy. This is insane. Good job. Good job, Paige, for calling that out. That's crazy. The fact that she caught that right there, she was like, yeah, I'd like to see a comprehensive study. And then not to mention that, but yours is from this date. And then mine is more recent and more comprehensive as well, too. Yeah, bomb drop. So let's continue. This is just crazy. I can't believe that. And I like how Paige is holding her feet to the fire and holding her accountable. Mo says, oh no, we'll have less people with lesbian basket weaving degrees. How will we go on as a society? Copper's dad is right about this. So moving forward, it's like, yeah, how are we going to, how these useless degrees, matter of fact, you can have like a social studies degree and still be working at Starbucks as a barista, but homeschooling, I guarantee you're going to be more successful because remember what I said about farming and industrial labor jobs and all that other stuff, blue collar work that pays more and more useful for society. I'm in diesel tech school right now. It pays a good ton of money, to be honest with you. That's not a social studies degree. That's not a college degree. That's real world application. And most homeschooling, I would say, probably leans more in that direction, actually.
And it is peer reviewed before you ask. It's fact checked by.
I don't think that Kels was going to ask if it's peer reviewed. Something tells me that she would have never asked anyways.
I wasn't going to ask that.
I'd never seen this video, by the way. How did I even know that? It's the first time I'm seeing this video. Called it.
I was going to ask that for the record. Can we put a 10-second pause so I can put on a shirt? I'm sorry, your chat really does not like me right now.
You see how, hold on, the same person that's calling parents Captain Save-A-Hose and saying Savior Complex is now being subjected to the same shame. Doesn't feel good, right? You're shaming parents, now the chat's shaming you. And see how effective this is in the inverse? Now you're going to put on a shirt?
It's really good in TA. Okay, no worries.
Gay, you're all gay.
Are they? What are they? I'm just trying to see what they're saying here.
So to me, that doesn't make any sense. So if you want a woman to be modest, that's gay. Now we're shaming people to be more modest out of being modest. That's crazy. It's almost like we're going to call husbands simps now for being faithful and loyal to their wives. Sounds crazy. We're shaming tradition now and things that should be applicable toward the society we want to move towards, which is what homeschooling would do with proper parenting and traditional families.
In the comments.
Especially if your traditional family has a guy named Copper protecting it, you're definitely going to be safe.
It's fine, Cal. Don't worry. We've had bigger, beautiful, voluptuous tatas on this screen, and they paid.
How degen of a word to say. She said, don't worry, we've had bigger tata. Like, what? Why is this even a conversation? Bigger, more beautiful. This is like such a degen turn of events that this is crazy. Independent Thinker says Paige got a little bit of that Rachel Wilson in her. Yes, Paige is no joke. She's furious. We often go to TikTok and actually I need to finish the video that we were doing. Me and Paige were doing these TikTok raids against these freaking liberals, feminists, and black cultural propagandized people. Like it's crazy. I'll post that in the next update. That may be non-members only this time because I have members only, where me and Paige are going to liberate these liberals from their stupid ideas, and we wreck the shit out of these people. So yeah, crazy. Let's continue as she gets more decent.
A couple $100 to get the girl off the screen. So just saying, it's not you, it's them.
See, I like how I responded to that. I've got another point after that. Oh no, it's not a wedding ring. It's on my other hand. Yeah, somebody that's in the chat's like, "Is that a wedding ring?" I'm like, "No, I'm not married." Hopefully someday.
Sorry, I was gonna comment. Let's just continue.
Do you want to build a snowman? Are you good, Kel? I don't know if you're muted or.
Oh, sorry. I don't know where my tab just went with you guys.
We're here.
Oh, there you are. There you are. Okay, I don't know why it's capturing the wrong one. Sorry.
Yeah, so just a refresher. So I have a comprehensive study. It's I think 4 or 5 pages long with multiple statistics.
Yeah, the debate. Yes, not to deflect from this debate, but yeah, man, I appreciate it, man. Jared Speaks. I hope I did well in the debate yesterday. That's my only hope. Unlike Manar, I'm not going to just announce that I won and beat his ass in the debate. I just wait for the audience to find out, because I think about this, the jury of our peers, this whole lingo about being judged by the town square, all that. I would appeal to you guys for the win or loss. I would never say that I'm the arbiter of winning and losing a debate like Manar did. Like, hey, since I won this debate and all that, while in the middle of the debate, I've never heard fighters say, hey, I'm in the middle of the fight and I won the fight. The fight hasn't even ended, and he was calling victory, which was crazy Manar. And I posted the stats from the debate and how the polling went. Anyways, let's continue.
And you have a 1-page study. It's from 2018. Mine's from, I think, 2024, September 18th, 2024. It's peer reviewed. My statistics show that in terms of standardized test performance, higher education pursuit, average daily learning time, cost of education, a whole bunch of college graduation rates, all of these statistics support that homeschooling is better.
So the thing is when you go to public school, how they hand out the fucking test to everyone, how many homeschooling kids do you think are actually participating in the study?
Well, so this one is a comprehensive study. I have to assume that the sample size was appropriate.
Right, but comprehensive means jack shit to me when it's there's no people reinforcing how many homeschool kids take that study.
Does she know what comprehensive means? Comprehensive means that there is a way they possibly know, because there's more than one factor probably. Comprehensive means that it could be multifaceted, multi-layered. You see what I'm saying? But she's making this assertion that there isn't in this study. And then Paige also said it's peer-reviewed, while she's then saying that it means jack shit, contradicting herself, saying that there's no way we can know this. Paige just said it's peer-reviewed. I would call this out live in the debate if I was in the debate, and I'd be like, what are you talking about? I just said it's peer-reviewed, and you're saying there's no way we can know.
Wait, do you not understand how a peer-reviewed study?
Oh, that's what I was just. This is what I was just saying. Paige is brilliant, by the way. Exactly what I was saying. Obviously, we're really good debaters. She called that out just like I did. Never seen this video before. Watching this for the first time, called it like I saw it. Good job, Paige. Paige, God, with the haymaker over here.
Do you not understand how if you're in a 3rd grade classroom and you hand out 50 tests versus mailing the homeschooling people a letter and being please report in for us?
How's that any different though? You know, we're trusting the student to hand it to the teacher. We're trusting the student to hand it to the parents who are handing it to the teacher. I don't understand how that's analogous, actually, too, or actually is a defeater to my whole point.
Your complaint is that we didn't interview every single homeschooled and public school child in the United States. Is that the complaint about the study?
No, answer the question. Do you think that if a kid has a...
Oh, Paige has to answer a question. Meanwhile, there's 2 questions you still haven't answered. Like, this is crazy. I'm getting Minar PTSD flashbacks right now. People not answering questions.
Test put in front of them, and then like you have to opt out of them taking that survey versus like mailing it out to a family and expecting them to mail it back. Don't you think we'd have a higher outcome of return on the public versus private school person?
I think that what you're referring to is called statistical like analogies or statistical discrepancies, and that happens.
I wouldn't know. I'm looking for a yes or no, though.
Probably happened with your study too. Do you think that there was underreporting in your?
No. You haven't answered my question. Why would I answer yours?
Wait, hold on. She's saying you haven't answered my question. Why would I answer yours? Kinetic Kel, there are 2 questions you still haven't answered that Paige asked you. Like, this is crazy. Rules for thee and not for me. But if we have it your way, this is how if this is an indicator of how you want public schools to be ran, this isn't really good. That means that teachers aren't accountable, but parents have to be. If this was like mirrored on to, anyways.
Of course, come on, yes or no?
I already did answer. I said that that's part of any study, and it's probably part of yours too.
So yes, that the kid who has
all studies are based on the same method of statistics taking, Cal. Yes, there's probably an accuracy.
If someone mails out do you not understand like the argument?
She said like 20 times. Pay attention. Like if I had to take a drink, I'm saying like now. I'm being affected by the like virus. I hate that when you hear a word and you can't unhear it. And then you're like saying like 50,000 times, like saying like this, like I just said like. You see what I'm saying? This is what Kinetic Kel's doing right now. I'm becoming a grammar Nazi right now when it comes to verbiage. But Kinetic Kel, if she went to public school and she says like 50 times within 30 seconds, I may just pull my hair out. It's on air right now. It's crazy. If I had to take a drink every time she said like, my liver would shut down in 5 minutes.
I do understand the argument.
No. I did not mean that to be
underreporting discrepancies. Is that am I strawmanning you right now? Why don't you explain how I'm strawmanning you right now?
I don't even. Can you define strawman?
Yeah.
Oh man. Public schooling is on display right now on the left. Do you know what a straw man is? No, I don't know. Good Lord.
That's when I've incorrectly stated your position.
No, I just think it's like a little bit ridiculous because with homeschooling, what's the metric for us collecting data?
You see how she just made a claim? You're straw manning me. Okay, what am I straw manning? All right, let me back off of this claim because I can't demonstrate it.
Because like obviously if we have kids every day in a school, I'm like, okay, like I could concede on that point that I'm like maybe my data was weaker than yours. So because I'm like, I don't want to get stuck on.
She said like 10 times within the last, oh God. Now I'm like, cannot see it. Now I'm stuck on this word like. So crazy. I hate when this happens.
On the same little
okay. Yeah.
That. So I'm like, maybe I can concede that my data is weaker than yours on that front as far as pursuing higher education and stuff like that. If we could move along to like, what about like the higher probability for children to tolerate?
So you can see then that this study is better in that you don't have anything to refute the fact that homeschooled children are generally performing better than their counterparts, according to my study.
According to your study, yes, I would concede on that.
Which is peer-reviewed and done more recently than yours. Yeah. Okay, go ahead. What was the next point?
Okay, let's talk about how, children in homeschooling are going to have like a higher metric for tolerating bullshit, basically. Like the bad fucking, like obviously they're not going to understand, like they're not going to be well adjusted or understand like abuse or like they're
like,
they have no metric.
Like anyways, like abuse, like your studies, like, God, man, this is crazy.
For understanding, there's no fucking mandated reporters around them. They have no outside resources. That's how you end up with a situation like Thorpe's, bro.
Wait, they have no outside resources? You mean parents can't look at externalities outside of their home and use resources like teachers can? How does this make sense? Do you mean, I would say in this debate, I'd say, well, can you demonstrate how parents don't have access to outside resources? Give me one demonstration, even anecdotal, how parents are prohibited somehow from utilizing outside resources to help with their fundamental home education. Let's say that they're functioning in a limited capacity, like Paige was saying, that they don't know like advanced algebra or anything like that. Do parents not have access to resources to help them out, even if their kids in some accelerated home program? Kel, can you demonstrate that for me? Show me how this is plausible. Like I would run this line of logic and she'd probably bomb and fail. And then I'd hold her feet to the fire just to make it extra uncomfortable.
Yeah, that's number one. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you.
That's okay.
Were you finished? I don't want to interrupt you.
You're good.
Okay. Is that what she meant? Outside, but the same thing still applies. Work academics, like, how do kids not have access to outside resources? Because if you have kids that are participating in sports outside of the home, because you can do this, extracurricular activities, like they can be on the football team, being homeschooled, they don't, that's not a resource. Like they can't use this to report abuse. And then I would ask her, well, how often do you think abuse happens at home? Let her die on this sword. I'd say, okay, since you want to bring this up, how often does abuse happen at home? Okay, would you call educating your kids on LGBTQ education curriculum? Not to mention this, would you consider the pandemic of teachers touching kids at a rate of 3 times per week? There's an arrest for a teacher happening now for essay on students. Would you consider that abuse? Because I have statistics on that. I could bring up kinetic hell. Like I'd run the line, like let her die on this sword. Like that's what I do in a debate. I'd hold them to this certain this claim that they make and say, okay, if you want to run this claim, let's expose this. Let's kind of delve into this and magnify this so the world can see how this looks. Because I'm interested in seeing this. Can we dive into that since you brought it up? And what people will say is, no, we're not going to dive into that. Let's get back to the topic. No, you brought up this claim. Like I love doing that in a debate because people fail to, so it's crazy. You're right. I just want to correct the record. Yeah, but that's the thing, though. This would apply to the other thing as well, too. This would be an application overwhelmingly, like not just with education, but reporting abuse, reporting if mandates are being met, standardized testings being met. There's so many resources that parents. Matter of fact, the fact that parents send their kids to public schools is parents using an outside resource. But what that is they're too dependent on that to where it's like becoming lazy parenting nowadays. And that's the thing that's problematic. And me and Paige would probably agree on this.
Okay. So the study that I referenced also like quotes in terms of them being, like I said, socially.
Oh, based. Hold on. I got to call this out right now. I use them all the time for teaching zoos, aquariums, observatories. We do all the things, Latin and logic, classic philosophy. My son plays high school baseball, and I homeschool him. There are homeschool programs all over. Right. Based. I'm leaving this comment up for a minute because it's so based. You know what? Yeah, damn, this is like once if my channel blows up and gets bigger, I'm going to be like, you're getting merch automatically. This is like a merch comment right here. So based, man. Yeah, I congratulate you on your homeschooling and may that go well. All right, let's continue with this.
And psychologically more available than their public school counterparts, just in terms of like the whole, touch grass kind of argument, which I think is where you're getting at. How do the homeschool kids even like understand how to act in society? Did you know that actually it's over 60% of homeschooled kids are enrolled in athletics?
Damn, dropping facts, son. That's what's happening. Right? It's good. Woo, Kinetic Hell, you're going to have to figure out how to reconcile all of this.
You know that? I have the stats for that too.
I have the stats for that too. She was like, you know what? I have a nice dessert for you. Let me put this cherry on the top of this dessert. Here you go. Kinetic Hell's going to get low IQ diabetes. Anyways, let me stop. That's an ad hom. I didn't mean that. Dessert is delicious. We should all partake in some delicious food.
Okay,
just
drop
because
it.
you're at home. In fact, I would argue in that case that their parents would be even more motivated to get them out of the house. They're probably like, Timmy's bugging me again.
Wait,
like,
wait. Sorry. I let you misdirect me. What does sports have to do with college?
She said, wait, sorry, I let you misdirect me. So you weren't paying attention to anything I was saying? That's what I would have said. So you weren't paying attention? Is this what happens in public schools? Attention deficit? Are we mirroring my whole point right now as to why parents should be more integral at home training and schooling?
Tolerating abuse. Sorry, I let you misdirect me.
What does that have to do? What kind of abuse? And where does it say that homeschooled children more easily tolerate abuse? Where's the stat of that?
Do you not understand that, like, someone in like a sheltered environment with maybe someone who takes advantage of them, which who knows, it could be 50-50, it could be, we have no metric for understanding what people's motivations are for keeping their kids in school.
That's a speculation.
The thing is, we don't have to speculate about people who pursue education vocationally. Again, they go to college because they go to college because they care about whatever they're fucking teaching. So, or teaching in general. Like, some people go to be a teacher, some people go because they care about geology or whatever it is, where it's like with parents, we're literally just hoping and praying that they have the best intentions at heart, where it's like, we really just have no fucking idea.
They love their kids.
That's my whole point. Think about this. MSM, you love what you do, you homeschool, right? Let's say you didn't love what you did. You wouldn't probably be good at it, right? That's the point. Paige was saying because they love their kids. You're going to be better at something that you love. And also, if you're really good at something, your proclivity to love it is better and easier. I want to say it's a proven fact, but my belief.
We're not sure whether who has the better intentions, the person who literally popped you out of their uterus, or just like a random stranger that's also responsible for the care of like 20 other kids. We really don't know.
Because they love their kids, or because they want control over their kids.
That's crazy. Paige is savage. We really don't know the person who popped them out of their belly and had to carry them for 9 months and be home with them and deal with them and ground them because they disobeyed directives. Okay, that's my law enforcement talking. And didn't understand boundaries, stole cookies from the cookie jar, and I had to punish them. Compared to the teacher who may just be there for a paycheck. Let's say the teacher does love them. Well, that's only 5 hours a day? Like, or 1 day per, like 1 hour per student, because let's say you have home, your homeroom class or whatever that is, like that's an hour just with that teacher. That's it. There's a way bigger investment for parents, and parents have way much more of an investment for sure.
Yeah, it has to be that. Again, this is a speculation.
No, it could be though. But speculation.
Could be is not a response. That's not an argument. That's almost as bad as trust me, bro. Could be.
The thing is, with educators who go to college, we don't have to speculate.
You do have to speculate, because how is liberal college working right now? Fundamentally, if you look at this, it's become more liberal centric than anything else. Do you really want to trust colleges now and just lean on that? That's what we're appealing to? University now and education in college? That's crazy.
Like, but with parents, we're just hoping for the best. Expect the worst. Like, bro.
Hoping for the best and expecting the worst? Parents are bad because they're bad. That's what our argument is. They're bad because I say they're bad. Trust me, bro.
Like, we have no metric for knowing. And also, like, look at how.
We do have a metric. That's what I would say, Paige. I'd be like, all right, you keep saying there's no metric. Can you show me how there's no metric, or showing me where you're getting this information where we don't have a metric? Because I have data and stats, a comprehensive peer-reviewed study where we're getting these metrics from. I have brought data to the table, but you haven't. Oh my God, I got to stop. I feel like I'm in the middle of a debate.
So many like murder cases come out of like people like, okay, I'm sorry. I don't want to like get stuck on like personal anecdotes or whatever, but I'm like fucking, what's her face? Okay, never mind.
Can I chime in? I was looking at these reports. I usually don't prod into them too hard, but I was looking at.
Well, that's because you're supposed to be unbiased, Sarah. You're supposed to be unbiased. You usually don't prod into that. Let's see where you're going to go with this, because I heard there was some bias in this debate. Is it going to show its face now?
At Kel's, and her report is actually a 2020. It's the information that hers is pulling from is coming from the 2024 report findings, and it is like it's fully referenced and cited at the end, like where it's pulling all of its sites.
Why would you help? Why are you helping? That's what she's doing right now. Actually, that's what Sarah's doing. She's pulling it actually. So now it's a 2v1 now? Is that what we're doing? Because here's the thing, though. If I was reffing a debate and I clearly understood that this person made a mistake and could like clarify their end, maybe like with the verbiage, I'd say, well, can you rephrase that for him? That's like the most help I give. Is there a different way you could rephrase that for the other person? Maybe I'd rephrase it. But I would never go to a study and say, well, actually, it shows this and that or whatever. I'd say, well, if the other person doesn't catch that they're making this mistake and not clarifying their mistake, I'm going to let them fall on their own sword because that's actually considered help at that point. There's a whole difference between, hey, actually, it says a 2020 degree. Let me go ahead and translate for you and do all this and help this person out, as opposed to like, okay, what do you mean by that? Can you re-clarify that for the other debaters so they can understand what you're saying? Because I don't think you're talking past each other. That's actually helping both people. But what Sarah's doing right now, this isn't helping. This is giving an advantage over to Kel, because if Kel dropped the ball on something, you're going to help her pick the ball up. Refs are supposed to be uninvolved. That's what a moderator is, a referee. And you're helping one of the sides. This is crazy.
But I was looking at the one you put on the screen page, and the one that it says it's fact checked by Dr. Pinson, but Dr. Pinson is an employee of this counselors group that the webpage,
Since when do moderators go and just debunk things or try to debunk one side's data and all that? How? Let me know, chat, if that's like not biased at all. Like, I'm just like, because Speakeasy isn't helping me out at all in any of these debates. And I guarantee you, Cool Vic isn't helping me out in these debates. He's not going to be like, well, actually, Marte, the data actually shows this and that. That's the debater's job to do that, not the moderator's job. What you're doing is you're hosting a debate as a referee that's unbiased. I'm not going to help you out. If you lose, then that's your fault. You should have like cleared up the data on this, cleared up the fact that it's not peer reviewed or whatever on your own. You're supposed to be prepared. This is hand holding at its finest that I'm watching right now. In real time, this is crazy.
Part of the company.
You see how Kel's like, oh, man, we're both getting you right now. Tag team. Like, that's what this is right now. Tag team. Paige is like, this is bullshit. Look at her face. Paige is like, this is absolute BS right now. Really? You're going to help her out? Think about if Sarah would have never helped Kel out right now. Kel would be getting brutalized right now. But now Sarah's like, no, let me come in and help her out. So you see, this is ironic because Kel was talking about Captain Save-A-Hose. Sarah's jumping in to save her. You see, rules for thee and not for me. She's okay with that. But I guarantee if Sarah came and helped her out, helped Paige out, Kel's would be like, yeah, this is BS. What if this happened the other way around? And Sarah was like, let me help Paige out because yours is bullshit. Your information's bullshit. Kel's would be like, nope, I'm done. Maybe she wouldn't have therapy quicker than this. Maybe she would have sought counseling quicker. Anyways, let me stop. That's bad.
Is she just on? How much do we know about her? Like, that doesn't really mean much.
Yes, it does. That's a conflict of interest right there.
Yeah, doctor of psychology and clinical director. Like, so that's her company.
Well, it's marked as peer reviewed, so I have to assume she's not the only contributor to the study.
So she asked a couple of her friends to co-sign it. Boo, fucking who? That's why I didn't know what peer reviewed meant. We don't know that.
She just said, that's why I didn't know what peer-reviewed meant. What?
That's what peer-reviewed meant, exactly, because it means jack shit.
So peer-reviewed information means jack? What? That's a crazy take.
That's not true. Peer-reviewed is generally recognized as the gold standard when we're talking about science.
Yes, it doesn't mean jack. It's the gold standard. When people say peer-reviewed, that means it holds more weight and value because it's been vetted through a system.
Scientific studies and other research. So,
well, clearly not by this propaganda piece, okay?
So if you're saying that this is propaganda piece, all you've espoused is propaganda. You haven't espoused where you got your information, Kels, or anything else like that. I would say that that's more propagandized than anything else because I actually have data, statistics, and all that. Mine's is more or less like propaganda and more voting with reality than anything else, because all you have is just feelings in your side.
It just says
Propaganda.
fact checked by Dr. Elka Jacobs Pinson, which is the lady that owns the company, or is like the
What
director of
made
the
you
company.
draw to the conclusion that it was thank you. Thanks for that, Sarah.
Yeah, thanks for helping me out, Sarah. This is such bullshit. This is so crazy. This is actually pretty cringe. As a debater myself, listening to this, I would call this out and I'd be like, Sarah, are you a moderator or is this a 2v1 right now? I would have said that. That would have been a key moment. And I would have definitely said this, because I remember there was a debate with me and Speakeasy, and I told Speakeasy, as he was a host, he wasn't a moderator, because after that he was a host. I said, you're being bad faith. And then Speakeasy said, hold on, explain to me how I'm bad faith. And I explained to him how he was bad faith. Anybody can get it. I don't care if you're the moderator. Cool Vic can get it. Not that I'm at odds with Cool Vic. Cool Vic's like one of the boys. He's cool as hell. But I'm just saying, I'm universal about this. I'm fair, firm, and consistent. Like if Cool Vic was helping the enemy out, I'd be like, Cool Vic, okay, so this is 2v1. All right, then I guess I got to take you out. Like, it's like, that's how I am, bro. Like, I honestly like that. Like, you know, even the people who I think are on my sides, if they turn coat on me, like, yeah, good luck, man, because I can make this a 2v1 real quick. But that's what I would do as a debater. That's just me. I'd call it the moderator and the bullshit automatically.
Who's your study peer reviewed by, Kel?
I didn't say it was peer reviewed.
I
Never
dropped
claimed
the
it was.
actual report that it pulled from, and it is.
I never
This is definitely a 2v1 right now. This is wild. This is now hit levels of absurdity where now Paige is like, okay, this person with a handicap now has help. Crazy.
I think mine was.
2024. It is 2024. It does have citations.
So I'm debating both of you now. Okay, you know what? I would have actually been fine about this. I would have actually said something like this. I would have said, okay, cool, Kinetic Hell. Now I'm debating both of you. Now it's a fair fight. I would have said some bullshit like that. Now it's a fair fight. Now that I'm debating Sarah and Kinetic Hell, because the reason why I say I'm debating Sarah is because now I have to refute what Sarah's saying, which means she's now a debater. I don't care what you say. Maybe you say that you're a moderator and it's listed as a moderator, but now because I'm refuting you, you are now a part of the combatants in this debate. Good. Now I have to take down the moderator and you. More fun for me. I love it. 2 dead bodies instead of one. Like, that's how I think.
In it, like
I
demographics.
never claimed mine was.
Yeah, it's not
I-
dog shit because it's like the person you have questions as to whether or not they are affiliated with the clinic, right? Like if it has references that are credible and not just from people that are employed by the clinic, then it still is a credible study.
Wait, I'm confused. Why did you ask me why mine was?
Look, Sarah is looking. She's like, how can I refute this? Because I'm a part of the debate and I'm one of the debaters and combatants against her. Look at that look. Sarah's looking at the screen like, okay, now I have to like rebuttal this, which means she's now a debater. She's no longer a moderator. This is wild what we're seeing right now. Kinetic Hells is lost in the weeds, grasping at straws, while Sarah's like, okay, let me join the fight and help. How is that not what's going on right now?
Peer reviewed when I said intrinsically that I did not, or not intrinsically, right off the bat that I don't know what that means and that mine's not. That sounds like deflection if I've ever heard it.
You've done so many debates now. Come on, I'm calling BS on that. You don't know what peer reviewed is? Like, did you even like get an education?
Well, I said mine wasn't, and no, I'm a fucking dropout. Okay?
Well, then mine would be automatically better because
Did she say she was a dropout? What? Ooh, the irony is thick.
at least it has multiple studies that it's pulling from.
Well,
Yours is
I
just
didn't.
from-
You still didn't say
one
it when I
paper.
said that mine wasn't peer reviewed. Why are you deflecting?
I'm not
From Sarah's
deflecting.
question.
No, she's not deflecting. She's directly talking about your data set that's non-existent.
Okay, look.
It's okay. So I'm just gonna explain this to you like a fifth grader because you don't understand when something's peer.
Savage. Oh my, so savage. Man, I would feel bad if they were like, Marte, you have to debate Kinetic Hells. I would actually not do it because this would be like an absolute bloodbath. It'd be like me playing Pop Warner with like 5-year-olds and running them over and stomping on them. This would be bad.
Peer reviewed, it has more credibility than a non.
I'd still do it though. Don't judge me.
peer-reviewed source.
What made you say that it was peer-reviewed? Because according to Sarah, it says that there was only one.
Because it says that it's peer-reviewed. I trust the study, and it's there. It references other studies. Like,
yeah, Mo, that's what I was talking about. Like, she's like, let me help this debate opponent out, because their data is not really skewed as far as what I look at. It's very skewed as far as what I look at it. Let me get into this debate and refute what you were saying. Like, when has a moderator ever gotten into a debate and said, actually, I'm going to help refute your argument? So I'm shocked that Paige didn't get in here and say, okay, Sarah, and then turn the debate on the host. The reason why I would have did this is so Sarah could have said, hey, hold on, I'm not one of the debaters. Well, hold on, you're helping her out with her research, and now you're giving me data that I have to refute and information, which means I'm now debating you. Put Sarah in this awkward position where you're magnifying the fact that she is indeed biased. That's what I would do. I would actually debate the moderator too and say, if this is a 2v1, and I call it like it is. Mo says, I've never seen this before in any of your debates. And what other debate mod has ever in a debate tried to fact check one opponent's argument or evidence? This type of bullshit is exactly why she's the worst mod on YouTube. I've never seen this before in either debate. Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about. This is crazy. I've never seen it either. This is the first time I've seen this debate or seen this happen in a debate.
Do you really want to get into like a debate about like the source statistics? I've got other.
So do you concede that you were wrong on that front?
Sorry? No, I'm not going to say that I'm wrong on that front. Peer-reviewed is always better. It doesn't matter who.
No, I'm not saying that you're conceding that peer-reviewed is better, but that your source might be a little bit fishy and that maybe it doesn't have that much of a leg to stand on.
Is Sarah still trying to refute? She's a debater at this point. I'm trying to see if I can debunk this information on your side, which means you're helping out and you're not biased.
Figure out where.
I've got no clue where your source is from, so already.
I'm trying. Well, because this is just a website, right? I'm not finding like the actual.
So Sarah's like, I'm refuting everything you're saying right now, which means she's a combatant, a debater in the arena. There is no mod on this. By the way, I'll say this right now in front of everybody who's watching. There's not a moderator anymore on this channel. During this debate, there is no moderation now. There are two debaters on one side and one debater on the other. How is this not calling it what it is right now? But you see how ironically there's two people on one side of the screen and one person on the other? This is literally what's happening right now. Notice how Sarah isn't in the middle on the screen. The placement just happens to be that way too. I just think it's just coincidence. That's probably a coincidence for sure. But it's funny how two people are on one side and she's on the other. And Sarah is no longer moderating at this point. She's now like, let's go get them. That's what's happening.
Report. It just says like table of contents, public school versus homeschool, chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3, and all. Like, I'm not seeing where it actually says like where it's pulling the information from. It's just showing statistics, but it's not showing like where these sources are.
Why are you in the middle of this debate, Sarah? Why are you helping her out?
That's what I was looking for, because I kind of wanted to like
Kinetic Kel should be doing this. Why are you doing her heavy lifting for her?
dive into where these sources are.
You have to click on, so where there's like a blue text.
Okay, so now these two are debating. Kinetic Kel is like on the sideline now taking a drink. She's actually taking a water break right now. You know how in sports, like somebody taps out of the game and sits on the bench? Kinetic Kel is now on the bench while Sarah's like, I'm in the game now. Let me take my referee uniform off. I'm a player now. That's what's happening right now in real time.
Right?
Yeah.
It says, then you click on that and then it should bring you to the source.
Blue tags.
Yeah. So like, see, there's like
Within the
text throughout the.
Oh, I think there was like one spot that had.
This is frustrating to watch right now. This is so, as a debater, this is extremely frustrating to watch. I don't know how to process all this right now. This is a bastardization of moderation.
Had like blue statistics suggest that. Okay, there, I found that.
You see how the screen is right now? Because these are the only two debaters that are on the screen right now. There is no moderator now. Just like I was saying, I was right.
That still links back to their own stuff. It just links. It's like clicking back to their own stuff.
Hey, look, if you want to make a point with it, I'd just like to know what the backing is to Kel's study. Like, if we're gonna put mine through, the ringer and stuff.
Deflection.
Well, I'm looking.
Wait, deflection? No, she's talking about equality. We're talking about something that's fair, firm, and consistent. Moderators are supposed to be fair, firm, and consistent. What Kel's is doing is rules for thee and not for me. Hey, I can question all your data research with the moderator, but you can't question anything that I'm doing.
I dropped the actual report that it said it was pulling that data from. That's why I went like diving in.
Yeah.
And the report, I dropped that link backstage. Here, I'll drop it to the crowd.
So now she's using the arm of the crowd too against her. Hey, I'm going to drop it off to the crowd so the crowd can see exactly what I'm researching to help Kells out. This is wild. I've never seen this before in a debate. If I would have said somebody was lying if they told me that this is happening on a debate panel with somebody who's hosted tons of debates, I would have called bullshit, to be honest with you. But the fact that I'm watching this happen in real time, this is insane. This is madness. This is Sparta. This is fuck. I would have called the moderator out big time.
Is a 2024 report. And it has full citations on the, like, if you see the citations page of where all the information is coming from, which you could dive into those.
Yeah, I got other studies. Look, I don't want to get into a battle of the sources here. I just circulated two. That one, just ignore the second one. I've got another. This one's different. I did one about the athletics because I made a claim about that. I also have one about in terms.
I would go to Speakeasy's channel, and Speakeasy would not get involved during a debate. He wouldn't get involved. If I put something in the back chat or whatever, Speakeasy would be like, no, that's incorrect because 1958, in Germany, this didn't happen. That's not what I see. When I compare this with this other, Speakeasy wouldn't go on a diatribe about that. If I go to Vic's channel, Vic is like, I don't care. Defend yourself. Because I'm not involved. I'm just a moderator. If I go to Andrew's channel, Andrew Wilson's channel, he's not going to be involved. He's like, if you sink, you sink. I'm not going to save your ass. That's it. That's what moderators do. The only thing he's going to do is he's going to break the two up if they start over talking each other, things like that. That's about it. Who else's channel? James from Modern Day Debate is going to be in there and be like, hey, actually, his study doesn't indicate the criteria needed to support this as really firm evidence. James isn't going to do any of this shit. Meanwhile, at Sarah's channel, she's literally taking the referee shirt off, putting on the player uniform, and then saying, I could just interchange from a moderator to a player anytime. What? This is crazy. Like, literally, if you told me this was happening in a debate, I call bullshit. But apparently this is happening right now in real time, and we're seeing this. This is filthy, disgusting moderation. Not good. Unfair. Biased as hell. This is complete bullshit.
Of like them being more, there's two different links. This is all from responsiblehomeschooling.org. So it's an organization which just basically focuses on producing statistics from that. I'm specifically, when I'm looking at the studies in support of homeschooling children being better, rounded and educated, I could quote there's a Ray study, that's a 2010 study. There's another one by Martin Chang. That's a 2011 study. There's a couple of studies in here. There's different studies. This is, by different organizations. If what the problem is that, like, okay, that one study. And again, I still haven't heard anything about the credibility of Kel's source. So I would just leave it at that. I mean, if you want more stats, I've got more stats. Kel, do you have more stats? Do you want to make this a battle of the stats? Like, how long are we gonna,
No, of course. I don't want to get in the battle of this, like a battle of the stats. I think she had like a very, very specific and conflict of interest criticism of your stats, not how many do you have, and then you're trying to gish gallop your way around it. But it's okay. I'd be more than happy to move along. However, Yeah, someone in my chat was like, Kelly, you can't just fucking throw out homeschooled kids tolerate abuse and not have anything to back it up.
Sarah's helping you out there, but yeah, I still haven't. So I would say draw on that because I still have nothing to back up your stats and we haven't reviewed them. So I would just ask that we disagree or discard that aspect.
Hold on real quick. If I was looking down at my phone, I was looking down because I had to mod up Potato. Where's he at? The Potato X, you are now a mod. So because I saw the crucifix and, there's a potato looking like he's defending the Crusades, that's based as hell. That you've qualified for mod just off of that, just off of the optics already. That's pretty base. And I'm like, okay, this guy looks like maybe he can help me defend against the Muslims that invade my channel sometimes, try to dox me, and also usher unalive threats to me all the time. Maybe you can help me out. I need all the help I can get because I had 3 unalive threats on Monday prior to this Manar debate. And I guarantee you, making fun of Muhammad didn't sit easy with them in the debate, me calling him a grapist and all this. Yeah. So Potato X, I appreciate you. You are now part of the squadron as a protective force and an ally. So let's continue.
I would definitely not say discard. I would say that you're conceding. But anyway, so Homeschooling Invisible Children, or the HIC database. Okay, I can send a link to their website. Oops, what did I just do? Documents.
Yeah.
Very, very troubling patterns illustrating exactly what I'm talking about. Okay, where children withdrawn from school to homeschool were already okay. Blah 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 blah. Sorry.
She didn't say anything. She has a study right in front of her, and she's not going to anything. I guarantee you, Sarah's like, please, I'm rooting for you in this debate.
Bear with me. Okay. Bear with me. I did not have this on hand. But
because she wasn't prepared. Meanwhile, in my debate with Manar, I had all my talking points on my phone. I had my paradoxes that it didn't get in through. I have like notebooks, like these note pads. I have an app on my phone that I go through in a debate, and I'll click on them of things that I wrote down and be like, okay, what about this paradox? What about that? What about this? If Muhammad never had incest with any of his families, would you guys still support incest? And he was like, yes, or whatever. So one of the questions I had, and then I had way more questions as well too, but Manar couldn't answer any questions. So I couldn't move on to the paradoxical nature of having incest and all that. It's always good to prepare yourself and have research right before a debate. The First Amendment debate, he was hanging himself. I didn't have to use a lot of research to debunk a lot of stuff. He hung himself. The same thing with the Manar debate. Same thing. So right now, the fact that Paige on her side has to have data, research, and evidence because of the moderator helping out is crazy. Because the moderator is going to hold her feet to the fire, but not holding Kel to the fire. That's when it's like now Paige is like has to refer to her evidence, her research, and all this other stuff that's going to back her argument up. Because all Kel's has is I feel. Mind you, Kel's at the same time is like, I didn't prepare enough, but let me go look up this next research. Let me do this in real time. Let me look things up in real time because I didn't prepare anything. That's what's happening now. Sarah's like, geez, I wonder how I can help her out. Ugh, she's not doing too good. Let me help her out.
Between 2000 and now, which let me see when this was written. Hold tight. Okay, between 2000 and whenever this article was written, at least 31 homeschooling children died as a result of abuse after being withdrawn from school under suspicious circumstances, where victims showing high rates of systematic
Crusader, because your name's Crusader, and I just talked about the potato being a Crusader. You're also now a mod. You're a defender of the Christian ally forces on my channel. So, base, by the way, I should have made you a moderator a long time ago, actually, believe it or not. It literally says Crusader in your name. Why would a Christian not make a Crusader a part of his battalion? So L for me, I'm gonna say I'm taking a big fat L because of that right now, because of the delayed addition as making you mod. That was crazy. Can't believe that. Should have did that a long time ago, but now you are. Appreciate you. Good to have you on board with the Christian Allied Forces. That's what I'll call it.
Abuse, imprisonment, and food deprivation. So that's something to back up just that, like, when I am like watching a bunch of true crime documentaries, how often do these MFers like pull their freaking kids out of school because they're trying to hide some shit? And so that's like just a statistic to back up that personal feeling.
Yeah, these people market themselves as an anti-homeschool advocacy group. They're primarily composed of people that were homeschooled, and I'm assuming they had a very negative experience, which is why they felt the need to form this. That's incredibly biased. Come on.
No, I agree. How
It's a
Jess
liberal
said,
company too. Like, of course they're going to be like, oh yeah, we got to fight the, the right wing agenda. Yeah, huh? Convenient.
but how Jess said, I'm sorry. Why do people use college as a metric of success? I didn't go to college. Does anyone here doubt my success? Absolutely not. As a vocational girly, absolutely not. However, Paige was the one that started to lean on, oh yeah, these people are at least second level educated, so why wouldn't they be qualified to educate the youth? When it's like, that's just really, it's not a requirement for anything about success in general. However, you know what it is a requirement for? Teachers, motherfucking teachers. Like, teachers, no matter what, have to go to school. And that's my point, is that, like, we're just kind of like, oh yeah, it's hearsay. It's this, that, the other. When with teachers, they literally have to go to school and decide to be a teacher, know that they're not going to get paid what they fucking should. Like, there has to be something in you, either like diddling.
She froze again.
She broke the internet with her
tatas.
file argument.
Damn, that's crazy. Paige is a savage. I don't know if you guys know this, but Paige is pretty savage. So when I watch Paige, there are some moments that come out when I'm just like, get him. When I'm just like, get him. Ugh. Like, when you're rooting for your team and they slam dunk on somebody or do something and throw a haymaker and it lands, you're like, ugh. And you become even more of a fan of this person's abilities, skill set, whatever that is, because I think you can become fans of debaters, right? Because debating, I mean, if chess is a sport to some people, debating should be a sport too, called a sport. But also that's a debate. Like, what classifies a sport? Like, that's a debate I've had too. Is bodybuilding a sport? I'd say no. But we would say this. I think the way that you would verbalize this is the sport of debate. Because you can have good sportsmanlike conduct while having debate, and you could use like paraphrase your words, right? I don't think these are sports, but I'm just saying, you know what I mean, right? We're just using references at this point. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Mind you, okay, I'm going to say something real quick because this needs to be said. I just had a DM from Speakeasy, and I asked him, I was like, because I didn't get a screenshot of the whole debate tally or all that stuff. All right, I think I did, because somebody said it was like 50% in the end that I won or something like that. Speakeasy just wrote me right now, and he said, because I said, damn, bro, I forgot to grab the final poll from last night's debate. Speakeasy said you won. 46% of the votes were for you winning. Draw and both lose, like when it says draw and then you both lose, those two slots got more votes than Minar. And then I said, damn. That's all I said was damn. I don't know what to say about that. So the votes for draw got more votes than Minar. And the one where it said both of you guys lose got more votes than Minar. And then I ended up winning for. That's a massive L, actually. Not only did I win, but more people thought that he lost anyways. And then more people thought that it was a draw more than he won. That debate was wild.
Give her a second.
Or passion for education.
I'm pretty sure Cool Vic may cover it at some point. We'll see.
There you are. You're back.
I know.
You froze
B
for a
Cup's
second.
really doing the most
Whatever you
damage.
said.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah. Because their passion for education, That's
Okay,
all.
so you
I
made a
don't know what part I left off on.
Now it seems like you're backtracking because you made a correlation.
Yeah, it was you that I was talking to. That's where I got the 50%, Jared. Yeah, it was earlier we were talking about that. Yeah, but it was such a crazy debate. That debate was wild. When I was talking about cream pieing 9-year-old, when I was saying that in your country, according to your religion, 9-year-old inbred fleshlights, are you okay with this? Like, and then Speakeasy, I think he got so uncomfortable, he didn't want to deal with that. Speakeasy bailed him out. I was going to hold his feet to this uncomfortable fire. And it was right then that he knew he messed up. You guys saw the video. let's get to it.
Between somebody going to school to be a doctor. Just let me
way to mischaracterize me. Okay.
Going to school to be a doctor versus like homeschooling. I was like, this is entirely different. Most people are not trained in like medical procedures, whereas everybody goes, for the most part, unless you drop out through grades K through 12. So what is the difference? Like how are you correlating the bachelor's degree maybe that somebody might get to a PhD? Like it just doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, you were the one that wanted to use that as a metric for whether or not people were qualified.
No, you brought it up in your opening statement, and I quote, you said like it's like basically like a doctor. It's like you have to go to school to be a doctor. Not many people go to school to be like a homeschool teacher.
It was a comparison. It was a
shitty one.
Okay, yeah. You can say it's a shitty comparison, but it was obviously not a direct analogy.
Well, let's talk about consistency, because you raised that in your opening statement, and I would like to touch on that. I think one of the most troubling things that we see a lack of consistency on is in terms of sex education.
Parenting. Yeah, no, parenting and homeschooling. No, I mean homeschooling by parents. Yeah, that's what we see the most inconsistency in. Sorry.
We see the most. That's why they're statistically performing better. Did you see my studies on academic achievement?
We just have no idea because there's not as much regulation as with public schooling.
Well, we really do, because they're still required to do.
Thumping Weevil, based as hell, says, I think it's looking professional. Yeah, you're talking about optics now. That's all Kinetic Kel's debate is about optics and not function, form. Even when we say this, we don't have there's no appeal to duty. Parents have a duty. When I'm hearing this debate, I'm multitasking because I'm also responding to, look, I get DMs all the time. Everybody, there are people that want to do debates. I turn a lot of people away. This is why I've had a debate every week. All the time I'm doing debates. If I'm not doing TikTok raids with Paige, sometimes when I have time, if I'm not doing a debate on Speakeasy's channel or Cool Vic's channel, or man, my schedule's busy, but I turn down a lot of debates, actually. I actually do, because my schedule's limited, my time's limited. So I have a prompt. Somebody wants to debate. Charlie Kirk may have damaged the right more than helped. I'm taking that debate. You guys already know what side I'm on, probably. Let's continue.
Mandatory testing, right? There's still a curriculum. It's not like it's just like, okay, if Johnny wants to learn algebra on Tuesday.
Do they have to do standardized testing in school?
Sorry?
Do they have to do standardized testing in school? And they almost always statistically
they do it in huge classes. Math.
Did I miss that? I think I missed that, Jared. As much as I say I like to listen, I think I missed that. Thanks for catching that. Damn, the subtle reference to Kel being a dropout. Paige is savage. Good job on Paige for catching that. That's good. Thank you for saving me on that as far as me not paying attention. That's crazy. Yeah, inbred fleshlights. So I had to bring up that topic. I was like, well, because I always think, what would AD, what would Andrew Wilson do? He'd probably bring up some uncomfortable topic to a Muslim to where it's like, now he has to carry the weight of this and reconcile that. So I was like, let me try to figure out what's the most uncomfortable position I could put manure in. And that was pretty uncomfortable. I'm pretty sure the audience was in an awkward position watching this happen during this debate. But anyways, let's continue. So crazy.
They never have to always do better in math.
What is the entire goal of schooling? I would argue that the goal is not to educate people, but rather to make sure that we are just functioning, working wage members of society. It's all about conformity. In fact, everybody is taught the same way, regardless if you're a man, a woman, whether or not. And the only instance where it's different is if you have a recognized learning disability.
Yeah, I would say education is
same.
Education and adaptability to society go hand in hand. I would say they're both equally important. And also, I will just say, as someone who, my sister, we both started going to the same middle school in 7th grade, and it was only one day a week. The rest of it was homeschooling.
Anecdotal.
Right away, anecdotal. Well, me and my sister, anecdotal. Good cat. Paige is fast and brutal and savage. Damn. Lord have mercy.
So we don't use anecdotal at all? Okay, no worries. Go ahead.
No, she didn't say doesn't use anecdotal at all. She's just pointing out that it is anecdotal, which means it may not weigh that heavily. on the big scheme of things.
Use it to demonstrate a point. You can tell me about it.
Yes, we can
but I mean,
sometimes.
it's just a campfire story. At the end of the day, it doesn't mean anything to the.
Fuck right off.
Yeah, that's just what I was saying.
My sister is a little fucking. Okay, you know what? Never mind. You're right.
Yeah, well, why bring it up if you're not going to use it? Connecticut, this is crazy.
Let me not tell any campfire stories. I'll let you make your next point.
Yeah, well, this is a debate. This isn't a campfire story session.
Yeah, so I actually read it. I didn't hear a response to this. So sex ed is actually notoriously inconsistent. In fact, there's only 26 states that require that sex and HIV education be medically accurate. There's different requirements in certain states. Like, for instance, in your lovely state of California.
I knew you were going to say that.
The only thing that is actually required is that, what is it here? It has to, well, everything is required actually, other than the consent thing, which is confusing. Why does it not have to cover consent, but it must include gender, sexual orientation, contraception?
That's because in Gavin Newsom's California, anybody can come pick your kid up. I think that's what it is. It doesn't have to be the parent, which means that child abduction rates can climb, which is crazy. You guys can look this up. Somebody can just pick up your kid who isn't the parent without the consent of the child. Meaning your child, even if they're not okay with it, somebody can pick the kid up. I'm pretty sure it's more nuanced than that, but still. On its face, the optics look horrific. Yeah. You guys can look this up. This is a thing. It's crazy.
Abstinence, age appropriate, medically accurate, HIV mandated, sex ed mandated. And then, like, I'm sure, well, from my viewpoint, I'd want the parents to teach all this stuff to kids. So that would be troubling. But let's say we're looking at it from your viewpoint, right? We're like, we want a comprehensive education. Well, in Connecticut, the only thing that's mandated is HIV.
Oh yeah, comprehensive. So how are they supposed to do chemistry labs at home?
How are they supposed to do chemistry labs at home?
What did she just say this? Like you can't do anything else at home? Like I'm processing the stupidity of this, but let's continue.
Yeah.
Who's to say that the curriculum, or I don't know what the curriculum requires to pass a chemistry class. Maybe.
Did you know that cooking, like remember those classes in school, cooking, home ec and all that stuff? That's kind of a bit of an exchange between chemistry, whatever, because sometimes we use baking soda, sometimes we use like different chemicals to make a combined mixture. You could say at this Celsius, this is when this freezes for the like there's some chemistry imbued in everything else we do in mathematics. So you don't absolutely need a chemistry set, but you can get one by outsourcing to a store. There's Michael's, like the craft shops you can go to, things like this. It's no different than what the teachers have access to in their classroom. We can outsource this and purchase all this. And I'm pretty sure it's not that expensive. This is crazy. To get a microscope, a little mini one, you just order that on Amazon. Like what is she talking about?
They have the opportunity to go into school and use a lab, or maybe
they do. And that's my point, is that it's a whole lot of fucking maybes on every single
It's not a whole lot of maybes.
It's not maybes. This exists in the real world. I feel like I'm in the middle of the debate. Let me stop.
How are they? Okay. Let's just assume for a second that you're right, and there's no way to measure it. How are all of these kids going on to pass high school, to get jobs in their chosen field, to go on and get post-secondary education? If it's so mismanaged, why do people even homeschool at all? If it's
I'm wondering the same thing. I don't think it's that bad. I think there's kids that I think there's kids that come out way better for it, and I think there's comes that.
Yeah, you just conceded everything. You just made her argument. I don't think that's bad, and I think that there's kids that come out way better for it. She literally just said this right now in the middle of a debate, opposing, being the opposition. Connecticut, did I just have a brain shutdown because of what Connecticut said? Yes, I did. This is crazy. She just sounded like she was on Paige's side right now. I'm going to act like I didn't hear that and proceed.
There's kids that come out way worse for it. Exactly.
A person who couldn't define what good was.
I'm sorry. Let me rephrase my argument in a more assertive tone. The statistics illustrate. Listen.
That's very assertive.
The statistics illustrate. However, that
if that's assertive, I'd really hate to see what non-assertive conversation is, or your point.
At the end of the day, with homeschooling, again, we're just hoping that parents have the right approach, the right mindset about it, where teachers are pursuing vocational education, right? Like education as a vocation.
So you mean that both people are getting an education and improving their lives, like parents and students? How is that a negative? Actually, that's to our Paige's point.
So at the end of the day, where it's a lot of like, oh yeah, well maybe the kids come out worse. I don't think like.
No, Kinetic Hell's side is with all the maybes and all this. Paige is referencing stats, data. She has more of a logical entailment of where she's going. Like we have an origin, an outcome, cause, effect. You follow me? But on Kinetic Hell's side, she's like just straw grasping at this point.
Intrinsically, that every homeschooling kid is gonna turn out worse for it. However, I think a small percentage of kids come out way worse for it. A small percentage come out way better, way worse. And it's like, it's not worth gambling with. Again, it's the future of our youth. So like, it's not worth rolling the dice. We should have a standardized, oversighted, regulated system.
We do. We, like I said,
yeah, but the curriculum, how can we expect people to enforce the curriculum at all? And again,
because if they don't, their kid won't graduate high school, Kel.
What is that? Yeah, but what is that?
Yeah, parents ground kids for not doing homework. The teacher's not going to say you're grounded when you get home. Parents would do this too. Their parents are not only this, but they are the enforcers. But like Paige was saying, they're not going to graduate and have the desired outcomes. And their parents are like, nah, I don't want them to live with me forever. I want you to go out and be successful. The parents are incentivized on the kids succeeding, and they have to see this in reality. Whereas if they're at school, the parents are wondering, I wonder if they're passing their classes. I wonder this and that. Parents don't have to wonder all this. It's out of sight, out of mind when it's outside the home. But at least in the home, you have more certainty. Cal, can you address that? Like, that's what I've said in this debate. Like, I would have just, oh God, like this is why I don't do a lot of reviews for debates, because I'm like, damn, I don't want to be the commentator of the fight. I want to get in here and throw blows. That's what I want to do, because the way that I'm responding and commentating on these reviews is like, damn, I'm in the middle of this debate again. I'm unbiased for sure, because obviously I support homeschooling, but I'm not a moderator. See how that works, Sarah? When you're helping out the opponent. All right, let me stop.
They're almost always behind grade level. The statistics show that. Like, according, again, but it's a 2022 study by the CRHE, or the Coalition for Responsible Home Education.
A liberal homeschool complainers.
Yeah, it's almost like you had a self-funded study that you said was peer-reviewed, that was verified by one person. So I don't think you really want to dive into the credibility of my article. This is someone that cares about
I'm just saying.
responsible home education. It cares about the same things that you claim to care about. So maybe you should give them some credibility, right? Homeschooled kids are 2 to 3 more times likely to report being behind grade level. This study is called Math Gap and Educational Neglect. They're focusing on making a better outcome for children, which is what we all want at the end of the day. So I think more oversight, more regulation in its current form. And I hate to be like that liberal that's like, oh, we need to work the system from the bottom up. But it's like, at the end of the day, homeschooling right now, it's like how you can buy like a million different curriculums, educations, and that's a problem.
That's a solution. How is that a problem if you have more access to resources? How is that a problem? Kinetic Hells, you're not doing too good right now. I'm trying to be at least fair on your side, but I don't understand how that's a problem, because what you're referring to as a problem are resources. Like more programs, this and that. Matter of fact, they would actually have more variety than the school would, because the school has a structure and a curriculum. Parents can actually go outside of this and say, well, damn, I don't like this curriculum. Let me pick and choose which curriculum, depending on the parent style, teaching style. Matter of fact, this kid's learning style. Let me do this and customize it for my kid. Teachers aren't necessarily doing this. I don't think they would be doing this as much, because they have to deal with 20 other students at the same time. They're not going to custom fit a protocol for each student. Matter of fact, the kids at the back are probably going to be more neglected than the kids up front. All that. There's so much mess here that you got to clean up, Cal, on your end. Okay, here I am being a debater again. I should be a commentator.
That's a problem. Like, we need the standardization that public school has.
And what I'm saying is that we do. You continue to ignore that, but
Hey, what's
that's
up, Amy?
fine. Whatever. There's a
We don't.
20
Wait. So are you arguing that we have to like? Are they going to abide by the same curriculum? How do we
I'm
know?
just saying, and yes, of course they're going to abide by it. They have to meet the
How
same
many
requirements. They don't
stories-
graduate, Kel. Like,
We
what
can
part of this
see-
don't you understand? That's why
How
standardized
many
testing.
stories can we see? Let's like look at Ruby Frank. Let's look at the Thorpes. Let's look at all these degenerate families.
Oh, I'm not going to keep that name out of this debate.
Yeah, she's bringing up the Thorpes. I'm like, well, that's another anecdote. She's full of anecdotes tonight.
Well, I'm just saying, let's look at all these people who weaponize control of their families and situations.
How many people? But she only brings up one anecdote.
And it's not even like, yeah, the Rubies, the Thorpes, the fucking 13 kids and counting. They've all been indoctrinated. And that's just 3
13 kids and counting. This is still adjacent to Trust Me, Bro.
examples, of course, in the public eye. So think of how many are not in the public eye of people who weaponize the homes.
That's speculation. Now she's going to speculation because she's like, think of how many people. So now we have to imagine because we can't have a referent to use, just anecdotes.
Schooling system to indoctrinate their children into crazy, sick beliefs. Like, that's not even personal anecdote. That's 3.
That's not a personal anecdote, but you're using an anecdote. How's that any different?
That I can name off the top of my head, which is crazy to think, right?
Of course,
It's like
there's
such a
bad parents, Kel, on the left and the right. Homeschooling.
exactly right.
What
So
does
there's
that
bad
mean?
parents on the left and the right.
Are there not bad teachers on the left and on the right too? How's our educational curriculum? And I would buy to her on the stats on this too. I'd be like, since we're going to talk about the homeschooling as far as the bad parents, let's talk about the bad teachers. And I dive into that and drag her through the mud and glass on that. And she'd get destroyed on this. I think let me stop saying that. I would attempt to destroy her argument using that point. I would say, okay, so if you're going to hold me to this standard, let's go to your standard of education. Geez, 3 teachers a week are being accused of essaying students. And then I'd say this and that. And I'd probably remember how I used in the Menard debate, 9-year-old inbred students? I'd find the most uncomfortable based fact and then say on this. And I'd say, okay, answer that question. I hold her to it. That's what you do in debate. You take reality and hold their feet to the flame on this. That's what I would do. But Paige is doing a really good job so far. As you can see on the left, she's frantically flailing her arms right now. This is indicative of like reaching for straws and trying to find something. Maybe she'll get there at some point. I don't know. We're still waiting.
But you know what? People have to go through way more hoops and shit to be a teacher. And right, I agree with you. There's bad parents on the left and the right. So when we're just assigning all of these, some bad, some good parents, and saying, yeah, you can be the teachers that teach the youth, I think that's a problem. It's just the risk. Again, it's a gamble. Because you
So
said,
what? So like what is it? Child Protection Agency just doesn't exist. Like first you said that testing.
how
isn't
are they
actually-
supposed to know
Child
about
Protection-
CPA? How are the kids who are in a situation where they never get to meet other kids or have a fucking
That's not what my studies support.
Yeah, we have after school programs. MSM actually talked about coaching students and stuff like that, helping out with that in the chat. So it's like there's so many resources. If kids are playing with other kids, they're going to talk, and then there's coaches that they deal with. Like there's a lot of research. That argument doesn't hold too much weight, actually. It's just more speculation. I'm waiting for her not to use speculation and appeal to what ifs and maybes in her argument, in Kel's argument.
Sports that they're more active actually, and why wouldn't they be? Why would they just want to stay at home all day? Like if you can just make assumptions, I can make mine. Why?
Yeah, that's true. That's actually well speculation. Yes.
Why the heck would they
Wait,
want to stay home all day?
Why would a child who's only been educated by their family know about CPS? Or how would they know about that?
How would they know about this? Because I'm pretty sure they know other kids that they play with. There's probably abuse that happens. People hear about things. And then, not to mention this, kids have more access to social media than ever. They do. Kids go out of home. They're not going to be locked up in prison, like in their home, and that's a prison, and then never say anything if they're participating in school programs and things like this. Kids complain, man. Kids actually can be worse. I mean, there's extreme cases where you can have a kid with Stockholm syndromes where they're sympathizing with their abductors, which would be the parents. If we have an extreme case example, which is rare, I would say, of kids being locked in a basement and all this. But it's like, nah, we're not going to have the People Under the Stairs movie happening. How often does that happen? I don't know where she's going with this, but it's more speculation on speculation.
Because it would probably be part of the curriculum, or I don't know, maybe they turn on a TV every once in a while.
Did you have a CPS
Look
unit?
at the internet. I don't know. Like
Curriculum?
There's no CPS curriculum in public schools. What is she talking about?
You're painting this picture. You're painting this picture that like homeschooling is.
CPS has a curriculum at school. What? Did you have a CPS curriculum? Wait, hold on. I would backtrack it. I'd say, hold on, Connecticals. Do high schools have a curriculum called CPS? Oh, devastating. I would be so savage in this debate too.
Kids trapped in this like solitary confinement type situation with like the parent that takes out the belt every time they don't complete their homework on time.
You think their worldview is going to be shaped by their parents?
Thanks for the.
I'm gonna throw this bone.
Thanks for the raid. I appreciate the raid. This is wild. This is insane. I can't believe I'm watching this right now. This is crazy. Wickmoto, what's going on, man? We just got a raid from Cool Vic, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, this is insane. I can't believe I'm watching this right now. This is the most biased debate that I've watched ever. I've never seen something this bad. This is horrific. Marte, what do we call clam chowder? It's big. Oh God, that's horrible. That's horrific. What's up, Wickmoto? God, this is crazy. Are you guys watching this right now? This is just insane. All right. So Sarah says, let me throw her a bone right now. Is this more unbiased treatment? No, it's not going to be. Sounds like it's going to be more biased treatment from the Raging Potato right now as we continue. Mind you, Sarah isn't a referee at this point. She's a player. It's 2v1 right now. This is disgusting. It should never happen in debate. When I go to Cool Vic's channel, Vic doesn't help me out. There's not a damn time Vic helps me out in debate. I wish I could get Vic to help me out in a moderated debate. He doesn't jump in and say, well, hold on real quick. His rat uterus book is actually pretty based, actually. You know what? There are rats and rat uteruses are real. It's going to happen, Marte. You know, these beads right here that happen, you know, it's like, how do you refute this, Marte? Like, he doesn't help me out. Vic doesn't assist me in debates because he knows I'm not retarded and handicapped. First of all, and even if I was, he would actually get more views because I get crushed. And I probably learn more from defeat than winning something when somebody helped me win. Vic understands this. I'm pretty sure that Speakeasy does. Andrew Wilson does too. And everybody else. There's a lot of learning in defeat. But when Sarah helps Kinetic Hell out, how is Kinetic Hell becoming a better debater? By getting assistance. This handicap isn't going to help her in a debate. When it's 2v1, Sarah in Kinetic Hell versus Paige, you know, it's more equal, I'd say. It's more of a fair fight. But it's still not fair. So stupid. No moderators exist in this debate. There's 2 debaters and 1 page. That's what's happening right now.
In here. But Kel's study, I'm only looking because you guys are talking about it, made a point about it, but like Kel's study was funded by a religious right affiliated foundation.
Hey, look, I'm on your side, people.
Clearly, it's a plant. It's a plant. It's a what do you call it?
I'm on your side, people. I'm barely liberal at this point.
Richard and Helen DeVos Foundation, William Vortman Foundation, Van Lunen Foundation. There's something to do with Notre Dame.
What about the ones that was speculated?
I'm just laughing because I only started looking because if you're gonna say,
oh, the base rat uterus book, Marte, it's so paste. You know that's science, right, Marte? This is crazy.
Your claim is worth nothing because it's not peer reviewed. I feel that people typically don't make those claims during debates. Like they don't discard people's studies. They go and kind of like poke through it, or they have something else that says that.
No, Sarah, you're discarding her studies by poking holes through it. She says, no, they don't normally discard studies. They poke holes through it. You're doing do two things at once. Poking holes through her argument is discarding her study. You idiot. You see how Sarah is trying to just manufacture her lingo to where it's like, no, I'm not doing this thing as I'm doing it. That's what she's saying right now. Do you like just understand if I'm poking holes in your argument, I'm trying to discard it. So Sarah is literally contradicting herself while defending kinetic hell. This is I can't believe I'm witnessing this right now. This is insane. Are you guys watching this? Do my eyes deceive me in this whole debate? Am I really watching this in real time? It's like a 2v1? It's crazy.
He's in the legal field. Come on. It's like I gotta like expect that from her. Come on now.
Get that, but like everything I'm looking at it's very right and Christian based.
It's still by the coalition of.
You see how that's another attack? Oh, it's unbiased, Paige. Nope, didn't say that. What she's saying is, Paige, it's so biased because it's Christian. Look at this. Oh, not only this, it's right-leaning. And I'm going to laugh at your data and studies. This is definitely a 2v1. This is a 2v1. Because I guarantee you, if Sarah was railing on Kinetic Hell's data and information, Kinetic Hells would probably break down and cry. I'm still waiting for that. I heard that she broke down and cried during this debate. I'm waiting for that.
Responsible homeschool education. That's just
Let's
like that.
go.
Yeah, let's go. The moderator's helping me out, bro. Like, let's go. Yeah, it is Christian. Yeah, you're right, Sarah. Thanks for helping me out, tag team partner. That's what's going on right now.
I'm on your side.
Yeah, there you go. Picking sides too. Notice how Sarah's not going to refute the fact that she's picking a side. If Sarah was any good modicum of like a moderator, she'd say, no, don't say that because I'm not picking sides. Sarah's not going to say no. I'm just not going to say anything at all. Yeah, the optics are horrible here.
I took out my septum piercing for this debate. Look,
what's interesting is that
yeah, but you still got liberal hoops in your nose. But crazy. The liberalism is still existing here.
Quotes the Ray study, the 2010 Ray study, which actually supports the fact that homeschooling results in better outcomes. It doesn't even.
You know what? Yeah, you know what's crazy about that?
Let me finish, and it conveniently doesn't even mention the 2011 Martin Chang study, which is a Canadian study, and they actually noticed in that study the homeschoolers that came from like their environments did noticeably better than like in a low structured environment. Public school students did worse than homeschoolers, according to the study. And it was reviewed by Gauthier. And yeah, it's a 2011 study. So I find it interesting that your actual like
a 2011 study. You're studying a 2011 study, girl.
Well, the one.
Hey, good to see us, Bandit. Sarah's overcorrecting after Andrew told her she was inconsequential instead of improving her moderation. She goes full wick. Yeah, that's bad. We never go full wick. That's like going full R-tarded. What's up, Long Haul Nate? Good to see you, brother. Hey, brother. Sarah will have that conversation in private so nobody can hear her equivocate. That's so true. Yeah, she's going to be a ninja in private in Sleuthy and help people out. Hey, what's up, Kel Nevitt? Good to see you, man. She explicitly said she helped Kel because she wanted Kel to be back on her channel. Oh, such a biased moderator. So crazy, bro. This is the dumbest thing that I'm watching right now. The fact that a moderator isn't moderating, she's actually a combatant right now. This is insane. Helping her out so much. Or full Minar. Yeah, that's what's happening right now. This is crazy. The two, Scott says, good to see you, Scott. The two women on the left are high maintenance and need attention. Yeah. Pretty bad stuff, man. Full mantard. Yeah. Great freeze frame on Sarah's crazy eyes. It's so crazy. I know. She also did something like this on Paige Cleaver versus other weirdos debate. What? It's not the first time she debates Paige. OMG, first time I was on Wix, I thought he was the mod, and it was really 2v1. Yes. This is probably the most truest thing I've seen. W Page for taking them both on. though. So let me correct the record here. This is crazy. Darth Maul, good to see you, man. Darth Maul OG, always based. Did Sarah and Kel get a 2-for-1 discount on those headphones? Hello, yeah. Yeah, Sarah sabotaged it. Insane. So Emmett, Bo rebuttal. Emmett has all the lore. Yeah, guy, I need all the lore. All the lore, man. Good to see all you guys in chat. All right, let's continue. This is wild.
To be fair, the one that you sent us,
yeah, the one that you just shit on me for.
Let me finish, lady. Just a second. The one.
Yes, go savage mode, Paige. Go savage. Let me finish. She's like Hulk Hogan holding. Let me finish. It's like, get him.
Study that you have references the 2010 Ray study, so I don't see where it references a more current one.
I would say that illustrates inconsistencies. And it's almost like homeschooling produces inconsistencies where we have way more tangible results with public schooling. Not even tangible, consistent. Like with homeschooling, we just don't have the metrics and accountability that we need as of right now for it to be a sustainable system.
I think if that were true, if there was no standard, it would be like virtually impossible for anybody with a homeschooling education to graduate. And we just don't see that.
True. And then parents don't want live-in students forever. They don't want live-in kids forever to be stuck at home and never leaving and going out in the real world and succeeding. Like, we literally have parents that are like, bro, are you just going to sleep on the couch all day? They don't want kids like that. They want kids to function in the real world and leave. If that were true, parents would be like, no, I never want my kid to leave the house, even when they turn 18 and grow up. I don't want them to live their own life. That would be the reality, which isn't it. In Kinetic Hell's world, maybe some obscure weirdo reality, maybe that happens to parents. How weird of a conclusion you'd have to run to.
So I just have a hard time believing that. Can we go back to the sex ed topic? Because you didn't even acknowledge that. You just like obfuscated, and then Sarah gave you a little helping hand.
Yeah, Wikmoto. That's our mod page. Based as hell. I just heard about this debate because I heard that Sarah, the raging potato, was being biased in the debate, and then I heard that Kinetic Hell was crying, and then somehow Sarah was helping her out, which I'm seeing it's blatant. This is disgusting assistance from a moderator who's not moderating. This is crazy. Just imagine a fight with Mike Tyson, and they're both fighting in Holyfield's fighting, and the ref joins Holyfield's fight, and now it's a 2v1 in the ring, and there's no ref existing. That's what's happening right now. This is crazy. Divine, good to see Divine. Looks like Kel doesn't take anything seriously. Yeah, exactly. Dave says, yes, Paige is super based. For sure, man. For sure. This is crazy. I'm waiting for the crying part to happen.
With the source. And then now we're completely off track. So can we get back to the sex ed thing?
Yes.
Great. Thanks.
Of course.
So, yeah, as I pointed out, it's inconsistent among states. And like I said, you might think that it's great in California where they teach everything other than consent for some reason. But in
I opted out of sex ed. I don't know nothing about sex.
Okay, sure. All right. And
what? Even Sarah's like, did you just even say that? What? Wow. This is crazy that Paige has to deal with this.
Connecticut, they only teach HIV. That's the only mandatory part of sex ed, which is like, okay, but not like just general sex ed or contraception. So it's like all across the board. So when you're making an attack on my view, which is that homeschool results in better outcomes, you're saying like, oh, it's inconsistent. Like there's no metric for one of the most important things in the public school system.
Yeah, that's true. I would actually say it's inconsistent when we talk about sex ed. Paige, you can just hear these loud ass crickets in the background. Loud ass crickets. I need to get like the cricket sound effect for this. You know what I'll never have on my channel? I'm just gonna be honest with you, Chad. I'm never gonna have that annoying ass Dom DeMarco, Mark. I'm never gonna have that. That's ghetto as hell. We're gonna try to at least have a proper commentation as far as moderated debates here, and I'm going to just attack the audience, not the audience, the arguments.
So what's
and not use heavy reliance on sound effects and all that stuff in theatrics. Only in debates, maybe. That's it.
Worse, like you said, like, oh, it's you seem to have a concern that there's not going to be a standard across the board. And what I'm telling you right now is like on one of the key points that people fight over on this very issue, it's all over the place. And this is what the people that you say are in the best position to school your kids because everything is standardized and everybody does it the same way. This doesn't make any sense. Why would that not be supported?
No, it's not just that it's standardized. Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay. Go ahead. I'm just posting the link in case you want to look at it.
No, I'm such an asshole. Sorry. I definitely need to work on talking over people. I'm so sorry. But
Okay.
no, it's not just that it's standardized. It's that people who are teachers have to like pursue that shit vocationally, knowing that they're going to make dog shit pay annually. Like, bro, they really have to fucking want to be a teacher, like to go after that shit.
Right. So wouldn't that make my point of like teachers just going to school for a paycheck and being like, oh shit, this paycheck isn't really much. There goes my care about the students' education, because if they paid me more, maybe I'd care more. You don't think that that happens in students' educational lives at school when the parents are just wondering at home, as out of sight, out of mind, kids are at school thinking, I hope the teachers are teaching them really good at school. Instead of that, saying, well, grammatically correct, it's teaching them really well at school, not teaching them good. But back to school, it's like, how much one-on-one education time are you going to get with students when you're overseeing a class of like maybe 15, 30 students, 20 students? What about the kids in the back? They're not getting one-on-one specialized education. What about the kids with ADHD, things like this? You know, are you catering to their needs? No, because you don't have much time, because it's fractionalized into different groups of students, and you can't give all the time to one student. You have to break this up. And guess what? The kids with special needs may not get as much attention as the other ones. And I'm not talking about special needs. Absolutely. There are going to be a differential between kids who are leaning more special eds or special needs that aren't in special needs, but are on the cusp in schools, and then really self-sufficient, well-mannered students in the class. There's going to be a mix, right? A mixed bag. The teacher isn't going to be able to customize programs for each and every one of these, but parents can do this because parents have one-on-one time, especially in a nuclear family. Like I said, you're going to have an enforcer. A dad's going to be like, you didn't do your homework. No plate station for you. No dessert for you. The teachers aren't going to discipline these students if they don't do this. So guess what's happening? The parents are going to be referred to by the teachers anyways. Sounds like the teacher is going to have to outsource to homeschooling anyways, regardless. Even if they're not being homeschooled, they're going to have to refer and outsource to home. This is just crazy. I wish I was in the middle of this debate. I don't know if you guys could tell, but yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, at the end of the day, like,
That's a speculation, but yeah.
Yeah, but it's like dog shit pay. What is it? 3 or 4 years of education where you have to shadow, you have to deal with fucking shitty, moody teenagers. It's like all for what? To make like fucking 50 grand a year? Like you got me fucked up. You got most people fucked up. It's like they really got to care about this shit.
Okay, well, do you not believe in secure attachment theory?
You got me effed up is not an argument, by the way. And then she's Paige. Paige is on the warpath now. Here we go.
I don't know what that means. Can you?
Doesn't know what it means. Paige, I'm Lord have mercy. You're thoroughly putting this woman through the ringer. Please tell me that you're going to drag her through glass now.
You explain
It's
it.
like the mother-child bond, right?
Oh, here we go. Yes, W. Mother-child bond. And make this in layman's terms. Hopefully you could say this in layman's terms. I just want to hear what the train of logic Paige is going to go down on, as far as like running her down the train of logic of like what this does and how, I would say, advantageous this is for the student to partake in this bond. Well, the student's also the child as well too, but still one and the same.
It's for
No. As with my mother,
Oh, stop interrupting, Connecticut. This is crazy. You asked what it was, and then you're not going to hear what it was.
and so many
Anecdotes. She just went to anecdotes now.
I think that I am like living, walking proof that not all mothers are intrinsically.
Anecdote. I am living proof. Personal anecdote at that.
It's not like, oh, I have birthday child and I see her. I'm like, my mom owes me 4 bands. Sarah, fucking you last name, okay? No,
Anecdote. Now you're going to 4 bands, which has nothing to do with the argument.
not that Sarah. Sorry.
Sorry that
It's
happened
actually-
to you, but it's anecdotal.
Just what was I saying?
Like
It is, but I'm just saying, I don't believe in that bond at all because I've seen it.
I have seen it. Trust me, bro, is not an argument. I don't believe in that because I have seen it. This is her argument. This is crazy. All right. I feel like jumping in the screen and then becoming part of the debate. I'm going to be on Paige's side because Kinetic Kel already has a debate partner. So I might as well fill in this gap where it says the raging potato.
Okay. Well, I've got some research on that.
Actually, that would be unfair because Paige is bodying both of them right now. It would be overkill if I jumped in this argument.
If you'd really like to see it, since this becomes a battle of the studies all of a sudden.
No, I don't think it's studies. I think it's just that I don't think the mother daughter bond is like intrinsic. I don't feel that like maternal urge at all.
Well, what's up? One of my main mods, Relentless RG in the chat. Good to see you, brother, man. Unapologetic preacher. Good to see you, Rev Russ. We homeschooled our kids. Our curricula are far more robust than those of public schools. Yes, I can imagine too. And not to mention that, but Rev Russ is a preacher. And not to mention this, but whenever you take curricula, I'm going to use his verbiage too, curricula and culture, all of this is downstream from theology, and he can tell you this. So if he has a great theological foundation and grounding, think about science and all this. Christians had a huge foundational I would say a contribution to science, astronomy, everything like this. Like, do your research on this. Most of these people are Christians. And then not to mention this, but all of this comes downstream from that. So base comment from Rev Russ, by the way, too, especially if he's partaking in this culture of families and then these families producing children that are going to be the next generation of adults, being responsible, not contributing to degeneracy, things like that. Thank you for your contribution, Rev Russ. Good stuff, man. Yeah, we definitely got some people in here. So we have 51 subscribers and only 28 likes. Some ninja watchers are definitely in here. So I have 49 people on YouTube watching, 24 on X, so 73 total. Not too bad. Sophia, hey, good to see you, man. All the way from X to YouTube. As a former public teacher, I highly recommend homeschooling. I'd really like to get your input on this. Sophia, matter of fact, if you want to come on the panel, it's been a long time since I talked to you. Let me know in the chat if you want to come in and do some commentary on this video with me, and I'll bring you up. Unapologetic preacher says, God bless, brother. Yes, Christ is God. I like the debate that you did talking about the Trinity. Yes, a lot of people don't believe in I don't believe in dispensationalism either. But yeah, man, there's a lot that we can dive into. I'm obfuscating and going off the subject. But anyways, back to this right now. I'll be watching the chat as well, too.
So I'm like, I think if I had a kid right now, I don't think it would change my worldview tomorrow and be like,
right. But generally speaking, because we need to frame things generally. Like, I understand, like, you had a bad experience, right? You're saying that you probably wouldn't want to have a kid, right? I heard you loud and clear. But what I'm saying is that when we're looking at things generally, it's but what is true on a statistical basis across the board, right? I think that you would be a fool to sit here and say, look, Paige,
take care, Bandit. Have a good night, man. Christ is God.
Odds of a teacher forming a higher bond with your kid that you literally birth are higher than the mother themselves. Like, I think you would, like, that's a ridiculous argument. And I think you'd be hard pressed to find anybody that would accept it, including the moderator who's a mother. And I'm sure she loves her children dearly. And if she had the opportunity, she would, be able to homeschool them, or could have.
Oh,
I don't know.
Okay, but you're trying to imply that even if this mother, which, okay, sure, of course, the mother and the daughter or the son is going to, the mother's going to love the child more than any teacher.
Thank you. And would they not do anything?
No, I agree. However, I let you finish, Paige. Let me finish. However,
Yeah.
But you're telling me that one person, one mother that might love her child to death, but telling them their thoughts versus multiple teachers asking questions and multiple people giving their insight is better?
This is all speculation. She's just running down a line of speculation. Meanwhile, she still hasn't presented any proper studies or data or documentation on this.
Like, correct answers doesn't make you realize there's multiple views.
Well, there's multiple.
Even if you love them to death. And as I said in my opening statement, the path to hell is paved with good intentions. I rest my case.
I could say this. That's just a lot of buzzwords.
Yeah, you don't have a case. You're resting a case that you don't even have. Like, to me, this doesn't really make any sense when we talk about this and go the line of logic. None of this makes sense at all. Kinetic Hell, I need you to make one standardized argument, at least, since we're talking about standardized testing. I need you to make a standardized argument one time in this debate, if you can. I haven't heard an argument yet that's solid. Just speculation.
I say the exact same thing about the public.
Did you not understand what I said? I can re-explain it in
I do understand what you said. Yeah, you're basically saying that there's inconsistencies and whatnot. It's not guaranteed, but the same thing is true in the public school system. In fact, most people after, I think it's like the age of grade 8, right? We don't have the same teacher for everything. It's entirely different teachers. They can bring their own political viewpoints, religious viewpoints, and everything into it. And unless somebody calls them out and tries to cancel them, it's just going to go on, right? You don't know what that person's view is. In fact, I went to Catholic school, and I remember the anecdotal here, whatever. I went to a Catholic school, and I had a teacher that refused to teach aspects of evolution because it was a Catholic school, even though it was in the curriculum. Like, this happens everywhere.
Yeah, that's true. That's a really good point. You can have a teacher that grew up in a single parent household and she'd be anti-trad families because she could say, well, no, that's defunct. That went the way of the dodo. We're not doing that. So when we talk about economics, you know, single moms are really good. They're successful. I did it. And then she can formulate the curricula around her lived experience. So when she says this happens everywhere, it's like teachers can then omit education and information and then see fit to curate this for the students the way that they want to and customize it, and then map this onto a generalized audience of a classroom, which is crazy. Kinetic Hell, like, I don't know how you're going to refute any of this that you just said right now, which is true, because all you have is speculation still on your side. That's it.
Catholic schools are supposed to be actually better than public schools in terms of funding abilities.
I think any school that indoctrinates the child is wrong. I think that community school or like public school in general is, of course, going to be better.
Right, yeah,
of course, parents are going to have final say
sure.
on like personal matters, on any like societal matters. Like if your kid, here's like a perfect example. Anecdotal.
Mo with the base. This is great. I think I'll teach my kids evolution so we can laugh at it and make fun of how retarded it is. Yeah. So Copper's dad sounds pretty base right now. All right, let's continue.
But I literally never ever did my sex ed at my school because I was like so uncomfortable talking about sex in general that I literally had my parents like sign the permission slip to get me out of it. So I'm like, I never went to sex ed at my fucking California school. You know?
You're talking about the opt-in, opt-out. That's not in all states. Some states have an opt-in. Some states don't even have an opting out allowed.
So it sounds like you're making an opt-in, opt-out argument, not a fucking...
No, that's your argument, Kel. You brought up the anecdote about in my lived experience, I opted in and opted out. She didn't make that an argument. You're making that. She's just responding to your argument that you made about the opt-in, opt-out.
That's a secondary component to the sex ed debate, which you brought up because you said in your circumstance that you were given an exemption.
No, you brought up the sex ed argument. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about that. I think that
of course, because then you'd have to concede. With
no,
me,
you have not conceded
not
on
consistent
the point
even in that requirement. Of course, you don't want to discuss anything. You have to concede on.
But I'm like, at the end of the day, we're just asking parents to have the same level of education.
She's so sad. Paige said, "Of course, you don't want to discuss anything you have to concede on." that probably went over Kinetic Hell's head, by the way.
On people who go to school for different things. I think it's very like blatant, the argument.
Again, the inconsistencies that you're referencing, I think, are even more prevalent in the public school system because of the fact that it's an educator that knows like nothing about your kid. They just have a curriculum and they just teach them all the same. There's no individualized learning. If your child is more of a visual learner,
that's my point. It's a cookie cutter curriculum. And matter of fact, they can curate this class any way they want, meaning they can skew the studies if they want to. They can omit things and do all this. The parents are really trusting for other people that could be going to a different building, which is a school, and saying, you know what, this person could just be there for a paycheck. You don't know that. Yeah, you have parent-teacher conferences, but how's that not a sales pitch to make up for the fact that your kid could be failing at school for the teacher and in their favor?
It's not like an adaptation.
Yes, there is.
There's no way in a class of 20 to 30 kids that a teacher can have an individualized approach to every student. That's just madness, Cal.
Okay, then go to a block system school. Each time that I was in a class with 20 to 30 people, we had hour and a half school systems. There's plenty of alternatives for what you're proposing, but homeschooling should not be one of them.
What alternatives?
Okay, I'm very distracted right now. I'm also focused on this debate, but Rev Russ says, my kids learned the theory only so they can refute it. And then Emmett underneath says, I'll teach Evo to show how miraculous the power of God is. Oh, so base, man. I got such a based chat right here. There is no other theory of the more miraculous miracles than evolution. I know he must be, the sarcasm's heavy here, by the way, too. Yeah, I think that's good. They'll run into it in the future. Better prepare them. Yeah, I agree. Good stuff. Jared says, at this point, I don't know if Kel knows what consent is. She didn't go to public school, sex ed after all. Facts. So it's crazy. All right, let's continue.
Block system schooling. So there's schools that like I went to, which they call it charter schools in some states or whatever. Where it's
what
like
if that's not available in your state?
An hour and a half. Then
hey,
you,
Tyler, good to see you, man. Take care.
Maybe
no, there's like there's schools that have partial programming where it's like 2 or 3 days a week, which is what my sister ended up doing a lot of the time. But you need a child at the end of the day to have outside resources who are mandatory reporters. That's one of the more important things to me as well. Again, children need access to mandated reporters. Like, I think that is intrinsic, like net positive.
Like teachers don't get reports from parents either. Mandated reporters. Like that's not even like something that's a necessary criteria for teachers either. Like this cuts both ways. Like teachers can have reports from parents. Just this goes both. This is insane. This is such a crazy debate. But the fact that Kel's getting help from the moderator is even crazier.
But how do they not have that at home? Like there's still...
Yeah, that's what I was saying. How do they not have this at home?
There's still, like I said, there's still a curriculum. It's not like people are just going to ignore, if there's signs of...
Mandated reporters, as in like if... What if
there is a fail-safe, like for these kids is what I'm saying. You make it seem like there's no, like for instance, if the kid is like undergoing like some kind of like psychological thing, it doesn't say just because they're homeschooled that they can't go see a therapist or a counselor, or let's say they want to get more active. That doesn't mean that they can't join.
You're a kid. You don't have any capital to go see a counselor. If your parents say no, your parents say no.
How do you know that kids don't have capital to see a counselor? What's allowance, Kel? Do you think kids can get allowance? Do you think that they can be taught to be a part of the workforce or even to dominate the workforce or even to become the creator of their own workforce? By learning how to trim hedges, bushes, cut the yard, and say, all right, here's my allowance. They're learning how to work, maybe become an independent contractor at home, all this other stuff. None of this is generating capital for the kids. What's lemonade stands? Didn't kids have like lemonade stands at one point? We still have that. They're learning how to be entrepreneurs. Do you think that the teacher put them onto this or helped them out with this? No, it's probably most likely parents doing this. So when she says kids don't have capital, parents are actually educating kids how to have capital. Like this happens all the time. This is crazy. I mean, at least traditionally this grew up with nuclear families. Kids learned how to have capital and create their own, even by the parents' regard.
Well, that would not be true in all cases. In fact, like I said, I think it's the kids.
True in all cases, and that's exactly my point. Is that it's just kind of a gamble where it's like it's not true in all cases, and I'm like, sure. And I would like to hope. I would like to hope that
they don't all offer extracurricular activities.
I would like to hope that.
Hey, good to see you, Kat. So I want to say thanks. I'm homeschooled. My kids watch debate with me and can support their beliefs. You guys are very encouraging. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you. That means a whole lot. I definitely support homeschooling and base homeschooled moms. To me, this is very, very encouraging, even for myself to watch Kel's take. And the reason why it's encouraging is because our side never looks that good unless we have somebody that shows us why we're needed, right? There's a failure on the left. And really right now, all Kel's is doing is helping bolster our arguments to educate our kids and better prepare them for the world. Unlike what public school is doing in mass right now. And Rev Russ is doing that. MSM is doing that. A lot of other people in the chat are doing that as well too. So kudos to all of you. Mad respect.
Of course, in most situations, it wouldn't be a problem. And most of the time, when you're in public school, most people aren't going to like the nurse to be like, look, my fucking dad's beating me. However, they have the opportunity every single day to go see people and get checked in on by other like adults in their life.
You mean like students when they have after school programs, which homeschool people can put their kids in after school sports? Well, they'll have a coach that can talk to them. Coaches can be counselors. Coaches can be everything else. And also, this is free. So when she says this is a non-argument. You can homeschool kids and put them in after-school activities like on the soccer team and everywhere. Like there's so much that parents have to do to make sure that their kids leave the home equipped. And there's so many resources parents have outside the home too. Kels is acting like there's just a box that kids are in when they're homeschooled. No, they actually have more freedom. Parents can go outside the curriculum and say, no, this curriculum doesn't work. Let's go with this algebra program as well too, because I like this, because your learning style is like this. We're going to curate it to this point to where it's like you have an attention deficit disorder, all this other stuff. We can customize our educational program. Where meanwhile in the public school, they only have so much wiggle room because it's cookie cutter approach for all the kids.
Yep, she froze again.
California internet strikes once again.
Crazy.
I hear it's really bad. I was like, is it really that bad in California for internet? But yeah, apparently.
Well, I'm guessing you got a lot of people.
Yeah, I live in a house with 3 people. I live with another gaming streamer.
Oh. That's cute. Yeah.
Terrible, actually.
You guys need like
I want to unplug
separate internet.
I want to slam his Xbox like that during debate night.
I think we're kind of making the same. We're kind of talking past each other at this point. I think there's a lot of inconsistencies in the public school system. In fact, even more. And you would hope that, as you've kind of said, that like if it's a more regulated industry, I'm not saying that I agree with that, but that's your position, right? That there would be a more consistency, and we just don't see that.
Of course, the powdered crusty has an L take that is going to be mixed with some truth. This is how you know that Satan, and yes, I'm going to say this right now. This is how you know that Satan is really, I want to choose my words carefully because I'm doing 2 things right now. I'm talking about the opposition, which I consider him opposition. And also I want to say something that if anybody clips doesn't get used against court of law, right? So what Satan will do is he'll take the truth, but then he'll muddy it a little bit. What Powder Dusty says is we need more homeschooling families based, right? But then says we need fewer closeted gays and modesty police roles. So now it's like when we're talking about modesty, you're shaming people to be immodest. You see how that works? So I want to see more tits and ass. That's what he's doing. But he's trying to just mix some based, commentary in there. Very satanic. This is what Satan does all the time. It's like, hey, you could be an independent contractor, whatever. You're talking about OnlyFans. Yeah. That's what we're talking about? Prostitution? No. You're an independent contractor, though. You need to be independent because any man can leave you. What if he leaves you? You have nothing, girl. You see how I just mixed some truth in there with some degenerate BS? This is what Dusty's doing right now. So crazy.
In terms of like sex ed, it's very different. And I think that's problematic because if they're that different on sex ed, what are the requirements, like I said, on like whether a kid is taught evolution, right? I would not want my kid to be taught evolution, right? Or in terms of like health class, right? Like what about like if you have a home ec, is that even an option? If like your kid wants to pursue more domestic, things than academic, there's just no opportunity for that. So I think that's more of concern. You would hope that with, the amount of money that's been driven into the public school system, that by now we would have a foolproof solution, and we just don't. So for you to go and say, okay, well, homeschooling is inconsistent, I would say, what makes it any less inconsistent than the public school system? I would say at worst, right, all homeschooling could do would be to meet that at least a general standard, and at best, it could far exceed it, resulting in great outcomes, as I've cited in certain studies. We don't have to reference that one study because, you guys are, you have an issue with that. That's fine. I said other studies, right? Like I said, there's the Martin Chang study. I disagree that the Ray study is not credible.
Of course, somebody's going to, public schools aren't standardized. If you switch schools, you can easily lose credit from your last school. Is this in every case? Hyatt Riot? This is in every case. Are we making an absolute statement because you're saying public schools aren't? Not all of them are, and not all of them aren't. This varies by like state by state. Do you understand that, public right? This is like one of the most asinine super chats right now. No, they aren't. Okay, you're making an absolute claim. Probably one of the worst things you can do. This is dangerous in the debate. If you make an absolute claim, and I could prove that one case refutes it, yeah, it doesn't mean crap. So, yeah, very, very liberal super chat on his behalf.
If you do, I mean, look, the Martin Chang study does kind of resound the.
Wait, I could be reading this wrong too. Public schools aren't standardized. If you switch schools, you need to lose credit for it. But that goes to my argument too. You know, but if we go to the home, it's like, yeah, that's not always standardized either. But it's like, well, my whole point, let me just make this concise. He's not really saying anything. That's what I'm saying. My whole point is he's not saying anything with the super chat. You're donating money while not having a proper message.
No, I was disagreeing that it was credible for the record. I was just saying that it like illustrates inconsistencies. That's all.
And so does the public school system. And if it was
Brittany, very based. Brittany Azar in the chat. Good to see you, man. Yeah. If you're going to do this, that's good propaganda. You see what Brittany's doing? Matter of fact, I'm going to leave what Brittany said on the screen a little bit longer because this is the propaganda we need. We have propaganda. We're going to leave this on the screen for a bit until somebody else says something based in the chat. So crazy. Says, we can't see it, Marte. It's covered by the chat message. Oh, here you go. Public schools aren't standardized. If you switch schools, you can easily lose credit from your last school. That's what he says. It's what he says. And I'm like, that's not saying anything. It's not really saying anything at all. But I'm back to Brittany's statement, though. So leave that up a little bit. Kudos to Brittany for saying this because that's super based, super ultra based.
If I had to place a bet on like, okay, who's going to do a better job? The parent that raised the kid or, you know, some random stranger who like, Lord knows what they've been through in life, right? I would say probably the parent. And I think you're going to be hard pressed to find anybody that would disagree with that.
Like, in most cases, sure, but how do we know?
Okay, Chatter says 37 homeschoolers to set 37 demographically matched traditional school children and found that homeschooled students in structured learning environments scored higher on standardized tests. That's what the chatter says. You know, quoting what they're saying. I don't have any quarrel with what they're saying. I'm just going to leave it right there.
How do we know what their intentions are?
I would just like to talk.
They have to go to college for it. Like that's really all it is. Like
most people are educated enough to at least get through grades K to 12, and if they need some help, like I said, there's homeschooling, tutoring classes. There's all kinds of internet resources. The internet is more of a resource than ever now to get things like educational material.
We're like relying on parents to just like use the internet.
Well, what are you living in 2025? You don't think the parents would use the internet as a resource? Yeah. And if you're like, okay, I want to get it from a specific, like, I'm sure there's some super right-wing people that would be like, okay, Preg or you or whatever. You can choose where you want to get the curriculum from, right? As long as it meets the definition, as long as they can pass standardized testing, and as long as they are able to, you know, correctly pass all goalposts in the public education system, just as they.
Okay, I do want to pause this real quick, and I want to ask my chat. Has anybody seen this video before? Because I do want to get to the point where she's crying, and I don't know where it's at. Does anybody have a timestamp or know when she cries? Because I was told last night that it was after Paige presented the data and facts. Well, Paige presented some data and facts, and I haven't seen the crying yet. Still waiting for this crying or where it is in this chat. Or in this video, but I'm not seeing any of that stuff. Like, where's this cry? I came for the crying too, to see if this indeed happened. Not seeing the crying. All right, can we get to the theatrics of the crying? Sorry, let me see if I can. I'm going to skip it just a little bit just to see the arms up. What is this?
You're getting a bit crazy on me, Cal. You got to center.
Crazy. Hold on, let's see the crazy.
Erasing that.
And for every crash out Cal homeschooler, there would be like, in terms of the public school system, there would be like a gazillion pages Like this, it's
Are
all
you
like
serious?
a statistical average. Yeah, because we just
You
can't
really
guarantee.
You really think that? Exactly. You can't guarantee it. You can't guarantee it.
We can't guarantee it either way. Wouldn't you just assume for a second? Like, let's be reasonable. I understand. Like you're getting a bit crazy on me, Cal. You gotta center.
That's what you said.
Deep breath. Kumbaya. Okay. So this is the point I've been trying to drive home throughout the entire debate, is that there's unpredictability on both fronts. But the difference with homeschooling is that there is a personal and emotional connection generally. Obviously, there's bad parents, just like there's bad teachers, right? But statistically, because of that connection, right, and because of the fact that there is a more individualized approach, it does result in better outcomes, like I've stated in studies. They aren't exposed to bullying, right? They still get a good formation of character. They're not locked in a room. They still have, like, let's be honest, they all have phones, right? Even at a young age, they're going to be exposed to certain things, whether or not the parents want them to or not. The only difference is if they're at home, then that can be supervised, as opposed to when they're in school and they can just like look at, just look at porn during their, like, their free period or whatever. And there's nothing that the parent can do to stop that.
Yeah, that's true.
Or, just micromanaged tomato. Think about parents.
I'm not finished yet.
My sandwich.
Sorry, I'm trying to find the crying. Where's this crying at?
What is she taking a shit?
What?
Like to pee?
What did I walk in on? I mean, I literally didn't walk in on it, but hypothetically speaking, what did I walk in on?
You could do it in 30 seconds.
Poopala doopala.
Poopala doopala. Jesus, Cal.
I think she automatically loses the debate for taking a crap in the near the tail end of it.
That's crazy.
She probably got distracted by a squirrel on her way to the bathroom.
Yeah. Or literally anything. It could be literally anything. We were talking about, we have.
I hope you washed your hands.
Yeah,
of course.
Sanitation is important. So, point to do.
Well, don't you think that would? No, I'm talking.
Argumentation so far during the course of this debate has depending on anecdotals, and yes, you do have, I think, 1 or 2 studies that you reference, but that's.
Somehow I was on mute. But anyways, what is this? We have to, Emmett, what's the topic of the page that makes her cry? We got to figure out what topic this is. Like, I don't know where the hell. I'm trying to figure out, like, where this crying is. She says, good thing I can read lips. I used to be able to be better at doing this. I grew up in a household with a deaf mom. So sign language was my first language, and then English was my second. So I'm ESL for sure. Look for base tweaker page. What does that mean? What does that mean? Look for base tweaker page. Because I'm trying to find the point in this debate where she was crying. I thought it was this debate, but could be another. Oh, wait, what? Oh God, that one. That's the debate. Wait, so I'm watching the wrong debate for crying? That's why I watched this debate, because I wanted to see the crying. That's what. But you know what? I got just as something good. Sarah being very biased in this debate. This was crazy. Cole Vick. Oh, Cole Vick. Now you tell me? Yeah, she cried on Grid's debate. Nobody was going to tell me about this, and I was like looking forward to the crying. You guys let me drone on this long about crying, which you guys are like, Marte's never going to find the crying on this one. It's really on the other one. it's going to be too late, and we're just going to get all the benefits of watching this debate and him doing a review. All right. I get we may have to skip to that one too. Paige does make her cry though. Okay, is it on the other debate? Well, I thought she cried here too. Maybe I missed it. Yes. Maybe. Emmett says I told you like 30 minutes ago. How did I miss that? You just did. Emmett, I was thinking about fried chicken, bro. Maybe that's what it was. Thought about the fried chicken, and my melanin had compromised me some point to where I was just like, damn. Yeah, I just need some fried chicken. So delicious. Dang it, Emmett. Now I can't stop thinking about fried chicken. See what you did. I'm just gonna take no accountability, blame it all on Emmett. Blame it all on Emmett right now. I hear she cries a lot. Oh, so Cool Vic's gonna rub it in. Yeah, she cries a lot. Hint, hint. Let's go check out the other debate. All right, yeah, I know. For some reason, my melanin makes me like fried chicken a lot. All right, okay. She cries on the debate with Base Tweaker. It was Base Tweaker, Paige versus, is his name Base Tweaker? Paige versus Gibbs Kell. Oh, let's go look that up. Hold on. Paige dominated this debate. This was just a no-brainer. Paige. Hold on. Gibbs. Kell. Was it this one? Masculinity a force in politics? Let's do it. Kinetic Kell had this debate up. Let's effing go. Live debate. 12 hours? Does anybody got timestamp for a 12-hour debate? I got to cycle through 12 hours. The after panel must have been like 8 hours of after. How much? Did she like fall asleep and leave the screen running? Because there's no way that there's 12 hours of just pure debate. This isn't C-SPAN we're talking about here. All right. Anyways, to wrap this up, Paige did really well in this debate. Defended a point against two opponents in this debate. Yeah, I'm calling it like it is because this was definitely very biased. All right. Let me take this down and remove it real quick and get back to the other screen. Oh, this is crazy. I got it on the screen right now, Emmett. I'm going to stop this screen and bring up my other screen right now. Share screen. Homeschooling debate. Paige Gibbs Kell. Let's bring this up right now. Live debate. How crazy. All right. Let's now move over.
So we're going to go through
This.
opening statements, 4 minutes each. You don't have to use up all the time. My preference is always short and sweet because we're going to get into the crux of it later. But you take all the 4 minutes if you want. Go
Wow, Kel, what are you doing right here?
I'm not going to die. I'm not using the timer. I'm just eyeballing the clock. I'll give you like 30 seconds if I feel like you're kind of.
This is on Kel's channel, by the way.
But overall, most people don't drag it out too far. Same thing.
Girl, what are you doing?
I mean, nobody's really asked for a time limit on closing statements, but again, most people keep it.
You're not even in the debate right now. You're listening to it.
Summary, brief little wrap up of what happened. Thank you, XYZ. Find me here, but you do it how.
What is Kel doing here? I had to take the volume out. This is crazy. Okay, now she's back.
Interruptions are, well, Paige would know. Actually, I've got 3 newbies, and Paige, you are the only.
Vet?
You're the only veteran here. Wow.
And finally, the noble Athens, a place known for its philosophers and its
I can dumb it down for you.
worldview.
Businesses.
You don't even have to do the meme argument because
Let's
I
go.
was given examples specifically for history why.
I always wondered why Base Tweaker was rocking back and forth all the time. Isn't there a short where she cries on Grid's channel against Indian's Jesus? That's what I saw, he says. Cool Vic says. Yeah, when I see Base Tweaker, he's always rocking back and forth. I'm wondering if that's like let me stop. Let's get to the crying because I gotta see this. Mo. Oh God, Paige is debating Gibbs. Lord help her. We're gonna see what's gonna happen. That's Copper's dad making that commentary, just so you guys know. Sarah, who sells a second chance to relive the degeneracy. Oh, this is crazy. His name is Tweaker. How do you not figure that out? I know. Sometimes the obvious. Maybe it wasn't that obvious, but guess what happens? It is what I see it is. Anyways, let's continue. This is crazy.
This is bad.
Thank
that's
you.
Not. Give specific examples why it's bad. They've put forth these ideas. They posited this idea of net negatives for us. Look at the argument with Genghis Khan and men plural societies because it goes into the.
Where is she? She's all over the place. This is her screen.
Because even in the Bible is admitting there are other groups of individuals with different moralistic outlooks than what you're advocating for.
Something, it wouldn't be a team. It wouldn't be a 1-1. It would be them, and then they go again, and then they go again after Paige went. I demonstrated it multiple times that if I didn't assert myself, they'd make a bunch of baseless claims and spit a whole bunch of points, which is I tried to demonstrate over and over and over.
So if you could please be mindful of that.
Then when I argue them on these panels,
Random guy coming in to critique me just because they're on the.
Can you give any of the things like
Where's the okay? I'm looking for the crying. Must be some crying here somewhere because that was like automatic after panel. So that was like what an hour of that. Let me go look because there's got to be some crying here somewhere. I know I'm like inch by inching my way through this, and I'm just judging facial expressions. It's really awkward for me to say that. Looking at Kel's face and then trying to determine where to stop this. Here somewhere. I hate to brutally put you guys. Oh, here we go. Is that a tear?
I had an argument. I'm so sorry.
No. Damn. Let me, like, I was like, let me down a little bit. This is crazy. I'm literally searching for a tear. Has my channel delved down into such lows to where I'm searching for facial expressions throughout a debate to determine where a timestamp is? This is crazy.
Can you answer the question? Yeah, no, that's actually where this is going.
Yeah. Do you have an avenue to experience the same pain?
when
Do
you
you have
actually
the
talk about
bodily
the two,
autonomy to experience the same pain?
The one that actually needs it more is the one with the feminine qualities and the feminine biology.
They don't need it though. It's just a nice convenience. That's the beauty of modern medicine.
They overwhelmingly do. You should look at the statistics on it sometime.
Right. No, now that it's here, yeah, fucking if I could have it, I'm sure women in the 1800s would have too. And I guarantee you, if you had a pussy and you had to push a kid out, you would fucking pick that shit too. Just saying.
Again, what I'm trying to describe for you is we're talking anecdotally here either way. But the truth of the matter is when you actually have to do it, you need to understand that even if your conviction is 100% against it, your bodily response cannot handle it. So you have to.
That's not even true necessarily.
It is true, almost overwhelmingly.
Hold on. So what you're arguing is every soldier that's been shot or lost an arm.
Wait, where's the crying?
Or you're doing manifest.
Okay, I mean again.
70s. It led to the Thomas Jefferson, author of the Declaration.
It's for trafficking women and abuse, which I think serves as a pretty blatant example. Understanding of it.
Masculine virtues.
True that I definitely could be wrong.
All right. Obviously, I can't see any crying here. Was the crying
experience building and maintaining societal structures? I'm talking building countries, cities, and
was the crying on the panel and not in the debate? Like, I don't understand this. Like, I'm trying to find where this crying is, and I got a reference here to go here, but this is insane. Obviously, I'm unprepared for this because I thought, honestly, the crying would be in the initial debate of just Paige versus here, and I don't see any crying here. I'm literally searching. Wearing pink does make you gay. Dusty would know. But anyways, I'm
arguing, well, that's not going to matter because even if we
You guys don't get it. Like, just be.
maybe
The church and state. I don't think.
maybe it's on the after panel. Why can't the chat fill the goal without making tomato ass take control of the night boys? Base long Hall long Nate. Base guy, by the way. Let's I don't know where the hell.
Understand what that principle without a grounding.
The dissection.
Maybe
then when I argue them on these
maybe she was crying on the panel. The after panel.
You're a dude in the 1960s. Everything's booming.
Wait,
and all of a
is that
sudden,
tears?
Your wife dies, so you're a widower. And masculine men at this time.
Are those tears?
Solid 30 minutes of unbootability. Okay, so I'm gonna set a timer, and once that 30 minutes goes off, then I'll let the chat know, because I know you guys.
The
like
Indian
to do the
Jesus.
first thing, but
Is this what you were talking about, Vic?
30 minutes on panel to let him do his.
Is this where you're talking about the Indian Jesus and then her? Oh, I know all these people. Duck, animated effigy, who sometimes a degen. Vibe, cool. Radical coder, super homo degen. Gibbs, crazy. Yeah, I know this whole panel. I've debated everybody. Well, actually, let me see. I've debated just Ryan on this panel, but I know everybody on this panel. I've been on panels with them.
Start moving now or catch the raid. That's fine. Okay. All right. Whoever wants to fire first, go ahead.
The crying. Come on.
Masculinity. This is a pretty liberal panel, but I wanted to offer a sort of factual point. Hopefully this is a little based. It's a little bit sort of, it defines for, and this just happens when I
shut up, Duck.
Huge politicians, very
Christian morality.
You
need to answer the question. You can relate. The only way they exist is through Christian.
Kind of the question is, whenever being from my unbiased, like conservative perspective,
Eli Nix. Wait, what?
I
just saw something right now.
Anyone, he wanted to look at physics part of it, so we know from physics that the Earth and the universe have.
Did Kinetic Hell write something on her forehead? I just saw something.
The beginning and the end, because the Big Bang Theory imploded everything.
Being from my unbiased, like conservative perspective, because what
is that an upside down crucifix on her forehead? What?
No, it's a fucking ortho bro stupid tactic, man.
Anyone, he wanted to look at physics part of it, so we know from physics that the Earth and the universe has a beginning and an end. Because the Big Bang Theory imploded everything from one location and it's slowly floating out. So we know the world, the universe.
Is she putting an upside down crucifix on her damn forehead?
You know, I don't want to be a downer, but you guys do know what tomorrow is. What's the anniversary of the Death Star? The Death Star? Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. It's been a year.
This is not me. This is not me. By the way, whoever said that my ads are targeted.
Wait, I please tell me I didn't see what I think I saw.
All right. Let people finish their thoughts.
Okay, so he was saying space and time. So we know space and time all exist in one location, in a location smaller than the head of a needle. So from there, we know that it imploded from that location, and if everything, all space and time exists in one location, something existed outside of space and time, and we know that from the Big Bang Theory. So
sorry, Chad, I'm watching this because I can't believe what I'm seeing right now.
We know something had an influence in the creation of the universe.
Is that an upside down crucifix she's putting on her forehead?
It postulates that way. It's quite simple.
Wow.
Sure. I mean, I won't disagree with any of that. Like, I just want to just point out.
Is she gonna put another upside down crucifix on her chest?
Out that I'm actually sympathetic to you, and I've argued against masculinity, which would not be my normal take. But the problem with the argument that you're making, I actually.
What is the perp? This is insane. What? She's putting an upside down crucifix on her head. Why? What's going on here? What does this have to do? What?
I think it hurts your overall argument, right? If it means
is this like my attention? She's trying to get attention right now.
From my unbiased, like conservative perspective.
This is a really far reach because if you don't produce anything in a conversation, I suppose maybe if you're going to draw like a satanic, well, because I mean, one of the apostles is crucified in an upside down cross, but I doubt that that's the reference she's going for. Most likely society will relate this to like a satanic reference. She has an upside down crucifix on her forehead. Why?
because what you're doing is you're taking this idea that only my lens.
All right, let's continue. This is insane.
I'm kidding.
Usually the left side.
I'm here.
I've been sitting here for an hour and I've said one sentence. I just want to say my piece.
Okay, right up the photo, introduce her for me. You can go ahead and go. I'll step in.
So she's showing medication on screen. It's ibuprofen and drawing upside down. Chris, what is she doing, ladies and gentlemen? What the hell's going on at Kinetic Kel's side? What's the hell's going on?
Thank you. I'm pretty tired. I came on just to say this one thing.
She's gonna take pills on screen. Don't tell me she's gonna down this whole thing.
I'm not even like, I don't even want to argue all night, but I wanted to stick around and let people boot me and stuff. But so I've been thinking about this topic a lot, and when I looked at masculinity.
Is she just asking for it, begging for attention right now?
The definition I found was qualities or attributes.
Who does this during a debate? I'm just gonna take a handful of pills, pop them with a upside down crucifix. What the is going on?
Regarded as characteristic of men or boys. So this would be traits like drive, strength, presence, leadership, and I think those can be a positive force in politics. And I don't think they're unique to men.
The fact that she chose to leave this up, there's a lot I want to say, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to be nice. Not nice, but let me stop saying nice because nice is an insult. I'm going to be kind and not comment what I really want to say.
But I think they help you lead, inspire, and win elections. And I also don't think they're inherent to men because I don't think all men have them. And I think there's plenty of people who have them who aren't men. So while we associate them with masculinity, and that's what we call
bring back mental asylums is right. Vic's totally correct about that.
The masculine, they're really just like good traits to have. And since they've been historically coded masculine, I'm fine describing them that way. So I would actually argue against Kellen Gibbs in this and say, yeah, masculinity can in fact be a positive force in politics. That said, this has been a pretty disappointing, maybe even emasculating showing from my friends Base Tweaker and Paige over here, because all they would have had to say is what I just outlined here.
So, Emmett, you say this is the after panel that happens during the debate. I scoured through the debate and try to find it. Do you have a timestamp for me, sir? Like, yeah, but being honest, seeing her crash out was fun too. I want to have fun. Can I see the tears in the crash out? Anybody got a timestamp? Because I mean, I don't want to subject you guys to scouring through and try to find it through like a 2-hour debate. And then I can't find this. This is crazy. I don't want to like put the whole audience in this whole chat through this because I know there's like 68 people here. It's a lot of people that have to try to suffer for me trying to find this. Yeah, if you could find this, think about this. Maybe you can help. Dark Maul says, I wonder if it was edited out. Yeah. Scott says, yeah, she cried during the debate. I want to see this. Brittany says, yeah, watching that made my stomach hurt. Remember what Trump said about the Tylenol babies? Is literally taking Tylenol in front of the cameras, a bunch of pills. This is crazy. Let's see the tears, not the ODing. Yes, I know, man. This is disturbing as hell to see. This is crazy. Brother, it's a penis she drew on her forehead. She literally had a mental breakdown on stream. What? Someone said 34708. But back to Long Haul Nate's. Is this for real? I mean, we could say that I don't know if like penises look like upside down crucifixes that much. That's speculative at best, but your second sentence, she literally had a mental breakdown on stream. Is this for real? I mean, maybe it looks like this, but this is crazy. All right. Joseph Romano says, someone says 34708. Let's go to that. 34708. I've seen this before. Red Boomer. Tell him I'm ready to do a debate if he wants to. If you want a real debate, Dr. Alpha from Menard's server would give you a good match. Yeah, because Menard didn't do well in that debate. He actually lost so bad that the undecided people outvoted him as a winner. And also the nobody won outdecided him as the winner. I beat him 49% in this debate. he scored so low that the other two votes that people voted, those sections beat his vote in the debate last night. So when you guys revere this Menard guy as a really good debater, he got his ass whooped last night. Literally got his ass whooped last night. He got his ass handed to him. I posted some of the playback footage and stuff. I'm pretty sure Cool Vic might do a review on this. But yeah, it was painful to watch, man. Whoever's in Menard's camp, stop sending unalive threats to me. That would be nice. Especially that Sufyan guy. Super Muslim name doing that. So Dr. Alpha's very underrated. Gee, I wonder why. There's a reason why. But we'll check it out. Cool Vic said, I did earlier on my stream. Oh, I can't wait to see this. Glorious review. I know Emmett reviewed the stream too. I'm going to check that out too. I know he was reviewing it and I was in the stream. I was at school probably when you were doing this. Can't believe people think Menard is a great debater. Yeah, some people do, especially Menard Clips. Menard Clips in the chat saying that he was really good. Oh, crazy. Rev Russ said I had oral surgery yesterday, just a few hours before your debate. Otherwise, I would have schooled Menard on the whole pork thing. Yeah, I would have let you guys have at it. But I just wanted to tell him why he was wrong about inbreeding with family members and incest. Be right back. I got a like 2 hours of stream. I don't know what that means. Skewer, like 2 hours. Oh, you're crazy. You're gonna search for that point in the debate. Let's go check this out because I think the timestamp that was indicated earlier. Check this out: 3:47:08. Let's go check out 3:4. But I also got to go back to 3:56. Which is like this crazy mental breakdown thing. 3:47:08. That's the post panel when she's drawing everything on her face that I'm seeing. 3:47:08 is when she drew the crucifix because I'm like literally hovering my mouse over it and it's showing that.
I think they would have won the debate at the outset. Instead, we got hypotheticals about banning men from politics and
would have been sleeping out.
Shut up, Ryan.
Yeah, let's just do a logic. They just like break down and like they can't handle.
What would be your
the entire time when I asked them?
Which in this like they went down like the 50s like pipeline dream of.
Down,
bro.
In for a half a second here.
But this is why I asked her for her definition, and that's why she doesn't want to define. And that's why we had to arbitrarily go to Oxford.
If you're telling me something is a net negative,
you believe in masculinity. I think you think everything's fluid. Anybody can be whatever the hell they want to be. And you don't actually believe in anything.
Their definition of what masculinity.
I don't care if I do. If someone tells me that antagonism is
Oh, Paige like fled the chat. She was like, yeah, she's cooked. I'm out of here. Paige probably had a really based reason for leaving. I don't blame her having to deal with this nonsense. I probably would have left. Like last night I left, like after destroying Menard thoroughly, I was like, yeah, my job here is done. I said, all right, let me give some last words and I was out. I already knew like Menard was going to be up to his neck in trouble. And that's the way that goes.
I'm Dave, by the way.
If antagonism is a net good for society, I would be like, what the hell is antagonism? And they would be like, well, no, you got to tell me why it's good for society. I'm like, no, you got to start by explaining what it is to us. We don't have to explain.
Do you even think
All right, let's get back to seeing if I can find some crying. Because that was crazy.
Understanding of it. It gets weird.
New industry called internet porn in the 70s. It led to the helicopter parents and the participation trophy generation. I, for one, am sick of this beta cuckery that people like my opponents have dressed up as masculinity. It is really American. My American brothers and sisters, I advocate for a return to what masculinity really was.
I would like to destroy Admiral Gibbs in a debate. Matter of fact, if anybody could reach out to Admiral Gibbs and say, Marte wants to quarrel with you. You sound like a spirited debater. I would like to debate him. See if he can actually be a good debater.
Being a goddamn hedonistic, conquering giga chad, not a whiny baby bat bitch who needs to find a virgin because they're not man enough to satisfy a woman.
Okay, so buzzwords and labels.
I asked you, the judges, and the audience, what's more masculine? The man who has to brainwash a virgin because he's a Olympic Tupac chump, or Genghis fucking Khan? Thank you for your time. I'm sorry I was fast. I don't know the timer.
Okay,
No, I won't talk about that.
That's it. That wasn't even a really powerful statement, sir. Buzzwords may add flair to something like an argument, incite the audience and appeal to emotion. But if it's not substantive, you're not really saying anything. But going back to this, let's find the crying.
Stand up and not needed the drugs.
It's a pussy.
Minority. We talk about the general rule. Okay, all right. Okay, I see, Gibbs. They don't get the point. Oh, wow.
Even doubts on that. And then we're
One thing, and I need you to clarify.
COVID guy. Like, hey, but guess what? Those people dying.
I can't answer.
Okay,
no, you're
Stop.
pivoting.
Stop.
I want you to answer.
Stop. Base, calm down a little bit, okay?
Oh, that's bad. It's failing. Oh, that's bad.
I can dumb it down for you.
Your worldview, why exactly you think it's bad? You're just giving examples
Well, here's
of
the
what you
thing.
think
Here's
is
the
bad.
thing is we're the negative.
So I understand that based is apparently, I guess somebody in the chat said there was ADHD involved in him rocking back and forth. I've met a lot of people who are ADHD. They don't rock back and forth like that. And mind you, if I'm watching a debate, if I'm debating my opponent and he's doing this, like I might not concentrate fully on the debate that much because that could probably be distracting to be honest. Like think about it. If he's debating somebody else that's really ADHD, I'm not saying that he isn't, he's going to throw his opponent off his game by rocking back and forth like this. And his opponent, that's literally going to be a good tactic by distracting your opponent, rocking back and forth like that.
Right? We don't have to sit here and affirm the definition of whatever. You have to affirm why your definition.
Yeah,
of
bad
masculinity
because
is
it's
good.
bad because it's bad.
You can say all these things you want. I've given real world examples and
No, you
excited.
haven't refuted
Hold on. I have. I've
Go
given
ahead,
real world.
Deb.
I've given real world examples. I've named specific times in history. I've named specific consequences. I've aimed out what the point of politics is in general. Right? It's like the policies. We've named out what the government's job is. I've walked you through a step-by-step analysis. Now, I've given why that's bad. Now, you haven't chosen to accept that answer. However, the point of this debate is to talk about masculinity.
Okay, they went over the studies with this. Was it the studies in this debate where they went over it and then she was crying? That's what I want. I want the like. Oh, Scott said I said he's autistic. Okay. That might explain a little bit more for sure. The crying I seen was the one-on-one debate with Paige not long after they went over the studies. The one-on-one, I just did a one-on-one debate. Is this really a trick to make me go through Paige's whole catalog? Is that what you guys are doing, chat? No, it's not this one. Review that debate. No, it's not this one. Let's review that Paige debate. And this is how in the future we now have a whole channel dedicated to Paige now. So that's what we're doing here. I see what you guys are doing now. It's like, hey, no, it's the other debate. Let's do the full 2 hours of that one. No, my bad. It was the next Page debate for 2 hours. We'll read that for 2 hours. Oh, shit, Marte, it's really this one with the 2v2 debate for 2 hours. Like, and then it's like 16 hours later. Now all of a sudden I have a Page channel. All right. I know that there's some crying here somewhere. I understand you guys are trying to con me into making this whole channel a Page channel. Actually, the channel would stay based, actually, if that was the case. It would just be like, the channel is still based. It's just that it's a monarchy now. it's a base monarchy now. What? I can't believe I just said that. Did I just become feminist for like 2 seconds? All right, let me stop. Rinse my mind with bleach for 2 seconds. All right, you guys didn't hear that. Act like, don't even clip that. Don't even act like I didn't say anything.
In the context of politics.
And wait, real quick.
And if it's failing and it's causing the population to have these bad outcomes, then it's not a positive influence. It's really that.
All right.
Okay, actually, no, because they try to defend themselves.
A concept, yeah.
Yeah, concept.
Tires that will take you far.
Exhibit the traits and your
Come on, Kinetic Hells. Where's the
Ladies, they were more
crying?
Ridiculous argument with no basis
for women, to my knowledge. So
demonstrate that. Can you demonstrate that claim?
Yeah, I mean, sure, we can look at
Demonstrate that they're qualified. No, demonstrate that they're mostly qualified.
All right, so there's no crying in this one. All right. You said monarchy, not matriarchy. You're still safe. Whew, that was a close one. Close. Base tweaker made Kel cry. Is it this one? Look, I see what you guys are doing. Not this one. I don't think it's just Paige versus Kel. But then I went to the Paige versus Kel. They said it wasn't that one. Unapologetic Rev Rush, she's a Orthodox catechumen. Both of us were catechumens, and I just recently got baptized. She'll be baptized. I don't want to dox Win or any of that, so I'll let you guys, her tell you guys. But she's going through catechesis at this moment. Christ be with her. Very blessed woman. Really good. It's my first time seeing Paige. She looks like a sister, looks very based sister in Christ. She is, man. Very based sister in Christ. Well, for what it's worth, here's the clip that I saw of her crying. Can I actually bring this up? Okay, how do I... Because it doesn't let me click on this. Let me see if I can copy it in my phone. Oh, I got to do this like the long route. Is there any way I can copy this link on my phone? Yeah, I think I can. Hold on. Now I got to email it to me. Email this clip. God, here we go. Kells. So crazy. I got to do this like this way. Let me go back to your chat. Sorry, I'm like looking at Vic's thing and then I have to like copy it and email it to myself. Compose email. Kells. I'll just call it Kells something. You know, Vic, this could have been so easy if you just sent me a Discord, but instead I have to go through snail mail, which is now email. Email to myself because I can't just click on a YouTube video here. And then let me go ahead and go open up my email. Sorry, folks, I got to do this long route because I don't know how else to do this. Gmail. And then from the Gmail, I click on the tab that leads to back to YouTube. All right, let me close out my Gmail. All right, here we go. Boomer Howard. Yeah, I know, man. I was so embarrassed, bro. So great. Yeah, but I don't have YouTube Studio open right now. Maybe I didn't know. Maybe you could do that. Jeez, Marte, want to see young girl cry? Such a mean. When are you gonna fight it? By the way, bro, you're like, oh, you're so mean, but when are you gonna fight it though? It's hilarious. All right, let's get back to this. All right, I'm gonna take this down because I really want to see the crying. The crying is gonna be glorious. I do want to see it. I don't care. Don't care. I do want to see this. Marte, the muscle's not too tech savvy. It's not. They're not. These muscles suck when it comes to all this stuff. I think a DM was right about Sarah editing out her crying, maybe. Oh, such a scoundrel if she did this. That would be bad. Anyways, let's go to, because I have to click share screen on this. The harsh reality of debates. Is that what this is called? Is that what this is called? The harsh reality of debates. Let's do this. Vic, is this the video? Because that's what you sent me. Let's go do this. I came for the crying, didn't see that because this is, of course, there's like a spectacle I want to see. I heard Paige made her cry, and then I heard that Base Tweaker made her cry. Nobody I saw made her cry. But then we're about to see this.
That's why I'm like, I should have had examples like pulled up ready to go before I had this like outburst. So I do apologize. This was immature. But yeah, it's been a build up. I'm like, I feel like I really do try and act like mature most of the time, but this is like the third time this week you've done that to me where it's like just completely insulting.
Then maybe this isn't for you. Maybe this isn't for you.
Well, hold on.
It's okay.
I said the same thing to two other people tonight.
Yeah, this is what this is. And it's not for everybody. And if you don't like it, then nobody's forcing you.
And I called out.
Wow, Mo, you're going to tell me I'm mean when really Grid's the mean one actually doing it to her? You see how I just deflected? away from me. But anyways, back to this. Yeah, Grid Big Meanie, not Marte, right?
And by the way, Kel, I literally told Steelman, I stopped the debate when Steelman was out in the fucking weeds.
Example.
I like how I could just be the mean one, but then deflect to the person who was actually mean. It's nice. This is like meanie inception that I'm doing right now.
When you were on it, look, I am not being unfair here. I am not being
exactly what I'm talking about. It's a useless argument because it's just like I can't argue my feelings because it's like you guys can just argue how you
should be arguing your logic.
Well, okay, Kel. Here's the thing, Kel.
I can show you why I feel frustrated.
Do you want to be treated like everybody else?
Yeah.
Or do you want to be treated like the cute little girl on the screen? Oh, I'm just a girl.
Jesus, give me a minute.
Get one or the other.
Kel.
I'm just saying.
Kel.
Examples.
Wow, he has to, like, he can't even interrupt her, can't say anything. Her emotions are overriding everything else. Logic has left the building. She's just an emotional sponge right now, taking on everybody's comments and feeling everything. Wow. This is what I came for.
And
Kel, just calm down. Kel.
You know what, Vic? I can complain about me being a boomer right now, going the long route with you doing this, and then you sending me. That makes both of us boomers, by the way. You know that, right? You're like, I'm going to send Marte through the trenches to get this information just show up on screen and then subject his whole audience to the long route of doing this while being called a boomer. But that also makes you a boomer, too, because you're participating in me being a boomer. You realize how that works? back to this. All right, so I'm not alone in being a boomer. All right, there you go.
To exemplify what I'm talking about. It's not just ass, dude. Like
okay, Kel.
He's running out of battery.
And we have this privately too multiple times. Like
okay, Kel. I don't know if you've noticed.
This is now becoming the page tribute.
And show. I don't have the ability to.
This is now becoming the page tribute show. You're totally right about that. That's where this is going right now. Apparently, that's where the chat wanted it to go. I saw through them, but you know what? I don't mind. It's still going to be based regardless, because if it's Paige, it's going to be based. Anything that Paige does is going to be based, I believe. Hey, what's up, Miss D? Sir, Grid has the dad tone turned on. Yes, he does. Grid is definitely dad mode right now. Good to see all you guys. Oh, come on. Kel cries like a man. Hey, I could just picture cool Vic. Hey, Mrs. D, good to see you. And I don't know how to do a Vic impression, but that was like my best. Such a crappy impression. I seen Paige make her cry live. Yeah, where is it though? Crucible Crusader. Yeah, I'm not calling you a one-trick pony, Crucible Crusader, but you're good at crusading. Maybe just not crusading for timestamps. Womp, womp, womp. Anyways, let's get back to this real quick. Oh, here we go. Is this it? Kel goes to the bathroom around 119 and cries at 134 in the debate with her, just her and Paige about homeschooling. All right. Do not call me. You know what? You're going to call me a boomer. I'm going to take a photo of this comment. Real quick. Hold on real quick. Lord Jungle. I had to take a picture of it. So just don't judge me. Hold on. Let me take this. This is what I did. Don't judge me, but I had to take Jungle's comment so I can look at the timestamp when I go to somewhere else and to be like, okay, that's what it was. Vic does have a gentle tone when he says hi to people. He does. Like, how can you hate? How can you hate Vic for saying this in a good tone? I believe Sarah edited it too. If it's not there, LOL. I hate you, Marte. Gosh, such vitriol from Emmett. Look, bro, can we all just get along? Count Chocula. All you got to do is give me fried chicken. You could shut me up really quick. You actually got me in a debate. You use kryptonite. That's unfair, bro. Don't do that again. You almost made me. I can't hate you if you're using kryptonite on me. Anyways, this is crazy. I'm a boomer too. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I know. All right. Well, I want to see this grid one thing, and then we're going to look at the timestamp that Lord Jungle Bear had to see if that exists there too. Let's bring this back on the screen real quick because I want to see the spectacle. What the hell did I do? Did I just take that down? So boomer of me. Crazy. Let's get to.
I don't have the ability to present things in a way that is apparently conducive to you taking them.
You are making me watch a retard. That's why. Bro, this is like 2 minutes and 21 seconds. Come on, bro. Surely you've been through worse in a minute with people than you have. I'm not calling you a minute man, but anyways, back to this. Surely people have experienced worse than over 2 minutes with you. Maybe, possibly. I'm only guessing. You were on panels with Minar. What are you talking about? And you're going to say this is a worse? I would actually say that you've been on worse panels with worse people. I mean, if you weren't, then that's, I don't know what that says. I don't even know what I'm saying. Anyways, let's continue.
I literally talked to you the same way I talked to everybody on this panel. I literally told Tyler tonight twice that I think he's out to fucking lunch.
Yeah, she did cry. I feel like this is what I feel. I feel like I need to stop saying I feel. First of all, let me check myself before I wreck my damn self. All right, let's get back to the Paige Kell's homeschooling for not so good people who don't learn too good. Of course, the one that's not the homeschooling thing pops up. Let me go to my history. Here we go. Gosh. Such a L boomer tonight. I am. All right, here we go. This is the timestamp. I have it up here right now. And cries at 1:34. $134. All right, we're going to be generous and go to 133 right now and begin this whole thing real quick. Let's see if it's up here. You see it's at 133 right now.
Don't have a fucking level that we differentiate for people versus do we give them a test for oh yeah, you're pulling out your kid for sorry, let me calm down. Sorry.
Well, I'm calm.
No, I'm talking to me. Sorry.
Okay.
But
internal critique.
She's getting that self-awareness now. It's clicking in.
Yeah.
It's clicking in.
No, sorry.
Crucible Crusader with the self-doxing photo here. All right. Anyways, back to this.
Just get a little upset sometimes.
I know you.
But my problem is that we don't differentiate between we don't give them a test that's okay, you are pulling out your kid. Sorry, I'm a frustrated crier.
Yes, a goal! We got the crying. Yes, bro, Lord Jungle Bear, you are the man. She's crying yes. Here we go.
But we don't give them a test
again.
No, I just get frustrated.
Poor cow.
Wasn't even mean.
Poor cow.
No. It's just because I just get frustrated. I just get autistic. I'm sorry. Why such an autistic? I'm sorry. But we don't.
There you go, Crew. I made her cry with absolutely no ill intent.
Shut up!
Damn, she's crashing out pretty well. I mean, this isn't an angry crash out. This is I don't even know what this is. What is she doing? Oh my goodness, she's drawing upside down crucifixes on herself. Long Haul Nate says they're penises, but it looks like crucifixes. She's taking pills online and then showing the bottle, and then she's hitting the screen. She's crying on Gridstream, crying here. I'm getting my bang for the buck tonight. I was supposed to do a debate review, and I'm getting a lot for my money here. Here we go.
Sorry, guys.
I'm literally sitting crisscross. Oh.
W's in the chat for me.
I'm clipping that. W's in the chat for me. Totally clipping this. What timestamp is this? 1:34. Clipping that. That's gonna be it's gonna be a meme. I'm making that a meme. W's in the chat for me.
Oh no, they're editing at the most opportune moment.
Here, we'll just all we'll just all calm down.
Is
We're all
lost
crying.
connection to my camera? Are you dead ass right now? I think
It's a female cry
So dead
scream.
ass. Yeah.
What did you expect with 3 females on screen? We're all just gonna cry, and we're
You're
gonna
crying
calm
too?
down.
All right, I'll pretend like I'm crying.
This is crazy. Avatar's on the
I'm an ugly
screen.
crier.
Oh, I'm just ugly. It works.
Honesty. Wow. She says, I'm just ugly. It works. I'm not mad right now. Right now, she's got a face for radio. She's even admitting it.
Oh, Sarah, you're fine.
I'm teasing. I'm not that what is it?
Patronizing or self? I don't know. Deprecating. Yes, thank you.
You all calm down.
Hey, you know what? We're in this together. We're all gonna cry together.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I pulled it out the back of my router by accident.
I think at this point that crying is a debate tactic to like make us less focused. So
Based. Paige calling her out on her BS, her bullshit. Paige wins because she isn't punching her camera, and also because she's Paige. GG, everyone. Yes. Oh man, so based. Let me take Emmett's thing down so you guys can see the comment. That's what she said. Paige wins because she isn't punching her camera, and also because she's Paige. Yeah, very based. Oh man, this is so crazy. Sarah admitting that she's ugly. Crazy. This is some the sisterhood of the traveling pants bullshit from Sarah and Kel right now. Yeah, for sure. Brittany says, wow, she told the actual truth for once. Yeah, I know. Crazy. Rev Ruz says webcams don't plug into routers. Obviously, Rev didn't take the gospel from a public school or education. Rev Russ is extremely based. Here we go. Fire emoji. Paige. I know. W Paige. I'm totally I'm clipping the crap out of that. That's getting clipped. W Paige. W Paige again. W. W's in the chat for Paige. Even Cool Vic. W. Miss D. W. Damn. I love the support. I love it. W for Paige. Let's go.
Just to
No, I just get frustrated. No, but my point is, I will get right back on track. Okay.
It's definitely a tactic. I rest my case.
My point is, we don't give these people a test to be like,
okay.
No.
So valid point. Okay, valid point.
Yeah, called her out on her BS tactic. Not even a good Oscar Academy winning performance of crying. She had a better performance on grids. Still try to do this. And then when she did this, it did look kind of not as serious. And then Paige called her out on her bullshit. And now she's laughing again, not crying. Man, Paige is savage. Paige is an absolute savage for this one.
Like, do you love your kids, or is your kid famous on Dr. Phil? And like, we need to give them a chance.
Okay,
you don't like put that stipulation in.
Here's why it's not a widespread issue, Cal. Because most people do not become famous. Even extremely talented people will not become famous. So
how many examples did I name versus you?
Just a second. Your statement assumed that like basically any parent that could is going to take their kid out of school, try to make a child star out of them, and then rake in the proceeds to like the end of Kingdom Come conservatorship style, like Britney Spears, right? That's not the reality. In fact, very few people become famous. So even if there was like, let's just assume for a second that there was a huge population of parents that wanted to do this, right? Very few of them would be successful. So it would be there would be no motivation. So we would be right back to square one, right? Which is that most parents homeschool because they want better outcomes for their kid, not because they want them to become the next JoJo Siwa. Okay.
Most people, but I'm like, how many examples did I name versus you? And my problem is
thank you. So Just to recap,
Wait, no. But you said most people. No, you said most people, and I would disagree. I would say it's 50-50 with homeschoolers because homeschooling is such a small percentage of the population that I would
just make a blanket statement.
No, but who knows? And my problem is that we don't have any, again, accountability or regulations for what stipulations we put on people pulling their kids out for homeschooling. And all I know is that, like, with all these like child stars, murder cases.
Child stars are an extreme anomaly, by the way. I don't know why she's bringing this up. I haven't really seen any good debates from Kells. Like, I've glimpsed at the Admiral Gibbs thing. It looked like he was carrying her the whole time. And in this one, she's like flailing arms the whole time, theatrics, doing everything else, but providing a good, solid argument. That's just my commentary. I don't know. I tend to want to live in objective reality and then comment on things I actually see and not wonder in like what if land and maybe Centralia. To me, this is just crazy. How Paige is just debating two people right now when there's not even an argument on their side yet still.
It's a weirdly high percentage of people who end up being homeschooled. So I don't like the odds in those numbers where it's like, okay, almost like all these people where it's like, okay, I've named so many cases of people exploiting their kids because they were able to just like smooth by like homeschooling. But sorry.
Right. But Kel, most of your argumentation so far during the course of this debate has depending on anecdotals. And yes, you do have, I think, 1 or 2 studies that you reference, but that's all you have. I cited like 4 to 5 studies, and I guess 1 we can toss in the can because like nobody wants to accept it. That's fine. But,
you keep swinging back and forth between like, oh, what are your studies? And then like we can't.
You're supposed to be demonstrating on a basis of like stats and like credible things that like homeschooling does not result in better outcomes for kids. The majority of your argument has been entirely anecdotal, and you've conceded on major points, which I did not expect. Like for instance, that love translates into more care and more investment in the kid.
Albert Einstein, Barack Obama, Jeff Bezos.
The public school system is notoriously underfunded, or the fact that we have no predictability with public school teachers.
No, I don't know why. It's crazy. Marte, do you know why so many of the chats on your channel get flagged? I get it. My channel's under a massive attack right now, believe it or not. I banned Dusty. I don't know if he's like absolutely banned. I did push the ban button on Dusty because I don't know. I'm not accusing him of bringing people to my channel. I'm just saying I just don't trust him. So that's definitely not a Dusty's mischaracterized that by saying that I'm accusing him of sending people. I've never once said that. I said that I just don't trust him. But the reason why I'm saying that is because I don't know. So, Miss D says, I can fix it, Marte. It's on our side, not YouTube. Oh, yeah, that'll be cool. Miss D, I think you and Vic are managers when it comes to moderators. I only have 4. Paige, who is indicated here in the video, is a manager on this channel. You, Miss D, and Vic are the only people besides Relentless that are managers. I'm only going to have 4. The 4 horsemen of the Christopolis. So how do I imbue Christ here in the apocalypse? You guys are the only 4, man. That's it. Everybody else, sorry, man. You guys don't make the cut. There's only 4 VIP All-Stars. That's Miss D, Cool Vic, Paige, extremely based, by the way, and Relentless. Those are the only main mods. That's it. But Dave says, who's also a mod too, says, I don't know. I'm on Vic's channel. I rarely had to do that. I was just curious. I'm all reading this without putting it on there. Yeah, I don't understand why. I have a lot of but understand though, Vic. All right, let me be more concise about this. So, Dave, one of the things though I'll say too is that I'm not saying there's a distinction between me and Vic. What I will say, well, yeah, I am gonna say that there is a distinction. When I do these debates, I do go after people specifically. I will go to their channel specifically and like attack these people's arguments and do all that. Vic does a lot of reviews and he tries to like cover things from a neutral basis. I'm not neutral like that. I'm not as neutral as Vic is, most likely, because he tries to be fair, firm, and consistent. I'm not that fair. I'm more like right-leaning, more conservative. Not saying that Vic isn't more like right-leaning and conservative. What I'm saying is I may have a different agenda than Vic, because I like with Dusty there, like I'm failing to kind of like interpret this or explain this, but let me make it more concise. When it comes down to Dusty, I will directly go for the gut, and I'm going to go for the throat when it comes to taking the enemy out and follow him into his own territory, start a debate and be like, hey, modern day, let's do this or whatever. Vic, he has a lot going on. He does like commentary channel and all this other stuff. I think I'm going to have a lot of enemies because of that. And I'm going to create like a lot of vitriol by attacking Muhammad, all this. That's why I probably had the unalive threats on Monday. And then I just got recently attacked in my chat, which is why I'm like literally modding a lot of people up too. But also like Miss D was saying, with the whole settings, maybe that's also it too. Maybe my settings are correct too. Maybe I'm like Kells and grasping for straws on why I'm being attacked. Maybe that could be it too. I can't wait till I grow up like you, Cool Vic. Yeah, I know. All of us want to be Cool Vic when we grow up, man. One day I'll have a channel maybe as big as his. He's got like a massive following, man. All this stuff. Miss D says it's a settings option. I will explain to Marte, but also but Vic can also do this should he choose to. Yeah, you guys are Miss D, you, Vic, and Relentless and Paige. You guys have management authority to do with this as you please. Like, who am I to question you guys? You guys know way more about this stuff than I do. I can't go into the chat and be like, hey, that's not how I want you to do this. I have you guys would not be managers if I had to come and police you guys on doing. I made you guys managers so I don't have to police you guys, so that you guys can have full authority to do whatever it is you want. Matter of fact, I have a second manager on like editing videos and deleting my whole channel. She wants to do this. It's so I have a spiritual father at my church. She does the social media for them at my Orthodox church. She has the power to like delete my whole channel if she wants to. I have a co-person on my channel. She's really good. She's really good people. So yeah. Marte, Miss D is too mean to be a mod. I think she's based. I think she's super based. What's up, are we not, man? Good to see you, man. I know. Misty is super, super mad. AWNM is just upsetty spaghetti. All right, you guys are making me hungry. Spaghetti sounds delicious. And I don't know why I'm ranting about things that have nothing to do with this extremely based woman that's on the right now.
Like everything is like it's just your entire argument is based on a house of straw, and all I have to do is take a lighter and just like let things happen. You know?
Damn, so based, Paige. Savage. Your whole argument is based on a house of straw. All I have to do is light it up and it goes down.
We do have predictability. We have years.
Ladies, do we have like the reasons why people choose to homeschool? Did we go through those yet? I think that would be helpful.
Yeah. I mean, sure. So the number one reason obviously would be to give their child an individualized learning experience.
Emmett, stop, please. No, don't do that, Emmett. You and the food, bro. You're really messing me up right now. First it was the fried chicken. Now you want to talk about spaghetti. God, now I have to get Emmett, damn you. I hate you right now. Emmett is the most vile person on the planet right now. I absolutely hate your guts right now. Emmett, how dare you? Make me want some delicious spaghetti right now with some pasta. God, Emmett, we might have to do another debate because I hate you so much right now. Now I'm very hungry and starving. Crazy. You're about to make me get back on EBT just to get some other food. Just to find another reason to get food. I'm going to have to I might have to be a little bit more ghetto now on my channel just to justify EBT. Just to get some more food. Emmett. Gosh. I was informed that racism is based. I have to be, well, a lot of us are. Yeah, but that's not, bro, you're obfuscating, Emmett. You're going back to racism. You just brought up spaghetti. You brought up fried chicken in our debate on Vic's channel. I got weak in the knees when you did this because I'm black and I love fried chicken. And now you're bringing up spaghetti. How insulting, Emmett. This is crazy. You're appealing to the stomach fallacy right now, to the appetite fallacy. So crazy. You appealed to the melanin fallacy when you brought up fried chicken. You know, black people can't resist it. Now you're bringing up spaghetti in the late night hours of like, you know, snack and grub time. Crazy. KFC was based, now KFC with spaghetti and Bugatti. Oh, so now you're that's a low blow. Low blow. Jared, you're becoming vile right now. You're the vitriol is building towards you. You're becoming a line stepper right now, Jared. I'm telling you right now, you're a line stepper. You're right there. Had it right here. You're like, this is bad. This is bad. This is I gotta stop letting you guys get to me. This is horrible.
Not everybody learns at the same pace. And like I said, with the exception of special needs children, they aren't afforded that same customization in a class of 20 to 30 kids. The secondary component would be curriculum exposure, right? Not all parents, for religious or other reasons, might want their kid to be exposed to.
Marte, I switched off the auto chat censoring. Is that good? I don't know. I trust you, Miss D. I don't know what that means or what you guys are talking. Sorry, according to my own chat, I'm a boomer now. So, and then Are We Not Meant says, so he could say bad words now. It's like, I don't know. Maybe I don't talk to Miss D. She's a manager. You know how I could say you're the boss. You're not the boss of me. Well, that doesn't apply here. She's the manager of mods. So, yeah, when it comes to that, she's the boss of me. I'm not going to, who am I to like infringe on her rights that I give her, you know? So, yeah. Habitual line stepper. Yes, Jared is a habitual line stepper right now at this point. If he does it again, it's a pattern. How dare you, Jared? Appealing to the stomach fallacy and then tag team with lowlifes like Emmett, who use kryptonite against black people like fried chicken. This is crazy. Are we not meant? Wow, I guess we can. Wow, bad words now. Oof. Oh, yes, it works. Sarah, thank you for censoring yourself. I don't know if that's a good thing to like uncensor stuff, but remember main mods, I'm trusting you guys to censor everything. It's only temporary till we have a staff meeting. Yeah, I know. I should have I need to invite all you guys to like, I don't even know how to use Discord. I should have like a separate chat to where all my mods can get together and we can just have a conversation. That's what needs to happen. All the main mods and stuff. Are we not med? Wow, bro. What a bug. You caught a bug, the F bug. Crazy stuff, man. This is a spicy conversation happening here. Are we not men? It's pretty spicy, bro. Oh, here we go.
To HIV.
Lord have mercy.
And contraception education. For instance, like it could be just for the simple reason that the parents want to teach them that in their own way. They don't want some random stranger to do that, where they can't be in the classroom and be listening to what's occurring. The third reason could be for financial reasons, right? Maybe it's really expensive to get to the nearest school. Or maybe they have an idea of what they want to provide that might cost more. Like, for instance, I don't know what the charter school situation is, but like, let's say they want them to go to private school and they know, hey, I can do just as good of a job, if not better. The other reason might be in terms of the commute time, right? Sometimes, like for instance, myself, I had to take like an hour bus just to get to school. And sometimes parents might find that they can be better allocating their time towards the actual learning. Right. So there's a variety of reasons. And like the last thing would be just they want to be with their kid more because like, let's be honest, your kids grow up so fast. Right. And like, wouldn't you want to spend all that time with them, nurturing them and helping them become a better human being?
I hear you. I'm like, yeah, you kind of debunked your own argument as far as like, oh yeah, how expensive is it to get to the next? How is it so expensive to get to the next school? I used to have to take a bus ride over an hour away it sounds like the public schools have a pretty good way of adequately transporting children from a wide district. I had the same way. I literally had like an hour and 20 minutes to ride my bus to school when I was growing up in Idaho. Okay.
It's gas money. How does that debunk my argument? Like that part of the public school budget is for gas money? Like,
oh, I thought you were saying like how expensive is it to get back to the public school? So that was my bad. But you said, oh,
well, they
yeah.
won't pay anymore. Like, it comes out of your
you made a
taxes
list
now.
of okay arguments. You made a list of okay arguments, but then you ended with like,
They're pretty
and the
great,
last thing,
actually.
what if? Okay, I'm sorry. Damn, you're taking your round a little too far. But you said, okay, what if like you just want more time with your kids? Blah 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 blah. Okay, you're literally relying back on personal anecdote, and we're just hoping that we have like the best intentioned parents pursuing homeschooling. When I can really only I can't think of any like public school, like people who are private schooled and are successful. Like you said, Serena Williams. I don't know fucking shit about Serena Williams, about the people who are like, they're not like loud vocational advocates for.
Okay, I'm back. I had to like clip on my phone the part where Paige says W's in the chat for me and does this. Oh yeah, we're making a meme. I'm making a meme of that. I could show that. Anyways, yeah, this debate was crazy. A crazy debate. Now I'm like kind of parlaying with the chat right now a little bit. Okay, now I'm pissed off at the chat. Why are you guys doing this to me now? Peach, you're getting on my last nerves right now. I want meatballs now. I'm actually hungry right now, and you guys are really not helping me out at all. All right, you're on my bad list already, Peach, right now. Talking about food. Peach, not corn. Sorry, could it? Joseph, right now, you're on my last nerve right now. MSM, really, bro? You're going to talk about food right now? I'm starving. My stomach is grumbling. Do you know what, Nature Man? You're getting on my last nerves and pissing me off, bro. All right, you're a line stepper at this point. God, now I'm about to drool right now. I'm literally about to drool right now. I'm so hungry right now. Please stop, man. I might delete my whole chat right now. You guys are going to get deleted. I'm just going to delete you guys and ban all of you guys right now. Stop this right now. This is insane, bro. I'm so hungry. I'm starving. Appeal to stomach fallacy is happening right now. You guys are all creating a fallacy right now.
How much better of an opportunity that homeschooling ended up being for them. Serena Williams happened to be an exception to the rule.
Bro. Lasagna. You know what, Joseph? You're on my last damn nerves right now. MSM. Really? You might just get body slammed right now. Stop it, please. Pete. All right. I'm fed up with you guys right now. I'm gonna flip this table over right now. So I'm hangry right now. You guys are talking about pizza. Stop, please. I'm asking you guys nicely before I rage and turn green right now. Detroit. Bro, stop, please. Stop doing this. You guys are gonna make me crash out right now. Stop, please. Please stop doing this. You guys are hurting my hunger feelings right now. Stop, please. I'm starving. Emmett, I'm sending assassins at your door right now, bro. You're gonna get. You're on my. You know what? I'm gonna send John Wick to you with a pencil. That's what you deserve. That you deserve what's coming right now. You're gonna get penciled by Wick. Maul. I don't care how Darth Maul you are right now. You're talking about kryptonite right now to black people. I'm going to rage right now for some fried chicken. This is crazy. I'm sending assassins at your door right now. You're going to get this. I'm coming after you right now. You guys are all going to get wrecked and destroyed. I'm sending John Wick with a contract and a pencil towards you guys. Man, all you guys, and now I got to body all you guys. I got to put a contract on all you guys. Flapjack. All right. Yeah, you too. You're on the hit list too, John. You're on the hit list, bro. Patience, worn out, and hunger to the extremes right now. Pumpkin, fried chicken, tater tot side of corn. Pumpkin. I might have to ban you from my chat from now on indefinitely. Pumpkin's probably going to get banned. It's probably what's going to happen. Emmett, where's the ban button? I need to find it. Can you guys time out Emmett for like 5 minutes for that or 2 minutes for that? It's bullshit. Complete bullshit. Mods, time Emmett out for 2 minutes. I'm not going to tolerate this. These infidels on my chat completely going against my hunger agenda right now. This is BS. Time Emmett out for 2 minutes. He's violated every single humanitarian aid contract to get my food in my belly by teasing with black. He's using the black fallacy for fried chicken right now. Insane. Cross the line. 2 minutes for Emmett. Time him out. This is insane. Yes, get Emmett in the corner. Time him out. Emmett's time out for 2 minutes, please. Thank you. I appreciate it. Salute to my mods. Yes, we will not tolerate this appeal to black fallacy with fried chicken. Damn it. I can't time you out, Colvic. You're a main manager. But if you weren't, I would have timed. Damn it. I can't do it. I want my mods to time you out, but they can't time you out because you have manager authority. Damn you and your freaking immunity, Vic. Main mods, time Dave Alyssa out for 2 minutes too for the fried chicken. Time him out. It's a wrap for you. Right. And the watermelon mods, make that 3 minutes because watermelon's extra delicious. He just had a insult to injury. You're really on my last nerve with the kryptonite over here. Not tolerating it. 3 minutes timeout for Dave Alyssa. This is ridiculous. I'm not going to tolerate this. You guys know this is kryptonite to us. Fried chicken and watermelon. Not going to tolerate this anymore. 3 damn minutes. Unfair. You guys are doing it with the low blows tonight. I'm not going to have it. And I still got it on my screen. Let me take this out of the screen. That's insane that I had that up. Now my stomach is sucking on my ribs right now. Thanks a lot, Dave Alyssa. Yeah, thanks a lot. I'm in a bad mood because of you. That's great. 3 minutes, mods. Crazy. MSM timeout for 1 minute because he's based. So I have to deduct 2 minutes because he coaches people and he has a really base program. 1 minute for MSM, by the way. Time him out. Crazy. Darth Maul, full 3 minutes. He's appealing to my black imagination right now. Now I have to imagine extra crispy chicken. 3 minute timeout for Darth Maul. This is insane. If you guys can time him out for 3 minutes, that'll be good. Crazy. I won't tolerate such infidels. 1 minute for Rev Ruv. Time him out. Time him out. He's bringing up Church's chicken when they have that jalapeno and that fried crisp. You know what? You almost got me to say it. Stop that right now. Time Rev Ruv out. This insult to injury over here. This is ridiculous. Can't believe you guys are doing this. This is ridiculous. Yes, AB. You feel me? This is what I'm saying. My chat is there's can't believe this is happening right now. You guys are turncoats. That's what's happening right now. Dave! Not the bananas are delicious. And water. Okay, mods, I need you to do your job in timeout for 3 minutes. Bananas and watermelon? You guys are going to make me chimp out right now. This is crazy. I will go full chimp mode right now. Stop it. Time him out for like 3 minutes. He gets the full 3. That's ridiculous. Can't believe he was allowed to put watermelon and bananas in fried chicken. The ultra combo of deliciousness for blacks. Insulting. Why would you hit me with such a lower blow than that? You know what? Fried chicken was the line. Watermelon overstepping. Bananas. Now it's like an apocalypse. 3 minutes for you. Ridiculous. This is insulting that you guys are coming at me with and attacking my passions and weaknesses right now. Insane. You guys never tempt black people with chicken, watermelon, and bananas. He just went full throttle. Insane. Dave Alyssa pushed the envelope tonight. That's ridiculous. I thought Emmett was worse. I honestly thought Emmett was worse till this happened. Crazy. This is insane.
Cool, which you swear you don't love to argue about, right? But it's like she's an exception to the rule whose parents probably pushed her exceptionally
I can't believe you guys are actually making me crash out. It takes a lot for me to crash out. How dare you guys?
hard and maybe exploited her to be, you know, a high-paid athlete eventually, sure, but overworked, underpaid teenager first and foremost, that she was able to just like be yanked out of education. Who knows? We just don't know, you know?
Well,
and that's my problem with homeschooling is that it's like you have all these like you say I'm relying on personal anecdotes when it's like, okay, yeah, well, you would hope that people are blah 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 blah. But again, sorry, I was talking over you earlier with these examples. But at the end of the day, like Katherine Johnson, okay.
All
like,
right, I
dude,
can't take it anymore. I'm hungry, and then a Paige's based ass is in a kitchen of all places, coincidentally, and then there's a frying tomato right in her kitchen. Now I can't unsee food. This is crazy. I can't believe you guys have done it. You guys have actually triggered me tonight. I don't get triggered, but my own chat triggered me. What a mutiny. I can't believe I had a mutiny on my stream tonight. This is crazy. This is just insane. Yeah, I'm hungry too. I'm extremely hungry. You guys are crazy. Now I want to box all you guys in the we're all gonna I'm gonna fight. Marte versus my whole chat. I don't really care. I will fight my whole chat right now. Trigger with the hard R. Yeah. Super mega triggered. I'm extremely triggered right now. Now I got to drive over to Churches. Thanks a lot, Rev Russ. The reason why I called you Rev Run is because Rev Run likes a lot of fried chicken, and then you had to go ahead and do the appeal to fried chicken fallacy. Insane. You know, because Run DMC. That's why I conflated that. Anyways, back to this. All right, I'm going to end my stream because I have to go to Churches now. You guys did this. It's your fault. Look what you guys did to me. Now I'm in shambles. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. You guys are just scoundrels. The mutiny tonight is unaccepted, uncalled for. I should time my whole chat out and ban my whole chat for like a whole week. You guys really deserve this. But I can't do that. I have to leave for my mods to do this. Damn it. I'm training right now, but I'm going to Churches. Thanks a lot, guys. See what you guys did? I'm about to water my mouth, and while Kel's over here is watering her eyeballs, and my mouth is watering. So crazy. But you know what's preventing me from drooling? Watching Sarah's face right now. It's actually drying everything up right now. So, I don't know. Anti-drool, anti-wetness, Sarah's face. It's a remedy. Just going to tell you right now. So, yeah. Crying Kel, for sure. Crying Kel. Crazy. I want a picture of Mart. Look, Joseph. All you line steppers that are participating in the mutiny, stop this tonight. Such a mutiny on my ship tonight. Insane. Emmett started it with his fried chicken. Yeah, you guys are going to have crash out Marte right now. We should only have one crash out right now. Let's not make it two. This is crazy. Kel definitely crashed out tonight. That was crazy. Yeah, sure. Sure, turncoat. Then you want to talk about soul food right now with me? Fried chicken? Low blow. You know I love this. You know black folk love this, and then you want to bring it up? How very low. Very crazy. What a mutiny that you're leading, Rev Russ. Leading a mutiny on my ship. Yeah, I'm going to crash out on you too, Vic. Bringing up fried chicken. That's insane. Vic, you're on my last nerve tonight, especially. Crazy. Think you'd have more couth than that, being my maid manager moderator. Crazy. Yeah. Chicken breakfast. Oh, gosh. gosh, chicken breast and look, stop. Let's stop this right now. You guys are appealing to my passions right now. I'm trying to resist the flesh, but you guys are driving me towards it. Rev Russ, I thought you were a holy man. Thought you were a holy man, but driving me towards the flesh, fried chicken goodness. I don't know. Sounds kind of materialistic to me. Sounds kind of contradictory over here a little bit. I don't know, man. It's getting me hungry now. Dave's hot shit. Stop. Okay, you know what? I'm out of here. Screw all you guys. You guys are dumb tonight. Stupid chat. Dumb, unapologetic chat right now. You guys are in your mutiny. I'm out of here. I quit. I don't want to play anymore. You guys are totally having a mutiny right now. I'm not going to participate in this as my mouth waters. Insulting. Anyways, Christ is God. You guys take care. I don't appreciate the mutiny tonight. I don't appreciate you guys talking back with fried chicken goodness. Insulting. I shan't not be insulted any further than this. I'm not going to tolerate it. I'm off to KFC and I'm not going to show any pictures of me eating fried chicken. Just use your imaginations. You guys suck. I'm out.